HOJO Radio.
Hello, everybody, hello. Halo is the shampoo that glorifies your hair. So hello, everybody, halo. For softer, lively curls and brighter, sparkling hair. So hello, everybody, halo. Halo shampoo, halo.
The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
The smiles of Pepsodent make bright for merriment. We'll shine tonight with brighter light. Here's hope, that sunny gent.
Thank you so much. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is the Pepsodent Kid, Bob Hope, still eating 3 meals a day with your teeth. I'm a little tired tonight. I just got back from the Santa Anita Handicap. I would have been here sooner, but I stopped to have my barrel pressed. Santa Anita, that's the outdoor version of You Can't Take It With You. But really, it's beautiful out there, folks. The grass on the infield is gorgeous. After the 4th race, I had some of it for lunch. And they've enlarged Santa Anita this year, and I want to tell you, the whole place is run just like a machine, a vacuum cleaner. I've never seen so many people in one place. The crowds were so heavy, the pickpockets had to put on extra help. In fact, they were so busy they wouldn't pick the pocket of a tweed suit. The fuzz slowed them up too much. One pickpocket lifted my wallet and the list of the horses I was going to bet on. He took one look at the list, handed me back my wallet, and gave me an extra $1 for car fare. And you should have seen the automobiles out there. I've never seen so many cars. It looked like the backyard of the finance company. I hear Morgenthau wants to trade his job for the parking concession. I came late and had to park at the end of the parking lot. In fact, when I got out of my car, I found out I had paid $0.25 to park in my own driveway. They say it's hard to get back to town in traffic, but I fooled them. I left before the first race. No, I wish I had. Skinny gave me a tip on the handicap. He said the horse can't lose. The jockey's been eating garlic, and the horse will win trying to get away. First time I ever saw a jockey ride a horse backwards. I said, what's the idea of riding a horse backwards? He said, I have to. It makes the horse nervous to have anyone look over his shoulder. Nice horse. Every once in a while, he'd look around to see if his plow was on straight. He was so far behind, his tail showed in the photo finish. Really, the jockey pulled him up so much, it's the first time I ever saw a horse finish with a bit under his tail. I should have known better when I saw the jockey carrying an overnight bag. And now, Bill Goodwin.
Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, our guest is that grand little star from MGM, Miss Judy Garland.
And now, Skinny Ennis, our 6 hits and a miss, swing out with Could Be. Take it, talent.
Here comes Skinny. Could be he'll sing us a song.
Could be that yellow moon is just a big balloon, and not that yellow moon above. Could be that angel face is something out of space, and not that angel face I love. Could be this heart of mine is just a valentine, and not this heart of mine at all. Could be a dream I see, but if you're asking me, could be I'm in love, could be.
Yellow moon is just a big balloon that shines above. Moon is shining so brightly. Could be a baby face this time. face. It ain't the kind of face I love, oh no. Could be this heart of mine is just a valentine, and not this heart of mine at all. Could be a dream I see, but if you're asking me, could be that I'm in love, it could be.
Could be this dream I see, but if you're asking me,
Really, truly, I'm blowing my top. Could be I'm in love, could be.
Say, Bob, you know, you really looked swell out there at the Santa Anita Derby last Saturday.
Bill, that's Derby. The English say Derby, and the Americans say Derby.
Yeah, and the losers say nuts. Say, Bob, I hear the owners of the horses out at Santa Anita sit in boxes that have their names on them.
That's right, Bill. There's the Whitney box, the Vanderbilt box, Bradley, Astor.
Yeah, well, what was the name of the box you were sitting in, Bob?
Sunkissed. Say, how did you like that suit I had on?
Dude, where did you get that thing? It looked like it was cut down from a shroud.
Is that so? I'll have you know I was the best-dressed man at Santa Anita. I was a regular Beau Brummel.
Hello, Bo. What do you hear from the other bummels?
Well, Patsy Kelly. Say, Patsy, I saw you out at Santa Anita Saturday.
Santa Anita. Slot machines with horses.
Why, Patsy, it's a privilege to go to a beautiful track like Santa Anita. Why, do you know what the name Santa Anita means?
Oh, yes, I know. It's Spanish for hello, sucker.
Say, weren't you out there with Skinny and his brother?
Yeah, the three of us hitchhiked out there.
Really? Didn't your thumbs get awfully tired?
Oh, no, we didn't have to use our thumbs. We just waved Skinny's brother.
Well, tell me, is his brother that thin?
Thin? Why, that guy has to wear snowshoes when he takes a bath so he won't slide down the drain.
Now, wait a minute, Patsy. Skinny's brother isn't that skinny.
Oh, no, listen. That guy is so thin, he just got himself a daytime job stuffing olives.
Stuffing olives?
Yeah, he crawls through the olives, dragging the pimento behind him.
Hi, everybody.
Well, hiya, Skinny.
Well, if it isn't Tremble Tonsil.
Hello, Patsy.
Hello, bated breath. Say, why don't you inhale once and see how it feels to rough it?
Now, listen, see here, Kelly. You can't talk to me like that. Don't forget, I'm a man, incidentally.
Incidentally? You mean accidentally.
Listen, Kelly, before you say another word, just take a look at those bulging muscles.
Muscles? Where? I don't see any muscles.
Doggone it, I forgot to put them on tonight.
Say, Patsy, I heard that your family was out here for the big race.
Yeah, they just got here from back east.
Back east, huh? How are things in Pomona?
Yeah.
Say, I suppose they've been out to the studio to watch you make pictures.
Yeah, they came out on the set and watched me work on my last picture.
Say, I saw that picture, Patsy. Say, what were those swallows doing flying across the screen?
Those weren't swallows. My father was sitting on one side of the set and the cuspidor was on the other.
Say, well, what does your family think of our radio program?
Well, I'll give you an idea. I just got a letter from my uncle back in Brooklyn.
Really? What does he say?
Well, here it is. Dear Patsy, the Pepsodent show is much improved. You're much better than you were. Skinny Ennis is much better, and Jerry Colonna is much improved.
Well, doesn't he say anything about me?
Oh, yes, here. P.S. Hope you are the same. So long.
Say, Bob.
Yeah, Bill?
How long was that big race last Saturday?
Well, it was 1.25 miles, Bill.
Well, just what does that mean, Bob?
Well, it means it was the horse's last mile and my last quarter.
Oh, well, now, don't be discouraged, Bob. You know our motto, never say die.
Never say die.
Yeah.
Opens at the Paramount Theater in New York tomorrow. Isn't it? Plug. Where were we?
Well,
Never
listen,
say die,
if you ever get another quarter, I know lots of things to do with it.
What, for instance, Bill?
Well, for instance, Bob, for a quarter, you can get a tube of Pepsodent toothpaste. And that's the only toothpaste that contains irium. You know, irium is the lively agent that sparks up Pepsodent's cleansing power. Gently, safely, but ever so quickly, irium helps Pepsodent remove dingy surface stains from your teeth. Persuades your teeth to shine with natural brilliance. Brushing twice a day with Pepsodent Plus irium is like spring cleaning your mouth. It gives you cleaner, brighter, smoother teeth and keeps them at high shining luster. The surefire recipe for $1 million smile is dazzling teeth. So why not invest a quarter now for a tube of Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium?
And now may I present one of the most charming and talented members of Hollywood's younger generation, soon to be seen in The Wizard of Oz, MGM singing sensation, Miss Judy Garland.
Mr. Hope, I hope that you will not be cross. I hope that you won't think that I'm a bore. But when I heard you sing that lovely song to Shirley Ross, I knew that Gable didn't matter anymore. It had to be you. It had to be you. I looked all around and finally found marvelous you. For you are the one, say what you will. With all your faults, I love you still. It had to be you, wonderful you. Had to be you.
Why, Judy, I didn't know you felt this way about me.
Oh, Mr. Hope, I used to like Clark Gable and Robert Taylor, but you're different.
I know it, Judy. I've been told that before.
Gee, I've seen all your pictures, and I listen to you every time you're on the air, no matter what the rest of the family wants to hear.
Well, I hardly know what to say. Imagine meeting my fan face to face.
Oh, but Mr. Hope, it's not that. It's deeper than that. You see, well, you're my crush. You're my dream man. You're my Prince Charming.
Now, wait a minute, Snow White. Let's not have a scene. After all, I may be just a passing fancy in your life.
Oh, no, Mr. Hope. This is the real thing. It's lasted almost 2 whole days.
Gosh, and in Hollywood, too.
Oh, you men are all alike. Always joking. Why, I don't think you even know what it means to have a crush on somebody.
Oh, don't I? How do you think I felt last week when they told me Hedy Lamarr to elope with someone else?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know. I suppose you feel you just ought to go out and jump off a cliff and end it all.
Well, I want to have a long talk with Madeline Carroll first.
Oh, well, never mind them, Mr. Hope. I'm not like other girls. I'm willing to take you just as you are. Isn't that just too wonderful?
But, Judy, look, I'm flattered. I'm glad that you told me only...
Only what?
Well, do you think I'm your type?
Oh, Mr. Hope, I know I'm not worthy of you, but you don't have to love me right away.
But, Judy, I mean, after all, I'm not exactly...
Oh, I might have known it. Are you somebody else's crush?
Well, not exactly, but, well, there are some strings attached.
Oh, then you are someone else's crush.
Well, I was, but she married me.
Oh, gee, that's awful. But I can go right on having a crush on you, can't I? From a distance, I mean.
Judy, with so many other handsome men in Hollywood, why did you have to pick on me?
Well, you see, Mr. Hope, it was like this. First, I picked out Clark Gable to have a crush on. But I had too much competition. He didn't appreciate me.
Oh, well, what could you expect from that tap dancer?
Then I had a crush on Robert Taylor, but I guess I had too much competition there, too. And after Robert Taylor, all there was left was a choice between you and Tyrone Power.
Tyrone Power. Beauty versus Beast.
And I picked you. I guess I was tired of competition.
Yeah. I guess so.
Oh, Mr. Hope, you're wonderful. Say you'll be the man of my dreams.
But, Judy, really, I'm not the kind of man for you. I'm not good enough for you. Well, I pull little dogs' tails, and I take candy away from babies. And once I gave a canary a hot foot.
You're so brave and masterful.
Well, maybe I am on the surface, but underneath I'm a no-good guy, Judy. Take my word for it. Hope is a louse.
But you're a good louse.
Yeah. No, Judy, it's no use. We couldn't get along together.
Then you're turning me down?
Don't take it so hard, Judy. None of the others did.
All right. You don't have to tell me. I know. It's the old story. It's the woman who pays. I'm sorry I bothered you. Now I know how Greta Garbo felt when Robert Taylor left her in Camille. But don't worry about me, Mr. Hope. I'll recover. Time is a great healer. But I won't forget. I never will. Though you're a cat, I love you still. It had to be you. Wonderful you. Had to be you.
Say, Judy, can a cad say a few words in his own defense before you go? Tell me, why don't you have a crush on someone near your own age?
Well, most of the boys I know think I'm only an in-between. You know, not old enough to be a glamour girl and too old to go around with dolls.
Well, I hope I'm never too old to go around with dolls. But you know, Judy, I've been having the same trouble you've had. Tell me, do you think I'm old enough for Carol Lombard?
Well, of course.
Then I guess she has some other reason.
Gee, that's too bad. Well, so long, Mr. Hope. I've got to go now.
Judy, you can't get away without giving us one of those Garland specials.
Well, all right. Would you like to hear Franklin D. Roosevelt Jones?
Would I? Let's have it.
Hey, Rufus Rastus Brown, spread the news around, all around the town. Say it's a holiday, stop your work and play, hurry on your way. Tell the world about this celebration. This is one thing that concerns the nation. Sing the glory, hallelujah, get Hosanna running through ya. I am here to say it's a big holiday everywhere. For the Jones family has a brand new heir. He's the joy heaven sent, and we proudly present Mr. Franklin D. Roosevelt Jones. When he walks down, he'll never will meet with a name like the name that he got today. When he walks down the street, folks will say, pleased to meet Mr. Franklin D. Roosevelt Jones. What a smile, and how he shows it. He'll be happy all day long. What a name, I'll bet he knows it. With that handle, how can he go wrong? And the folks in the town all agree. He'll be famous as he can be. How can he be a dud or a stick in the mud when he's Franklin D. Roosevelt Jones? Go to sleep, my baby, and maybe you'll be a Democrat by and by. Oh, you're a lucky baby with Franklin D. for your name. Mrs. Jones's baby boy is a welcome resident. Give him a fishing rod for a toy. He's the future president. Hooray for young Franklin D. Jones. Give a cheer for the babe of the year. Oh! How can he be a dud or a stick in the mud? Just you wait and see. He'll make history, 'cause he's Franklin D. Roosevelt
Thank you very much, Judy Garland. That really was great. And now, here's a word from Bill Goodwin, who has a crush on Irium.
Thank you, Bob. Nearly all toothpaste comes in a tube, keeps fresh, and is pleasant enough to taste. You can expect this from any toothpaste. But Pepsodent toothpaste has all of this, plus an important something the others haven't got. The extra something is Irium. That's the lively super addition that steps up Pepsodent's action, brightens the results. Irium helps Pepsodent remove the unattractive surface stains that cloud over your smile. It brings out the natural luster. At least twice a day, night and morning, every day of your life, brush your teeth with Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium, and you'll quickly be rewarded. It won't be long before you'll say, I never dreamed my teeth could sparkle so. I never knew my mouth could feel so fresh, so clean. It certainly feels grand to have well-groomed teeth.
I have eyes to see with, they see only you.
And now Bob Hope brings you his version of that popular new song hit, I Have Eyes.
I have eyes.
Bob, shh.
Yes, Bill.
Bob, listen, I have a swell idea how we can both make money.
No, Bill. This year I'm going to pay my income tax.
No, that isn't what I mean. I think we ought to become spies. Shh. Important spies.
Don't be silly, Bill. There's no money in spying.
Oh, no? Did you ever see a house detective on relief?
Yeah, I guess spying is a good racket if you don't lose your head.
You can be famous, Bob. Really, you can be famous. Think of the great spies in history. Think of Mata Hari.
Ah, yes. Mata Hari.
And think of Nathan Hale and Jonathan Daly and Benedict Arnold.
I can't, Bill.
Why not?
I'm still thinking of Mata Hari. But really, Bill, I couldn't be a spy. I don't know how to act.
Bob, let's leave your picture work out of this.
Yeah. All right, Bill, I'll go into the spy racket with you, but I'll have to get a spy suit.
A spy suit? What's that?
Oh, it's nothing. You just go out with a bloodhound and a black coat and vest.
And what pants?
The bloodhound.
Well, come on, Bob. Let's get busy.
Okay.
The Hope and Goodwin Spy Salon, a snitch in time pays the rent. What's that? Hope and Goodwin very good at shadowing people in dark alleys? Well, I should say so. They're real slinkers. No, I said slinkers. Okay, just a minute. It's for you, Cheese.
Cheese, Patsy, that's Chief. Take the script and read it.
That's Cheese. Take the script and smell it.
That's Cheese. I'll take the script and eat it. Hello?
This is Spy Number 1X reporting from Africa, Chief.
Greetings, Spy 1X. Where's Spy 2X? Isn't he with you?
No, Chief. The cannibals had 2X for breakfast.
Come in.
Hello?
Hello. Hey, Bill, look, she's beautiful. What grace?
Yeah, what form?
What telephone number?
Hello?
Hello?
My name is Vanya Tanya Sonia Henya Notgranovich Babuchka. Oh, but you can call me Tuski.
Well, what do you want with me?
Oh, I need help. If you do not help me, I shall have to kill you.
Kill me? Kill me?
Yes. I will shoot you or stab you or poison you. Or take you in my arms and squeeze you to death. Smothering you with kisses. How would you like that?
I'd like Dot. Say, where do you come from, Tootsie Woodskin?
I come from the little country of Schlemilia.
Schlemilia! What a small world this is.
Ah, yes. I shall never forget my last day in Schlemilia. Bombs bursting. People were dropping like flies. The streets were covered with blood. Oh, it was so beautiful.
I can see. Look, Tootski, what can I do for you?
You must save me from my cousin, the ambassador from Schlemilia, rat-faced the repulsive.
Well, what happens if I find him?
Undoubtedly, he will kill you.
And what happens if I don't find him?
Undoubtedly, I will kill you.
What's in it for me?
Either way, you'll be buried with full military honors. Until then, I say, hello.
Come on, Patsy, we got to go to the Schlemielian embassy.
Right. Hello? Oh, it's for you, Chief.
For me? Hello.
This
Mr. Hope.
Yes?
Say, listen, you'll never catch me, you old spidery spy, because you're just a ham, and hams can't fly. I ask myself this as I flit on my way. Is Hope a big dope? Oh, boy, I'll say.
Say, who is this?
Oh, just a great big stork.
A stork? What are you doing here with me?
Just looking over one of my mistakes.
Come on, Patsy. Let's go to the embassy and meet Ratface the Repulsive. Here we are. This looks like the embassy.
Yeah, look at that sign. Embassy of Schlemilia. Office hours 12:30 to 1. Treaties broken Monday, Wednesday, and Friday.
Goodman, you stay outside, and if we have any trouble with Ratface, blow up the embassy.
Right, Chief. Are you armed?
And how? I'm armed to the teeth.
There, you better not yawn or that club will fall out.
Ring the bell, Patsy.
Hello?
Tootsky.
Hoopski.
Runsky.
No, Patsy, don't run. I'm right behind you. Where's Ratface, Tootsky?
Here comes Ratface now.
Greetings, Rat. Meet a diplomat.
Why, it's Professor Colonna with the Bay Rum Aroma. Tell me, are you the ambassador?
Ah, yes, and I'm the President, Secretary of War, Navy, State, Interior, Exterior. In fact, I'm the whole schlemiel.
I can believe that.
And who is the little wren with you?
This is Matta Kelly, the international spy. She loves you, Professor.
Ah, my little Matter. You've made me so much glatter, and all my cares will scatter because your heart belongs to data.
Professor, tell me, were you ever caught as an ambassador without portfolio?
Ah, yes. Briefcase, wasn't it?
What has been your worst experience, Professor?
Once, for no reason, I was held for treason and placed against the wall to be shot.
Did they shoot you?
I don't know, Knave. I was blindfolded. Will you pardon me? I feel a bomb coming on.
Ambassador, you've blown up the whole block. Why did you throw that bomb into the street?
I love parking space.
Well, Professor, your goose is cooked.
Why so, Knave?
I can prove that you're a traitor and have been carrying on with the enemy spy, Sonia the snitch.
What proof have you?
I was in a closet and took a picture of you kissing Sonia. Here, look at the picture. What do you think of that?
Not bad. I'll take a half a dozen.
Come on, Hope. Let's get out of this place. This guy's a screwball.
Yes, isn't he? Who said that? I did. And I apologize, Colonna. I'm sorry I insulted you. Silence. I refuse to accept your apology. I am the screwball. Colonna, you are not. I am. All right, you are. Oh, so you admit it. Take that. That's one tooth gone. And that. And that. Help! I'm shooting off my mouth.
Come on, Patsy. It's nearly midnight. Goodwin should be getting ready to light the fuse.
Oh. Hey, look, the radio station blew up.
Well, I carried out your instructions, Bob.
But I told you to blow up the embassy.
Embassy? Great Scott, I thought you said NBC.
And thanks for the memory. If one more friend we've made with our small cavalcade, it's evident that Pepsodent will keep us on parade. So thank you so much.
Excuse me, Bob, but I hear you're having Jack Oakey as your guest star next week.
Yeah, and I'm really happy about that, Bill, for that great guy, great comedian Jack Oakey. And then we're going to have Patsy Kelly, Skinny Ennis and his band, our six hits in the Miss, Jerry Colonna, and
Bob Hope.
Thank you, Bill Goodwin. Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
I Have Eyes is from Paris Honeymoon, and this is Bill Goodwin speaking. Don't forget, Pepsodent with Irium brings you Bob Hope next Tuesday night at this same time. Good night.
Joe has a slight cold. Emily has the grip. Tom is home with flu. Makes you wonder when your turn is coming. Well, don't wait for flu or grip or a cold to strike you before you do something. Start now this very evening to help guard against this epidemic. Gargle with Pepsodent Antiseptic. Because it contains chlorothymol, Pepsodent Antiseptic kills germs in seconds, even when diluted with 2 parts water. Pepsodent Antiseptic containing chlorothiamol reduces the germ count in your mouth as much as 97%. And here's something to remember. No other leading brand can match Pepsodent's extraordinary germ-killing power. So gargle with Pepsodent Antiseptic tonight. Taste chlorothiamol in action and know that it's killing germs. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
We have it every day. We sing this song, it will make us strong, and it makes us shout, hooray! It's good for growing babies and grown-ups to eat. For all the family's breakfast, you can see cream of wheat.
HOJO Radio, we're your old-time radio headquarters. Stay tuned.
The Columbia Broadcasting System presents a new comedy.
My Friend Irma.
Starring Marie Wilson as Irma and Kathy Lewis as Jane, with John Brown as Al and Leif Erikson as Richard.
Friendship, friendship, just a perfect friendship. When other friendships have been forgot, theirs will still be hot. My friend Irma.
They say that knowledge is like the strong bow of a sturdy ship. That's true. I live with the wreck of the Hesperus. My friend Irma. Let me describe her to you. She's 5'2" with blonde hair and brown eyes, pretty little nose. Likes to wear low heels because they go so well with her IQ. Now, don't get me wrong, I love Irma. She's sweet and she's kind and... There are times when, well, for instance, the other night we just finished dinner and I said, Irma, why are you bringing that bag of garbage back into the apartment? And Irma said,
well, they don't collect it until morning and I don't want anybody to steal it.
You see what I mean? It's nothing to laugh at. Could happen to you. But it happened to me. Right now, for instance, I've got another problem. Irma is a bit of a hypochondriac. Right now, she thinks she's sick. She's lying stretched out on the sofa with an ice bag on her head and a hot water bottle at her feet. Irma doesn't know what she has, but whatever it is, she's going to stop it at both ends. Irma, honey, what do you think is wrong with you now?
Oh, Jane, I don't know, but when I woke up this morning, my arm was stiff.
Well, so what, honey? You probably slept on it and fell asleep.
Is that normal? One arm asleep, the other raring to go? No, Jane. I've got symptoms.
Oh, Irma Peterson, will you stop this nonsense? There's nothing wrong with you. You're as well as I am.
Oh, you'll regret those words when you have to bury a healthy woman.
Irma, you're ridiculous. You're laughable.
Yes? Well, they laughed at Thomas Edison, and he's dead.
Honey, what makes you so sure that you're sick?
Well, I'm breaking out in a cold sweat, and I see spots in front of my eyes.
Irma, the ice bag is leaking, and your mascara is running.
Well, don't try to make me feel good when I know I'm dying. Now, let me see. What shall I wear?
Wear? What are you talking about?
Well, Jane, I want to look nice when my time comes. I think I'll wear an evening gown. No, on second thought, I don't want to go formal.
Come in. Oh, hello, Richard.
Hello, Jane. Say, Irma, what's the matter with you?
Oh, Richard, I've no strength. My vitality feels like a sap.
Well, don't bother with Irma, Richard. She's got another one of her imaginary ailments.
Which one?
I don't know. We've run out of names.
Jane, you're not trying.
Jane, I've got some good news for you. We've hired a new branch manager at our Chicago office, and the company wants you to go there to familiarize him with our procedure.
Me? Mm-hmm. To Chicago? Oh, that's wonderful. Irma, did you hear?
Oh, yes, Jane, you're going to Chicago. Oh, how lucky for you. You'll see the stockyards and the Eiffel... and the Eiffel Tower.
That's in Paris.
The stockyards?
No, the Eiffel Tower. Oh, what's the difference? Richard, when do I leave?
Tomorrow morning. Now, you get a plane out of here at 5 o'clock at LaGuardia Airport.
Yeah?
And all the arrangements have been made for you.
Oh, gee. Richard, you're the nicest boss a girl ever had. I hope I'll handle it all right.
You'll do a wonderful job, Jane.
That's because you're sweet. And prejudiced.
Oh, goodbye, and have a pleasant trip. Goodbye, Irma. Keep well. Stay as sick as you are.
Oh, thanks. Gee, Jane, you're going to Chicago, and you won't be here to take care of me. I'll have to call up Chicago to see what my temperature is.
Irma, will you stop this nonsense? You know, if I thought for 1 minute that you were really sick, I'd cancel my trip and I'd stay home and nurse you back to health. But I will not put up with a hypochondriac. It's all in your mind.
Well, Jane, go if you wish. Far be it from me to stop you. But when you come back and find an empty chair, I won't be in it.
How will I know? Now listen to me. Will you help me pack and stop this death scene from Camille? You're perfectly healthy, honey, and if you get lonely, there's always Al. Dear old unemployed Al.
Jane, please don't mention Al. You see, Al and I could never be married now. I'm not well, and Al has principles. He would never allow himself to be supported by a sick woman. That must be the Grim Reaper calling for me.
Oh, stop. Come in.
Hiya, chicken.
It's not the Reaper, but believe me, it's pretty grim.
Hey, take it easy on me, Janie. It's been a murderous day.
Gee, what happened, Al, honey?
Got called down by the income tax people. Something wrong with my return.
Well, that's ridiculous. You haven't had a steady job for years.
Yeah, well, they're not quibbling about the income. It's the deductions. They want to know about that buck I gave to the Democratic Committee.
Oh, well, what about it?
I put President Truman down as a dependent. Hey, chicken, what are you doing squandering money? Every time I see you, you got a new hat on.
Al, this is an ice bag.
Honey, you ain't sick, are you?
No, Al, no. Irma's not sick. She just thinks she is. I haven't got the time to pamper her. I'm leaving tomorrow morning for Chicago.
Chicago?
Uh-huh.
Wonderful city.
Yeah.
Used to have a pal there. He was a night worker at the stockyards. But he got fired.
Why?
Used to count sheep and fall asleep. You look him up, will you? Great feller. All wool and a yard wide.
Yeah. Fine. I'll have him up for tea. Al, will you please get Irma to stop acting like a child? I've got to go out and buy some luggage. I'll be seeing you.
Al,
What, chicken?
I think I'm dying. I've stopped breathing.
Chicken, the ice bag just slipped over your nose. There's nothing wrong with you. It's all in your mind.
All in my mind?
Why, certainly, honey. The mind is very tricky, you know. Let me describe the human brain to you. The brain is located midway between your head. And it's tied at both ends by the ears. This is known as the Erie Canal. Now, your entire brain is protected by a milky fluid. And when too much of this collects in one place, you lose your memory.
Oh, yes, I've heard of that. It's called milk of amnesia.
Oh, come in.
It's only me, Professor Kropotkin. Hello, Al. Irma, my little anchovy, what's wrong with you?
Irma thinks she's sick.
Sick? Got just the doctor. Dr. Varenyeke. What a man. Keeps me in pink of condition, healthy like an ox. Don't know what I do without him.
Well, if he's so good, why are you so skinny?
I gotta work like a horse to pay his bills. Tell me, Irma, what's wrong with you?
Well, I don't feel right. I think I should have a doctor.
Professor, you got to help me convince Irma that she's well and that it's all in her mind.
Certainly. Irma, don't be a child. Forget that you're sick. Think of pleasant things. Think of this lovely room. No. Think of the fine, handsome, successful boyfriend. No. You know something? There's nothing pleasant in your life. Why? Already I'm very depressed.
Gee, Al, don't think I'm putting this on. I realize there's nothing like sickness to ruin a person's health.
Chicken, you're not sick. Now repeat after me. It's all in my mind.
It's all in my mind.
Again. It's all in my mind.
It's all in my mind.
You got it?
Yeah, Al, except for one thing.
What's that?
What's all in my mind?
Chicken, will you forget it? You're not sick. Now, come on, see me to the door and give me a big kiss, huh? Chicken, when you kiss me, why do you close your eyes?
I like to guess who it is.
Glad to see you feeling better. Well, remember now, it's all in your mind. Goodbye.
Bye. Goodbye, Al, honey. Gee, I'm glad I've got something on my mind. I used to be so lonely. Well, I think I'll open the window for some air. Hi, Irma. Hello, Merwin. What are you doing sitting on the fire escape all alone?
I got the measles.
The measles? Oh, don't be silly. It's all in your mind. Come up here and tell me all about it.
Well, I finished all my shopping, and I'm all set to go to Chicago. Gee. I'm going to miss Irma. I'd like to take her along, but I can't. Chicago's the windy city, and every time the wind whistles, Irma will call a cop and say that someone's getting fresh. But thank goodness I know she's not sick, and nothing can happen to her and spoil my trip.
Oh, Merwin, you're so silly. What makes you think you've got the measles?
Well, what are all these red spots on my face?
Well, it could be anything. Maybe you were eating Swiss cheese in the sun.
Look, Irma, it's my body, and besides, my old man's a doctor.
So what? Doctors aren't inflammable.
Would you start over again, Irma? You lost me.
Well, all right. I'll explain it to you because you're a child. You see, Merwin, your brain is covered with a milky substance which comes from the Erie Canal.
I gotta straighten you out, Irma. You're in left field, believe me. I have measles, which is an infectious malady characterized by the appearance of a peculiar eruption and catarrh of the head. A 2-week period of incubation is followed by chills, fever, and dusky red eruptions in the form of crescentic groups.
Is that the way to talk to your elders?
Hello, Irma.
Jane, you know Merwin.
Yeah, sure. Tell me, honey, how do you feel?
Oh, I feel fine, but Merwin here thinks he has measles. Tell him it's all in his mind.
What? Oh. No. No. No.
See, Merwin, Jane says no. No. No, you haven't got measles.
Irma.
What, Jane?
Can't you see Merwin has got the measles?
Jane, you forget your own words. It's only in his mind, except on him a little leaked out.
And now, between the acts of My Friend Irma, it's the Sportsman Quartet and their novel arrangement of Across the Alley from the Alamo.
Across the alley from the Alamo lived a pinto pony and a Navajo who sang a sort of Indian hi-ho to the people passing by. The pinto spent his time swishing flies and the Navajo watched the lazy skies, and very rarely did they ever rest their eyes on the people passing by.
One day they went a-walking along the railroad track.
They were swishing, not looking, toot toot, they never came back. Across the alley from the Alamo, when the summer sun decides to settle low, a fly sings an Indian hi-ho to the people passing by.
Hug, how? Across some alley from a Alamo, no live-em pony and no Navajo, no sing-em an Indian hi-de-ho, to people a-passing by.
How? Bye. How? Bye. How? One day take 'em walk along 'em iron horse track. They swish 'em, not look 'em, toot toot, ugh, never come back.
Across a alley from a Alamo in a godly starlight's tender glow.
I sing 'em Indian hi-de-ho to 'em people pass 'em by.
Now way far off in happy hunting grounds live a pony and a Navajo safe and sound. They sing 'em, dance 'em, round and round with 'em angels pass on by.
peachy. Just before I'm to leave for Chicago, Irma decides to play hostess to a boy with measles. Oh, that's what I love about Irma. She never goes out looking for trouble. She brings it right into the house. So I called Dr. Miller, and I explained the situation to him, and he told me not to worry. He didn't know whether I'd gotten the measles or not. The main thing was to get a good night's rest. So I took his advice, tumbled into bed, and was prepared to drop off into dreamland. And I suddenly heard a voice from the opposite bed saying,
Jane.
I turned around, and there was Irma sitting up in bed, cutting little round pieces of adhesive.
Jane.
Irma, what are you going to do with all that stuff?
Well, in case I get the measles, I'll cover the spots with them, then no one will know I'm sick. They'll just think I cut myself while shaving.
Look, honey, I gotta get a good night's sleep. Please go to bed and drop off into slumber. Oh, Mother. Hello? Al? Yeah, she's here. Irma, talk to him and make it fast, huh?
Hello, Al, honey. Oh, we've been exposed to measles. Know a good doctor? Uh-huh. Well, I'll ask Jane. Jane, Al knows a vet.
A vet? Well, don't be ridiculous.
But, Jane, I think we should give our business to a war hero.
Irma, hang up.
All right. Al, I'm sorry, honey. I can't give you a kiss. Measles are contagious.
Will you hang up and let's get some sleep?
Goodbye, Al. Jane.
What is it now?
Do you mind if I say my prayers?
Oh, no, of course not, honey.
Now I lay me down to bed, to rest my weary little head. I trust you've heard each word I've said. Make us better or we'll wake up dead.
Oh, well. That's very sweet, Irma.
Oh, wait, P.S. Please get Al a job.
Yeah, all right. Good night, honey.
Good night. Jane. Bloop, bleep, bleep, bloop.
Irma, what are you blooping about?
Well, the water's dripping in the basin. I can't sleep.
Well, you used it last. You shut it off.
I'm too tired to get out of bed.
Yeah. Well, just dream you're at Niagara Falls and it won't bother you.
All right. Oh, Jane.
Did you try dreaming about Niagara Falls?
Yes, I did. We got a room at a hotel, but the water dripped and I couldn't sleep.
Oh. All right. I'll shut it off. Good night.
Jane.
Irma, what is it now?
I can't sleep with the window open.
Well, I can't sleep with the window closed. Good night.
Jane. Jane, are you asleep?
Irma. Irma, are you asleep?
Jane. Jane, are you asleep?
Irma? Irma, are you asleep?
Yes, but you can open the window. It's your turn.
Thanks. Good night.
Good night.
I will go out of my mind. Hello. What? What program am I listening to? Widow Brown Faces Life. It doesn't go on till Wednesday? I'll wait. Goodbye. Oh, if I don't get some sleep.
What was that?
Mr. Hogan upstairs just got home. Probably tight again.
Yes, there goes his shoe.
Yeah, there goes the other. We can't have 3 feet.
Oh, I wonder what it was.
I think he struck Mrs. Hogan.
I think she struck back.
Well, it's quiet again, but what difference does it make now? My head is just splitting.
Oh, I'll get it. Hello? Oh, Jane, it's Richard.
Oh, dear, no. I don't want him to know I may have the measles, and yet I couldn't lie to him. You talk to him, honey. Tell him anything. I'm taking a bath, or I ran down to the drugstore.
Hello, Richard? Well, Jane isn't here. She ran down to the drugstore to take a bath.
No, I just went downstairs to leave a note in the bottle for the milkman so he'll know I'm in Chicago.
Oh, Jane went downstairs to get a bottle because she's going to Chicago with the milkman.
Hold it, honey.
Hold it, honey.
Oh, no. Give me the phone, will you? Hello, Richard? Richard, I'm sorry. It's just that I'm so upset. Why'd you call me so late? The weather looks bad and you'd rather I took the train? Oh, well, why, Richard? Huh? Because you love me? Oh, Richard, that's just... No, I'm all right. It's just that I just want to get some sleep. Goodbye, Richard.
You want an aspirin, Jane?
No, I'll be all right. I just want to get some sleep.
Would you care for a peanut butter sandwich?
No.
With jelly?
No! Irma Peterson, I beg of you, keep quiet.
Jane, are you angry at me?
Well, how could I not be? You bring a kid up here who has the measles. You know I have to leave for Chicago in the morning. You know I need a good night's rest. Maybe I ought to go to a hotel.
That's a good idea. I'll go with you.
You'll do nothing of the sort. Oh, Father. Who is it?
Me, Professor Kravats.
Oh, well, will you wait till we put some robes on? All right, you can come in.
Hello, girls. I'm sorry to disturb you at such a late hour, but I met Al. He said you may be sick.
Well, I think we're getting the measles.
So what are you worried about? Measles is nothing. Just freckles with high blood pressure. And how do you know you got it?
Well, we've been exposed to it.
So what? Al has walked past employment offices for 6 years. He still hasn't got a job.
No, Professor, I'm sure I'm getting measles.
Oh, Professor, tell her it's all in her mind. Janie's turning out to be a real hypodermic.
Irma, don't needle me. I'm not the type of person who imagines things. Why are my feet cold?
You're standing on my ice bag.
Oh. Don't be ridiculous. I know symptoms. I'm pretty sure I've got the measles.
Listen to me, Janie. You're babying yourself. That I can't stand. You've got to have discipline. Look at me. I got chills, too. I got terrible headache. I got a pain in my back. You know something, girls? You're talking to a very sick man. Go to bed immediately. Good night.
Irma, there's only one thing to do. It's the only decent thing to do. I've got to call Richard and explain this whole thing. Hello, Richard. Jane. Richard, I can't go to Chicago. I'm getting the measles. Don't you dare say it's in my mind. Richard, please, you're not talking to Irma. I don't imagine things. Well, goodbye, Richard. Here's a kiss for good luck.
Oh, Jane, don't kiss him. You know, measles are contagious. Just shake hands with him.
Yeah, I'll do that. Good night, Richard. Oh, Irma, I better get into bed. Where's the rubbing alcohol?
I loaned it to Al. He's entertaining friends.
Oh, come in.
Hello, Dr. Miller.
Hello, girls. I just got back from the hospital. I want to apologize for not being able to see you sooner.
Oh, well, Doctor, it's much too late. You see, I caught the measles from Merwin.
That's what I wanted to tell you. Merwin is a hypochondriac. He has a strawberry rash, so he calls it measles.
Only a strawberry rash?
Yes.
Oh, Irma, I feel like such a fool. Everything I said about you is true about me.
Yes, only I'm younger.
Yeah. Well, I've got to call up Richard and tell him I can go to Chicago after all.
I don't understand.
You see, Doctor, I told Jane it's all in her mind. Just like this morning, when I felt sick, they convinced me it was all in my mind.
You were sick this morning?
Yes, but it was only my imagination.
Hello, Richard. Richard, I just called to tell you I have some wonderful news.
Hold it, Jane.
What is it, Doctor?
I just took a look at Irma. She's got the measles.
Richard? Oh, the wonderful news? See you in 2 weeks.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Those three beautiful stars all use Lux toilet soap regularly. You know what a forthright person Joan Blondell is.
Yes?
Well, when I asked her about her complexion care, she said, "A Lux girl? You bet I am. Active lather facials really work for me."
Lux Soap Beauty Facials do make skin lovelier, all right. Skin specialists proved it. In 3 out of 4 cases, daily Lux Soap care made skin softer, smoother.
The fact that so many famous stars recommend Lux toilet soap shows how right it is for delicate skin.
Now, there's a beauty counsel for lovely ladies everywhere. Why not make fragrant white Lux toilet soap your daily beauty soap? Remember, it's Hollywood's own complexion care. The choice of 9 out of 10 lovely stars.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
We invite you to enjoy Life. Life with Luigi, a new comedy show created by Cy Howard and starring that celebrated actor, Mr. J. Carroll Nash, with Alan Reed. A year ago, when Luigi Basco left Italy to start his new life in America, he promised his mother that he would write and tell her about his adventures. So now let's read Luigi's letter as he writes to Mama Basco in Italy.
Dear Mamma Mia, America is a land of many wonderful things. And the most wonderful thing is the radio. This invention must be to keep people in the streets. Because all the time I hear a man say, run out to your nearest grocer. Yesterday, I'm listening to my favorite story, Mamma Mia Perkins. And 3 times the man is chasing me out to my grocer. So I'm make up in my mind the next week I'm going to hear a whole story. I'm bringing a grocer to my house. Anyway, Mamma Mia, I'm try to be real American. Man on the radio says, run to grocery and buy coffee. I buy coffee. He says, run to a drugstore and buy razor blades. I buy razor blades. Other night, there's come on a program, a Grand Central Station. I'm turn it right off. Mamma Mia, I'm not going to buy the Super Chief. But Mamma Mia, I'm going to learn a lot from a radio. But I'm going to learn even more from my night school class. Miss Spaulding, she's a smart and a beautiful teacher. And when she's holding my hand in hers to teach me penmanship, I'm feel like my fountain pen is going to faint. Well, it's the time for my class, so I'm going to go for more education. And maybe more penmanship.
All right, class. All right, quiet. I'll call the roll. Mr. Basco.
Present.
Mr. Horowitz.
Present.
Mr. Olson.
Present.
Mr. Schultz.
I'm here, but I didn't bring a present.
Mr. Schultz, please. Now, class, I have an important announcement to make. Inasmuch as our little class is 6 months old, I've decided to hold an essay contest. The essay will be on What is America? Now, you all know what an essay is, of course.
Oh, but certainly, of course.
Yes, Mr. Schultz?
SA is abbreviation for South America.
No.
What then is abbreviation for South America? SB?
No, it's SA.
You see, I was right. I'm always right.
Please, Mr. Schultz, please.
To tell you the truth, it was a lucky guess.
Mrs. Spaulding, I think I know what is an essay. Essay is something you write, is a composition.
That's right, Mr. Basco. And I want everyone in the class to prepare an essay. I've invited a few of our local dignitaries to judge this contest. And this coming Tuesday night in our auditorium, we'll have refreshments. You can bring your friends, and each of you will address the group.
Address the group? My goodness, ain't they going to be wearing no clothes?
That is not what I mean.
What do you mean?
Speech, Mr. Schultz, speech.
Oh, with pleasure. Miss Spaulding and fellow Cougars, unaccustomed as I am to one.
All right, Mr. Schultz, that's fine. But save it for the contest. Now, one of our local merchants is going to donate a prize, and we expect to have a good crowd, probably 200 or 300 people. Mr. Basco, what are you writing?
I'm writing a note telling you I'm going to be sick at Tuesday night.
You don't have to be jittery, Mr. Basco. Everyone there will be your friends. Oh, and here's a bit of advice. When you get up on that stage, just keep saying, I'm not nervous, I'm not nervous, I'm not nervous.
All right, but while I'm selling that, who's going to make a speech for me?
Luigi, wait for me. Oh, Luigi, you walk so fast. I'm so pooped, I'm gonna pop.
You know, Schultz, I like more than anything to win this contest. But I'm here only 1 year, and I know so little about America.
Luigi, I'm here 30 years, and I'm just as stupid as you are. Look, Luigi, if you think you don't know enough about America, why don't you go speak to people who do know? Like your postman, for instance.
Schultz, I'm learning nothing from my postman. Huh? I talk to him every morning since I've been here, and always he say the same thing.
What's that?
My feet is killing me.
And talk to your banker. Oh, say, Luigi, why don't you go to your friend, Alderman Johnson?
That's right. Alderman Johnson. He know everything about America. I go right now to see him. Thank you, Schultz. Schultz. Yeah? Ain't you never nervous when you got to make a speech?
Well, I never was before, Luigi, but now maybe I will be. You see, I got a trick. When I make a speech, I never think there's people out in front of me. I'm always imagining they're sitting there, Betty Grable, Lana Turner, Hedy Lamarr, and Rita Hayworth.
Why you say you're nervous now?
Because lately there's a new face in the audience.
Oh.
Ali Carr.
Come in. Hello, Mr. Alderman Johnson. You remember me? I was here last week.
Why, certainly. I know every voter in my district. Never forget a face. What's your name?
Luigi Basco.
You see, I guessed it. Well, what can I do for you, Basco?
Mr. Alderman Johnson, if you was going to make a speech about America, what would you say?
Well, that's simple. America, land of the free, home of the brave, country of unequaled opportunity where every man can vote as he pleases. And I promise, if elected, to guarantee...
Please, Alderman Johnson,
please. A chicken in every pot, 2 cars in every garage.
Mr. Johnson.
All right, 3 cars.
Mr. Johnson.
You don't get another car if you drop dead.
Mr. Alderman, I was asking you about America.
Oh, yes. America, my favorite country. America, the broad, wide land where 140 million Americans are joined together into one great union.
I always thought there was 2 unions, AFL and a CIO.
No, Basco. The USA, land of the free and home of the brave. And I promise, if I'm elected...
Alderman Johnson, please. I appreciate very much what you tell me. But where can I get the facts about America and the history?
Well, you can go to the public library, but you won't find out more than I know. Why, my head's filled with facts. Let me tell you about the Pilgrims landing at Plymouth Rock in 1776.
Excuse, it was a 1620.
Let me quote you Lincoln's Gettysburg's address. I have but one life to give to my country.
Wasn't it 70 years ago?
The unforgettable words of Paul Revere on his famous horse ride at midnight. I do not choose to run.
Wasn't it 1 if by land and 2 if by sea?
Basco, you'd better go to the library.
What's the matter?
How do you expect to learn anything if you keep interrupting me?
Hey, my friend. Hello, Luigi. Hello.
Hello, Pasquale.
What's the matter with you, Luigi? Your face is looking like it's a lost, it's a best of friend.
Well, Pasquale, it's a long story. I gotta make a speech about America, and I'm trying to get us some facts. Schultz couldn't help me. So I went to my alderman, and then I go to the library.
Sure. Go to everybody except the fellow what's bringing you from the older country, Pasquale. What's happening, nothing. Why are you running like a crazy caterpillar around the tree when all the time you could have come straight to the sap?
You're so right, Pasquale. Nobody's a bigger sapper than you.
That's a funny thing. When I'm saying it's a sound different.
Well, Pasquale, I'm now coming to you for a help. Lady in the library said before I can get a card, I must get a 2-character reference who signed this paper for me.
Well, the library. I'm glad you're coming to educate a man. Give me the paper. I read. O 2 persone firmare chietato per protezione.
Pasquale, where do you see Italian words?
I'm just translating so I can understand what I'm reading. Luigi, I'm glad to sign this paper for you, and I'm going to get other signature for you, too.
Thank you, Pasquale. My countryman.
Sure, a countryman should help each other out. Luigi, I do you a favor, maybe you do me a little favor.
Sure, Pasquale. One hand should always wash up the other.
Good. I'm going to sign a paper for you. You sign a paper for me.
All right, Pasquale. What the paper you want I should sign?
A marriage license with my daughter Rose.
Nothing to do, Pasquale. Nothing to do. Your daughter Rose is too fat for me.
You call it 250 pounds of fat? That's a skinny.
Too much skin.
Luigi, you bad businessman. How much is the way normal a girl?
About 125 a pound.
So my Rose is the way 250? You lucky fellow, you get 2 girls for 1 price. Luigi, be sensible. You marry my daughter, and I'm going to pay for a free honeymoon to Niagara Falls for you and the Rose.
It's no deal, Pasquale. I'm not going to Niagara Falls with a barrel.
Oh, Luigi, you're making me so mad I would have thrown you out of the store in a second. If I could have found another boob to get stuck with a Rosa.
Pasquale, you mean you're not going to sign this library paper?
I mention you in 2 words. N-O. Now, Mr. Speech Maker, what are you going to have to say Tuesday night, eh? I'm going to be there with a Rosa and the rest of the crowd. You're going to be so stupid we all laugh at you like a big boob.
Not yet, Pasquale. I'm going to get 2 other people to sign it.
Oh, sure. And who's going to sign it for you, my broken-down little antique deal, eh? What 2 people are you going to get? Caesar the Roebuck? Flotsam and the Jetsam? I.J. and the Fox?
All right, go ahead and make fun of Pasquale. But I find the 2 people. They sign up for me, then I go to library and I get the cyclopedia.
Cyclopedia? Luigi, my son, Mary Rose, I buy you a bicycle.
Pasquale, cyclopedia is a book.
What? Out of my store, you stupid fool. Now, even if you want to marry Rosa, I don't want you.
What?
Any man who's crazy enough to ride around on a book, he don't belong into my family.
And now for the second act of Luigi Basco's adventures in Chicago, we turn to page 2 of his letter to his mother in Italy.
And so, Mamma Mia, looks like I'm not going to win a speech contest on what is America. Because I'm not going to get 2-character reference for library. Pasquale, he's turning me down. And he's make everybody else turn me down. Only 2 people who would be willing to sign up for my character that are now in Italy. Uncle Pietro and his goat. And Uncle Pietro, he can't assign his name. So I go back to the library and I tell a lady I'm going to make a bargain with her. And instead of taking a big encyclopedia and giving her 2 reference, I'm going to take a smaller book and give her 1 reference. She just say no. So I say, how's about I take a pamphlet and I leave her my hat for deposit? She just say no. I guess maybe my hat doesn't fit her. Anyway, I'm sitting in my antique store wondering what I should do next when the door is suddenly open up.
Well, Luigi, my fellow booble, are you all ready to win the contest on What is America tomorrow night?
Schultz is worse than that. I think I'm going to have nothing to say.
But that's too bad, Luigi, but that's good for me. Without you, I think maybe tomorrow night I will be crowned Miss America. Well, smile, Luigi, smile. Remember that behind every dark cloud is peeping a little Tom.
Hey, Schultz. Schultz. You know something? I'm just to get an idea.
Oh.
You're a businessman. Maybe you sign a character reference for me in library so I can take out the books.
Books? Why, Luigi, without books, I would be lost. I got 1 book in my delicatessen for the last 2 years.
It takes so long to read?
Who reads? I tear out the pages and wrap up herrings in it.
Schultz, please sign this paper for me so I can get a book from a library.
Well, I love to, Luigi, but I can't sign. You see, this book I'm talking about belongs to the library, and it's overdue. You see, I got it since January the 2nd.
Well, Schultz, it's only a few weeks since January the 2nd.
1911?
Oh, Mamma mia, Schultz, if nobody is going to sign for me, I think I'm going to go right now to Miss Spaulding and tell her I'm out of the contest.
No, Luigi, wait a minute. If you only want to study in a book, just go to the library in the research room.
You mean is it not necessary to have a card?
Of course not.
Schultz, thank you for this information. I'm going to go right now to the library. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Luigi. Oh, Luigi, wait a minute. Wait a second. Yeah. When you walk out of the library, if you should see a nice fat book with a lot of pages, you see, I'm running short for my herrings.
Oh, no. Goodbye, Schultz. America, I love you. You like a papa to me. Excuse me, Mr. Library Lady. My friend, he's telling me something about the research.
Yes?
So if you don't mind, I'm like to search this place.
If you tell me what you're looking for, sir, perhaps I can help you.
Well, I'm like to study a book on what is America. And if you give me advice, I'll be happy to listen.
What era?
What era? Lady, you can talk in either one. I'm here good in the boat.
I meant any particular date?
Well, I'm interested in finding out...
Quiet, please.
I'm sorry.
There are people reading. You'll have to lower your voice.
All right. I'm interested in finding out...
Too low.
I'm interested in finding out...
Too loud.
I'm interested. How's that? Good. I'm interested in finding out...
Quiet, please.
Now, just go over to that filing cabinet, look under the A's, and you'll find hundreds of books listed under America.
Thank you so much. It's so quiet here. Everybody's a read for themselves. Guess they don't want nobody else to should enjoy. Here's the cabinet. Oh, there's a little card in the front of each box. Let me see. What does first the card is say? To bug. That's so funny. Libraries have got bugs. Well, I'm looking for a book I pull out this drawer. Oh, I guess I pull out the too far. I'm sorry, people.
Quiet, please.
There. Drawer is a back, and now I'm looking at through cards. A lot of cards under America. Hey, what's this? America, see. Excuse, please, Miss Library Lady. This is a card that say, I should see you.
What?
Sure, and this is a card that say, America, see us.
That's U.S.
Well, that's us.
It means United States. Look under you.
Huh? What am I going to find under me?
In the card cabinet, United States.
Oh, all right. Thank you. Now, this is the time I pull them out the slow. Mamma mia, short the drawer. I wonder what's happened to that other fella. Maybe he's a go home. Well, I look for book. United States, also see under. He's a back. I'm sorry. United States, see Colombia. Colombia. Ha! Colombia, gem of the ocean. See, God bless America. God bless America. See, Irving of Berlin. Mamma mia, I'm going to spend all this time looking for America, and I'm going to wind up in Berlin. I try under A again. Let me see now. America. Rise of America. Hey, that's so good. Rise of American Civilization by Charles and Mary Beard. Mr. Library Lady.
What is it?
Please, I'd like to see this book on America by Charles and Mary.
But what's the last name?
I don't know, but they both got beards. No, that's not the right. The Mary can't have a beard.
Well, you must mean The Rise of American Civilization by Charles and Mary Beard.
Uh-huh.
The book is right here on the shelf.
Thanks.
Here, take it.
Thank you.
Please try to be quiet and sit down.
Oh. Excuse me, please. Mamma mia, what am I go through for that speech? Hey, wait a minute. This book look good. I read. The first man to reach America was a Norseman named Leif Erikson. That's a big lie. Hey, library lady. What about the Christopher Columbus? Quiet! I don't know. What the?
I'll have to ask you to leave.
Please, I'd be quiet.
It's too late. You'll have to go now.
But I no got a speech.
Well, you've made too much noise. Please leave now. This way out.
Mamma mia. A lot I'm learning in the library. I can just see myself standing up in an auditorium in front of Pasquale and the rest of the people tomorrow night. And all I'm going to be able to say is, quiet, please.
So, in conclusion, fellow pupils and classmates, let me say, America is just like a big delicatessen. In the north is salami, in the south is bologna, in the east is sauerkraut, and in the west is California. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. Well, we've heard from almost everyone in the class, and now we'll hear from our last speaker, Mr. Luigi Basco.
Mrs. Spaulding, I got only one thing to say.
What's that?
I'm not here.
Come now, Mr. Basco. Everybody was just as nervous as you. Now, come on up here on the stage. Come on. That's it. Fine.
Ladies and gentlemen, business people and a guest of honor. I'm having lots of trouble finding out information and stuff about America. So I'm not to have a regular speech. I'm not have anything from books. All I can tell you about what is America is now a little more than a year since I'm arrived in America. How I'm remember exciting a speech Captain he makes on a boat. He tells how America is a big melting pot. He says if you want to enjoy the pot, you gotta melt. Captain is a talker so much about the melting pot that by the time I step off of the boat, I'm feel like a beef stew. But now I know what the captain means. America is a place where everybody is living nice together. Only I think Captain make one mistake. Here is a fast. Everything is a speed, a quick. People is a hustling, a bustling, a rushing. Fast, always in a hurry. America is not the melting pot. It's a pressure cooker. But is a pressure cooker what I like? Because, well, take our own class. We got the Miss Spaulding, Schultz, Olson, Horowitz, and the me, Basco, and we all best of a friend. I'm proud of America. Someday I become a citizen. I hope America is to be proud of me. Well, I think I'm finished.
Well, now that the speeches are over, the judges will select the winner. In the meantime, there are refreshments in the back. Thank you.
Luigi, you big fool. Just like I must say, your speech was so bad and nobody's even a clap of hands for you.
Listen, Pasquale, I know. I'm feeling bad enough.
All right, Luigi. Maybe this is going to teach you a lesson. Forget about a foolish night to school and education. That's not for you. You should have get married like every normal man.
Maybe you're right, Pasquale. But who's going to marry a dope like me?
I got it just to the right to match. Rosa! Rosa! Rosa!
You called me, Papa?
Come here, Rosa. Say hello to Luigi.
Hello, Luigi.
Hello, Rosa.
Rosa, even though this Luigi is the dumbest, the most stupid, the biggest, the greenhorn boob, I think we're still willing to marry him.
Me too.
Oh, shut up, you
Now, will everyone take his seats? We are now ready to announce the winner of our contest. In the unanimous opinion of the judges, who, like you, were so touched they were unable to applaud, I am happy to say it is Mr. Luigi Basco.
Mamma mia.
And Mr. Fisher, one of our judges, would like to make a special award.
Thank you, Miss Spaulding. Mr. Basco, I understand you had quite a bit of trouble trying to get a library card. I happen to be the head librarian for this district, and it gives me great pleasure to present you with a library card of your own.
But I have to have 2 character references.
Mr. Basco, a man of your character doesn't need reference.
Mamma mia, it's wonderful. But, Pasquale, you make me feel so terrible, like the worst day of my life. But no more. From now on, I'm never coming to your store again, never.
And now for the award which was so generously donated by one of our local businessmen, Mr. Pasquale.
What?
Mr. Basco, you have just won 2 weeks free meals at Pasquale's Spaghetti Palace.
Hello, my son.
Go back
Land's very own. That is, when our young son Daniel hasn't picked it up and carried it off to his room.
Oh, there you have it, Ray. Even a mere youngster can play it.
Jimmy, you can hardly miss getting those 7-inch records onto the big center spindle correctly. And what's there to do after that?
Nothing but press one button once and enjoy up to 50 minutes of music.
And what music, Jimmy? Such rich tone.
And there's the second great feature of the RCA Victor 45, quality. The third is its low cost. 45 automatic players begin at $12.95, and 45 records as low as 46 cents. Those 15 dance albums you mentioned, Ray, cost $12.45 less when purchased on 45. And that's only 50 cents short of the price of a completely automatic 45 attachment. With record savings like this, it's no wonder all America is swinging to 45.
Best swing I've ever seen, Jimmy.
None better, Ray. Friends, join the swing to 45 when you buy your next record.
HOJO Radio, where the classics come alive.
Here he is, folks. You laughed with him when he played the Marine in the movie Wake Island. And soon you'll see him with Alan Ladd and Brian Donlevy in 2 Years Before the Mask. He's Hollywood's magnificent mug.
I came up the hard way. When I was 6 years old, the doctor discovered I had an extremely high IQ. But luckily, I grew out of it.
The American Meat Institute presents William Bendix in The Life of Riley. The meat people of America, providing a great food for a great nation. If all the areas of these United States devoted largely to pasture and grazing lands for raising your annual meat supply were put together, you could drop 20 states the size of New York on it and still have room to spare. Yes, sir, we're a nation of meat eaters, America. And now, on behalf of all those engaged in supplying meat to the nation, the American Meat Institute presents The Life of Riley. Right now, Riley and his friend Jim Gillis are talking about the big football game of the season, which to them means the battle next Friday between the Green Goats of the John J. Boskowitz Junior High School and the Maroon Maulers of Mazeppa Junior High. Listen to the enlightening debate.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Listen, Riley, I'm telling you, like a friend, them Boskowitz Green Goats ain't got a chance against the Mazeppa Maulers.
Yeah, who says so?
My boy Elmer says so. He ought to know. He's captain of the Mazeppas.
The trouble with you, Gillis, is you're prejudiced. Family loyalty's okay, but just because your boy's on a team, that don't mean the team is going to win.
Maybe so, Riley. But what makes you so sure the Green Goats is going to win?
Because my boy is on the Green Goats. And he ain't just a beefy fullback like your Elmer. Junior's quarterback on the Goats. They call him Spark Plug Riley.
I heard his spark plugs is full of carbon, too.
Well, not my boy. Junior's been giving his team some trick plays that are absolutely impossible.
My team don't need no play. They just take the ball and walk down the field with it, brushing off them Green Goats like flies.
Yeah. You want to bet? I'll bet you $1 million that the Green Goats win.
How much?
$2.
Riley, I wouldn't take your money on a sure thing. Put up your dough.
Well, it ain't right to bet on school sports, or I would.
Come on. Let's see the color of your money.
You can take my word for it. It's green. But it ain't clean football when you bet money on it.
Backing down, huh? Well, I don't blame you.
I ain't backing down. But instead of betting cash, I'll bet you a trip to the Bijou movie theater that my boy's team wins.
Let's make it interesting, Riley. I see you that trip to the movies and raise you a dinner.
Okay, we'll have dinner at Luigi's Spaghetti Heaven and Meatball Mardi Gras. Gillis, I see you at the movies and the dinner, and I'm throwing in our wives.
It's a bet. They go, too.
In a taxi.
I see the taxi and raise you flowers for the ladies.
And a new hat for me to be wearing.
I'll be wearing the new hat. Okay, you're on, Riley.
Okay. And the loser pays off right after the game. Movies, dinner, flowers, taxi, and a new hat for the winner. Right. Loser pays off. And Gillis, when I say loser, I do mean you. So, Peg, I foxed Gillis into a deal where he's taking us out for a big evening. Free, gratis, and for nothing.
Well, that's fine, Riley, but how do you know this will all be on Gillis?
Oh, that's very simple. With them trick plays of Junior's, his team can't lose.
I'm not so sure. Junior's been acting kind of gloomy tonight.
Oh, athletes always get worried. Where is he?
In the next room, at the desk.
Well, I'll go in and give him a little pep talk.
A plus B. Oh, hello, Pop.
Hello, Junior.
A plus B over C minus D equals X.
Hey, that's a real tricky little play you got on paper there.
Yeah, it's tricky, all right.
Only if I was you, I wouldn't send X through the center of the line between A and B. I'd make C throw a forward pass.
This ain't football, Pop. It's algebra.
Algebra? Junior, stop straining your brain with that stuff. You ought to be in bed resting your skull for practice tomorrow.
I can't help it, Pop. I gotta hand this algebra in to Miss Jessup tomorrow. Then if I don't, she'll keep me after school, and then I can't practice.
You gotta practice. How many algebra examples she give you to do?
50.
50? Where's that teacher's school spirit? How long you been at that algebra tonight?
Half an hour.
How many out of the 50 you got left to do?
50.
That's sabotage. If it takes you a half hour to do one, it takes 2 half hours and an hour. It'll take you 100 hours to do 50. That algebra teacher ought to take arithmetic. Don't you know you can't get done tonight?
I gotta get it done tonight.
I'm going to phone her right now.
Oh, no, Pop. You better not.
Why not? She can't bluff me. I like to hear how she thinks a football player can do 50 algebras a night and still make any first downs.
Well, Pop, she didn't exactly just give me this algebra to do all tonight.
Well, you said it had to be all in by tomorrow.
Yeah, but she kind of handed it out the first of the month. I kind of forgot it until tonight.
Junior, leave this be a lesson to you. Don't put off till tomorrow what you should have done last month.
Oh, yeah, but...
Junior, look, I work at a war plant. If I didn't do my job right last month, putting in every rivet I was supposed to, you know what would be happening today? American pilots would be flying over Germany without planes.
Oh, yeah, but Pop...
Look at you. Stuck with 50 problems and no practice. And me with a bet on your team.
It's wrong to bet, Pop.
Don't change the subject. I had a better backwater in front of Jim Gillis. Now your team's got to win or I'll get the ha-ha. Come on, get busy on that algebra and hand it in tomorrow so as you can practice.
Oh, gosh, Pop, you just proved it couldn't be done by tonight.
Oh, certainly it can be done. All you got to do is do it faster.
Okay, but I won't be any good at practice tomorrow. And if the quarterback's no good, the team goes to pieces.
Yeah. And if the team goes to pieces, they lose the game. And I got another mouth to feed. Jim Gillis and his wife, too.
You have to buy them dinner?
Yeah. And can they eat? If you leave an arm on a table, Gillis starts putting ketchup on it. And... Junior, my head is made up. Give me that algebra book.
What are you going to do, Pop?
I'm going to do this homework, and you're going to bed.
Oh, gosh, thanks, Pop, but can you do algebra?
Can I do algebra? I'll breeze through them 50 problems like nothing.
It's 3 o'clock in the morning. Aren't you through with that algebra yet?
Well, no, not quite. I had 50 problems to do, but I'm in the home stretch.
How many have you left to do?
45.
Oh, Riley. You only did 5 in 6 hours? Oh, is it very hard?
Well, you know, in algebra, they ring in a lot of letters on you. I get along okay with A, B, C, and Y, Z, but they keep asking me to find X.
What do they do with X when they find it? I sort of forgot.
Well, I don't know, but they think they gotta have it then. It's tough to find X because it's what they call an unknown quantity. How am I going to find something when a guy that wrote the book admits he don't even know what it is?
But that's what algebra teaches, dear. How to discover something you don't know.
Yeah. Well, ever since I was in school, they've been looking for X. If they ain't found it in all this time, I don't know how they expect me to get it in one night.
Oh, maybe you better get your sleep, Riley.
No, I'm not done doing. I'm no quitter. I'm doing this stuff if it takes me all night. And Junior's turning it in the morning so as he can practice and win that game. What time did you say it was, Peg?
5 after 3.
I'll bet that money-mad Gillis is sleeping like a log.
Hiya, Junior. Don't forget practice today and right after. Okay. Secret signals and trick plays. Tell the team. Gosh, listen, Junior. I don't know if I can get to practice. I'm afraid Miss Jessup is going to keep me in on account I haven't got my algebra. Stop it. You should have done your homework. Oh, yeah? I suppose you got yours done. Sure, I got them all done. Duh. You want to see them? Okay. Look at my book. Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle. Hey, Walleyes, look it. Riley's got all his algebra done.
Come on, Riley's got his algebra.
Ah, now you done it, Stumpy. They all gonna copy my answers. So what? You don't want one of your own team kept that after school, do you? Oh, no, but...
Yeah, Riley, nice work. Come on, guys. Let's get Riley's answers down fast. And we all get to practice today.
Come on, guys. Hey, wait, fellas. I ain't giving the whole school my answers. Of course not. We'll keep them private.
Yeah. Just between us 11 guys and the team.
You home from work? Oh, my, you look tired.
Oh, what a day I had. I had to work with one hand. I used the other to prop open my eyes.
No wonder, after being up all night doing Junior's homework.
I got it done, didn't I? All 50 answers, neat and good. Gillis kept asking me what was I so sleepy for. Did I burn him up?
Oh, how?
I told him I dreamed I won the bet, and when he was paying off with dinner, I ate so much fancy food it gave me a nightmare. Boy, I got that Gillis worried. I hope I can keep awake until it's time to go to sleep.
Well, why don't you take a nap before dinner?
I guess I will. But wake me up as soon as Junior gets home from practice.
Well, he is home.
Huh?
Uh-huh.
Couldn't have been a very long practice. Hey, Junior, what goes? Why ain't you practicing?
A plus B over Y minus Z equals X.
Junior, this is where I came in yesterday. Is that algebra again?
Oh, yeah, Pop. Some more of that Miss Jessup's work.
Junior, did she give you more algebra after you handed in them 50 examples I did last night?
Oh, yes, sir. I handed in my answers, and then the rest of the team handed in their answers, and we was all set to go to practice, and all of a sudden that Miss Jessup says, by an odd coincidence, I find that 11 boys in this class all have the same answers.
So what? 11 boys all know their stuff.
And then she says, by an odd coincidence, these 11 boys are all on the football team.
Oh, is that so? I suppose with her it's a crime to play football, huh?
And then she says, and by an odd coincidence, these 11 boys are the same 11 boys who are getting 50 more problems to do tonight.
What? She can't do that to me.
So we all had to come home and do algebra instead of practicing.
No practice. After me working all night.
And if we don't have the new 50 done by tomorrow, she says we can't play the game at all. We'll be ineligible.
I've heard enough. That Miss Jessup is a spy from Mazeppa High. She's working for the wrong school. She must have half of Gillis's bet. This is a frame-up. Oh, gosh, where are you going, Pa? I'm going to see that Mrs. Jessup and give her some pieces on my mind. I'll give her algebra. Mrs. Jessup, I'll tell her, if A for algebra equals B, we get beat in that game tomorrow, then X is going to be the unknown place where you'll be looking for a new job.
In a moment, we'll see what happens when Riley locks horns with Junior's algebra teacher. But right now, this is Ken Niles, O.M., orator for meat. Well, the other evening at rehearsal, two of our girls in the cast, during a breathing spell, were talking over the home food situation. I came up just in time to hear this one. If you're a bridge player, you'll get it. You know, one of them said, I believe it was Peg, when in doubt, lead hamburger. Well, that lead wins the trick every time as far as I'm concerned. Because look what you get in hamburger. All meat. Sizzling, glistening brown, easy carving, not a bone in a carload. A homey flavor that rings the bell any place, any time. Remember, in buying meat these days, you may not always get the kind and cut you want because large shipments of meat are going to our fighters and our fighting allies all over the world. But your meat man usually has that good, tender, easy cooking, easy eating hamburger. You like it. Junior likes it. Dad likes it. I like it. William Bendix likes it. Lou Kozloff is a hamburger fiend. So, help yourself to hamburger, and along with highest quality eating, get proteins of highest quality, the kind all meat is noted for. Meat, you know, is a yardstick of protein foods because meat measures up to every protein need. And now back to the life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. We left Riley on his way to see Junior's algebra teacher and deliver a lecture on the evils of homework for football players, especially when the father of one of the players stands to lose a bet and eat crow if the team loses tomorrow's big game. As we rejoin Riley now, he is tapping a bit nervously at the door of Miss Jessup's apartment.
Yes?
Good evening, teacher. Miss Jessup. Junior Riley is my father. His father. I mean, I am.
Oh, well, do come in, Mr. Riley. I'm always glad to meet the parents of my pupils. I hope you'll excuse all these papers on the floor. I'm doing some homework.
Homework? Who makes you do homework? The principal?
Well, it's my job, Mr. Riley. I have to correct and grade all the homework done for the class. But sit down, do.
Oh, thanks. Miss Jessup, I'm here to say something about Junior's homework.
That's very thoughtful of you. It could be improved.
No, doubtless you are very correct, Miss Jessup. But on the other hand, how about football? And what's with all this algebra? You can't put algebra up on the scoreboard against them Mazeppas tomorrow.
Perhaps not, Mr. Riley. Nor can I put a home run on a student's report card.
Home run? Miss Jessup, don't you know nothing about football?
Very little, I confess. I went to a girls' college several years ago. To me, football is a superfluous adjunct to the curriculum. After all, what is football?
What is curriculum?
I am not averse to helpful exercise, but in the larger game of life, Mr. Riley, algebra is more important than any sport.
Who to?
Pardon me?
I say who to is the more important to. You know, you never see no algebra scores in the newspapers, do you?
No, but no.
You never heard no big cheering section in the grandstand yelling, block that unknown quantity.
I've never heard a cheering section yelling anything.
Miss Jessup, are you kidding? You never saw a football game?
No, Mr. Riley, I'm not kidding.
Miss Jessup, you've been going to school too much. I'm taking you personally to that game tomorrow. May I?
Why, I'd love to go.
Oh, that's swell. Now, listen, you want to see a good game, don't you? You want to see your school win, huh?
I would not be averse to a favorable decision if the boys play at all.
Play at all? They gotta play. It's the big game. You ain't gonna stick to that fantastic idea of them handing in 50 algebras tomorrow, are you?
I most certainly am.
Oh, have a heart, Miss Jessup. Look, them boys give you 50 algebras today, and you sock them 50 more.
Yes, Mr. Riley. By an odd coincidence, 11 boys with the same set of answers.
So what? Look, there's only one right answer to any one of them gimmicks, am I right?
Certainly.
Okay, now I got you. Everybody that gets the right answer gets the same answer. What's so funny with them 11 being right?
Nothing. That would be fine. But they all had the same answers, and every answer was wrong.
Wrong? My answers, Junior's answers were all wrong?
They were.
What a revolting development this is. Were the answers very wrong?
Fantastically wrong. You see, Mr. Riley, it was obvious that all the boys had copied their answers from one boy, who, I'm afraid, is not on par mentally with the average 13-year-old child.
He ain't, huh?
I pity his poor parents.
Yeah, especially his father.
I had no choice but to discipline them.
But that team's got to play tomorrow. Listen, why take it out on all of them? Why don't you just punish the boy that gave them all the wrong answers?
I could do that if the boy would confess.
You would?
Yes, because then I could talk to that boy and make him promise to stop spreading ignorance among my pupils.
Okay. The team's got to play, so if you promise just to punish him and let the rest of them play, I'll tell you what boy got the wrong answers.
I promised.
Okay. I'm the boy.
Oh, Mr. Riley, a grown man.
Well, not quite. I'm still grown. I did Junior's answers, so they all must have taken his. I mean mine.
I see.
So now you'll have to let the team play and just punish me. I wear a size 7 and 5/8 dunce cap.
Very well, Mr. Riley. I'll keep my bargain. The team shall play.
Oh, thanks. That's great.
Now, for your punishment, just sign this slip of paper.
Is that all? Oh, sure. Give it here. There you are. It's all signed.
Now, perhaps you'd better read it, now that you've signed it. Mr. Riley, I want you to carry out what you promised on that paper.
Oh, sure. Let's see. I hereby agree to attend all classes assigned to me at adult night school. Hey, nothing doing. Give me back my signature. I can't go to school now. I'm 38. How'll it look? I'll never see my wife.
If you want that team to play, you'll report to my algebra class for beginners tomorrow night.
After 25 years, I'm going back to school. What a long recess. Green and white.
What's that whistle?
Time out.
What's the situation now?
It ain't good.
It isn't good.
You said it. It's rotten. 5 minutes to play, 6-0 in favor of the Mazeppas, and we got the ball on our own 1-yard line.
Well, that isn't so bad. All one of our boys has to do now is take the ball and run 99 yards through the other team. That could be done.
Sure, if he was a tank.
Oh, football is so thrilling. I'm glad you brought me, Mr. Riley. And wasn't it sweet of the team to present me with these flowers?
Oh, they appreciate you letting them play. They might have appreciated me who done their algebras for them. After all, a 10-cent cigar only costs 15 or 20 cents.
But you did the problems wrong.
Well, all right, then one measly cigarette. They're starting again. Squash them like grapes and pick up the pits. 3 cheers for John J. Buskowitz.
Mr. Riley, I echo those sentiments.
They're lining up. If Junior don't throw a forward pass now, I'll disown him. He's going. It's a beauty. Stumpy's going for it. He's going to fumble.
Oh, I'm so glad.
No, he held it. He's running for a touchdown. He's over it. It's scoring time.
Get off the brakes and pick up the seeds. 3 cheers for John J. Buster. Oh, it doesn't work out, does it?
Oh, now look. If we can kick a conversion, we get an extra point. We win by 1 point.
Oh, I can't keep the figures in my head.
Miss Jessup, you should give up algebra and take up arithmetic. Take my word for it. If the ball goes over that thing that's out there between the posts, it's our game.
Look, isn't that Junior? About to kick?
Yeah, my boy Junior.
Block that kick! Block that kick!
No! Here he goes. We win! Have I got a son or have I got a son?
Oh, it was very gratifying. Oh, I must see all the games.
Ah, you're okay, Miss Jessup. You're a good sport. And what a sense of humor.
Humor?
Yeah, that gag you pulled on me about going to night school. For a while there, I thought you meant it. What a killer. Well, I'll be seeing you sometime.
Mr. Riley, you'll be seeing me in my class at night school tonight.
You weren't kidding?
I most certainly was not. You be there at 9 o'clock.
Yes, teacher.
Well, here I am, Riley. The taxi's outside with the missus, and I'm here to pay off the bet.
Bet? Oh, yeah, Gillis. You're taking us all to the movies and dinner.
Yeah, right. You know, the ghost was covered with horseshoes, but they won, and I'm paying off. Friday, we said, right after the game, huh? Oh, here's your flowers, Mrs. Riley. Come on, Riley, let's go.
You go on, Peg, and take Junior instead of me, huh?
Nah, come on. What's wrong? Oh, listen. Here's your new hat, too, Riley. It's the biggest I could get. Size 7 8/8. Hey, what are you doing with all them books in the book scrap?
Oh, I'm getting ready for school.
School? At your age?
Age has got nothing to do with it. It's ignorance that counts. I can't collect my bet tonight because I signed up with Miss Jessup. I got to go to night school. Algebra for beginners.
What do you know? School day, 0 gold.
Cut it out, Gillis. I ain't no kid. Well, I guess I better go.
Hey, wait a minute. What's that sticking out of your pocket?
Oh, that's an avocado.
What for?
That's for the teacher. I couldn't find an apple.
The Rileys will be right back. You know, Mrs. Niles and I have a theory. You don't need to coax people to eat a good breakfast. Now, take me, for instance. Just put a platter of crisp little pork sausage links in front of my plate at breakfast, or a few slices of golden brown bacon, just long enough for me to get one whiff of that breakfast meat fragrance, and boy, I eat. So I suggest that in order to get folks to eat more of the breakfast they ought to eat, you women add a little more breakfast meat to the breakfast table. And just as a reminder, may I mention that there's a wealth of food energy in those good breakfast meats, as well as the right kind of proteins in every meaty bit of lean. All meat has the right kind of proteins, right to grow on, right to maintain body tissues on. Meat is a yardstick of protein foods because meat measures up to every protein need. And remember, the nutritional statements just made are accepted by the Council on Foods and Nutrition of the American Medical Association.
Oh, hello, Pop. Home from school already?
Yeah.
Riley, what are you doing?
My homework.
Homework?
Yeah. I got 50 problems to do.
Oh, Pop, you go to bed. I can sleep tomorrow. I'll do your homework.
You will? Gosh. Thanks, Junior.
Oh, but Riley, 50 problems the first night?
Well, yeah, you see, the teacher caught me in the coat room smoking.
Tune in next week at this very same time for a lot more laughs when Riley becomes a pilgrim and heads for the woods to shoot a Thanksgiving turkey. The Life of Riley stars William Bendix and is sponsored by the American Meat Institute. William Bendix as Riley appears on this program by arrangement with Hal Roach. The Life of Riley was directed by Don Bernard with music by Lou Kozloff and came to you from Hollywood. This is Ken Niles saying, see you next week. This is the Blue Network.
You worked too hard, you ate too much, the cheesecake made you greedy. Let your aching head and stomach hear this message from old Speedy. Alka-Seltzer, plop, plop, fizz, fizz. Oh, what a relief it is. Plop, plop, fizz, fizz. Oh, what a relief it is. Ah, those speedy Alka-Seltzer bubbles burst into action to relieve your upset stomach and aching head fast. Use only as directed. Oh, what a relief it is. What a relief.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
We present My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning. This is the story of Mr. and Mrs. Cougat, the record of a happy marriage. Two people who live together and like it. The comfortable front bedroom of the comfortable suburban home of the Cougats doesn't look very comfortable this morning. Articles of clothing are strewn about the floor and across the bed. George hurriedly plows through the debris getting dressed, while Liz tries to cram all of their things into 3 suitcases.
Liz, dear, what's all this stuff you're packing? We're only spending the weekend at your mother's, not the whole summer.
Well, I'm only taking the bare necessities. Slacks, sunsuit, a few dresses, shoes, cosmetics, hose, undies.
Well, what have you packed for me?
Your toothbrush and trunks.
Is that all?
I want you to get a good tan.
Pack some clothes for me, Scatterbrain.
I wish you were driving out to Mother's with me, George.
No, it's impossible, darling. Can't miss my board meeting.
I wonder what the surprise can be that Mother's been telling us about.
I'm afraid to guess. Her last surprise was the wrestler she was sponsoring. Remember him? He called himself the Hawk. Oh, what a wrestler.
Yeah, in his first match, the Hawk flew clear out of the ring.
Well, if she has another wrestler, I'll just throw him out of the house. Woody? Evidently, you've never heard of Gorgeous George.
You are gorgeous, George.
Finish your packing.
Where's my new bathing suit? I can't find it.
Your new bathing suit? Well, maybe a moth had a spare second and ate it.
Here it is, and it isn't that skimpy.
It's shameful.
You're too prudish.
You're too nudish.
You should see Alice Sturm's bathing suit. She got arrested at the beach.
Must be pretty bad.
Oh, it was. But they couldn't prosecute.
Why not?
No evidence. Which nightgown should I take? My canary yellow or my parrot green?
What about your goose chartreuse? Well, gotta run now, honey. See you tonight. Drive carefully.
George Cougat, don't you criticize my driving. I'm a good driver.
Sure, honey. You've never driven up a telephone pole.
Of course not.
Anyway, not to the top.
Ha ha, very funny. I read in a magazine that more accidents were caused by men than by women.
Yeah? When did you read that?
The other day while I was driving downtown.
Liz, darling.
Mother, you look marvelous, so young and healthy.
Oh, it's this country life, dear. I found there's nothing better than fresh milk and clean soil.
Well, it's certainly done a lot for you.
Yes. Makes a wonderful mud pack. Where's George?
Well, he had to attend a board of directors meeting. He'll be up later.
Oh, they're having them during the day now. That's nice. Your father always had to go to the board meetings at night.
At night?
Yes, poor dear. Tell me, are they still holding them at the Whoopee Club?
No, Mother. Now the bubble dancer comes to the bank.
Oh.
Mom, what's this big surprise of yours? I've been wondering about it all the way up here.
Oh, well, see if you can guess.
Well, some of the things you do, Mother, I'm almost afraid to guess.
Oh.
Let's see now. Pole vaulting?
No.
Motorcycle hill climbing?
No.
Skywriting?
Oh, no, you're way off.
Well, I'll have to think of something a little more sensible.
But this is very sensible.
Chickasaw Indian tap dancing.
Oh, Liz, really? Chickasaw Indian tap dancing. Oh, I wonder if they teach that at Arthur Murray.
Now, we're not talking about Arthur Murray. What's your surprise?
Well, you'd better sit down.
I don't need to sit down. What is it?
I'm going to get married. I see you decided to sit down.
I always do when my knees buckle.
You seem so surprised, dear. I suppose you thought that I was too old to get a husband.
I thought no such thing. You're very beautiful.
Oh, I do have a few wrinkles, though. Of course, just on the outside.
That's right, Mother. And they're just happy little crow's feet.
Oh, I know you're going to love your new father, Liz.
Tell me all about him. Who is he? Where'd you meet him? What's he like?
Well, his name is Daniel Carson, and I met him in Houston. Oh, he's a real Texan, Liz. He's just like Gary Cooper. Not quite that tall, of course, and a little older, and he wears bifocals.
Oh, but he's just like Gary Cooper.
Well, they're both men.
Well, he sounds grand, darling. How'd you meet him?
I was walking past the theater, and as he rushed up to buy his ticket, he knocked me down. He was in quite a hurry. It was a Randolph Scott picture.
He really did sweep you off your feet.
Skinned both my elbows. He apologized, and he asked me to see the picture with him. But, of course, a young girl couldn't accept an invitation from a man she didn't know.
Of course not.
But I'm not a young girl, so I accepted.
Mother, do you suppose this man could be after your money? Not that you aren't beautiful.
Oh, no, dear. He's quite wealthy himself. He owns several oil fields. Oh, he has a huge ranch, factories, and... oh, dear.
What's wrong, Mother?
You don't suppose I'm after his money, do you?
See now. You were in Houston last April. Have you been engaged all this time without telling us?
Oh, no, dear. Dan and I have been corresponding, and it just happened. He asked me in his last letter.
What'd he say?
Dan isn't a man of many words, dear. Well, here's his letter. You read it.
My dear Louise, howdy. Love, Dan. P.S. Will you marry me?
Oh, I've read it over and over again. I almost know it by heart. Oh, you know, he's coming in on the 5 o'clock train, Liz. And I've made all the arrangements for the church.
Now, just a minute, Mother. Before you go any further, I think we'd better have a little talk.
A talk? Well, what about, dear?
Well, Mother, you're getting married, and I think there are a few things that you should know.
Oh, Liz, dear, Liz. Don't you remember 10 years ago when you were going to get married? Didn't I take you into the parlor for a little talk?
Yes.
Well, I haven't forgotten any of the things you told me. Dear, I thought little Susan Palmer could be the flower girl, and maybe George could be the best man.
Oh.
Why, Liz, dear, what's wrong?
I'm just so happy for you.
Well, then why are you crying?
Well, you cried when I married George.
Well, that was different, dear.
Oh, Mother. My little mother.
Oh, Liz, darling. Please don't cry.
Oh, Mother, I can't help it. You'll understand someday when you have one of your own.
Liz.
In here, George.
Oh, honey.
Kiss, kiss. Come on, give me a kiss. Kiss, kiss, kiss. I want a kiss. Give me a kiss. What's the matter?
I never board a train when it's moving.
Well, it's standing in the station now, ready for refiring.
Nut. Okay, conductor?
Mm-hmm. Steam's way up.
Careful you don't burst your boiler.
When there's any danger, the whistle blows. Kiss me again. Watch out, George.
Can I carry your bags, ma'am?
Oh, George, wait till I tell you about Mother's secret.
Yeah, what is it?
I can't tell you. It's a secret.
Liz.
George, a secret's only a secret if it's kept a secret. You know about the whispering grass. The grass told it to the trees, and the trees told it to the breeze. You understand, George?
Yes, very clear. Your mother's been out in the grass whispering to trees.
Just forget about it, darling. You'll find out. Better get dressed for dinner.
Won't tell me, huh?
Uh-uh.
All right. You have your secrets. I have mine. I just thought of something. Oh, what are you laughing about?
Nothing, but if you're going crazy, I want to go with you.
I'm not going crazy, Liz. I was just thinking about the time I took Myra Ponsonby on the hayride. You've always wanted to hear what happened.
You're not going to get me to tell you Mother's secret that way.
No, of course not. Forget it, dear.
You think you're pretty sly. Who cares what happened when you went on the hayride with Myra? What could happen on a hayride? You're just trying to arouse my curiosity, but it won't work. I've gone on hayrides, lots of hayrides. They were all in the spirit of good fun. We'd go down some dark, lonely country road, stop the wagon. Some of the couples would go blackberry picking. We'd just sit there in the hay and... George, Cougat, what happened on that hayride?
It's a secret, remember? The grass?
The heck with the grass. What about the hay?
Now, you tell me your secret, and I'll tell you my secret.
All right, Mother's getting married. Now what... George, what happened?
I bit the stem off my pipe. Your mother's what?
Getting married. Now what happened on the hayride?
Oh, Jimmy Paterno dropped his cigar and we had a weenie bake instead. Now, Liz, now what's this business about your mother getting married?
Well, we're going to meet her fiancé tonight. Mother met him in April. They've been corresponding, and in his last letter, he proposed.
Where'd your mother meet him?
In Houston, in front of a theater.
You mean he picked her up?
He knocked her down first. Now hurry and get dressed, George. We want to look nice when we meet him.
All right, but I wish your mother had consulted me first. I might have refused his proposal.
I should hope so. You're already married. Mother, sit down and relax.
I can't, Liz. Dan will be here any minute.
Now, you've got to calm down, Mrs. Elliott.
Yes.
I remember how nervous I was when Liz and I got married, but I had a simple formula for overcoming it.
What was it?
He fainted.
I didn't faint. I just relaxed. All of a sudden.
I'm so nervous. I haven't been this upset since the day my scales were broken, and I thought I gained 200 pounds.
There's your man, Mrs. Elliott.
Now, don't all of you stare at me. I'll let him in.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello, Dan. Will you come in?
Reckon I will.
Are you embarrassed, Dan?
Nope. Well, reckon I'll be going now.
Dan, you just arrived.
Well, just don't know what to say, Louise. I ain't a man of many words. Had me a long-winded speech wrote down on the back of a cigarette paper. Forgot and smoked it.
Well.
Yeah.
Mother.
Oh, Liz, dear, I'm sorry.
Well, I guess we kind of forgot our manners, Louise, standing here chattering like a couple of blue jays.
Yes. Dan, this is my daughter, Elizabeth.
Hello, Mr. Carson.
Even prettier than the picture your mama sent me.
Mother sent you my picture?
Yep. Laying on a blanket, taking your bottle.
Well, I've changed quite a bit since then.
Yeah. You're a lot longer now. Got a little more hair, too.
Well, when I was a baby, I used to wear my hair very close to my head, under the skin.
I'm George Cugat, Liz's husband. How do you do, Mr. Carson?
Well, hiya, George. Say, I like the way you shake hands, real tight, like you mean it.
Oh, you have quite a grip yourself.
Yeah, hate wishy-washy shakes. Like to feel a friendship there. Ain't never forgot Herb Jackson, the friendliest feller I ever met. Broke 7 bones in my hand.
We'll be having dinner in a moment, Dan. Would you care to go upstairs and wash?
No. Took care of it before I left Houston.
Well, I'd better wash. I've never been to Houston.
I got a little surprise for you, Louise.
Oh, a surprise, Dan. Well, what is it?
Oh, it's coming later. Yeah, I guess I'm ready for Chuck now.
Chuck, Mr. Carson?
Yeah, that's what we call dinner in Texas, Lizzie.
What about late at night when you go down to the icebox and sneak a snack? What do you call that?
Snuff.
Enjoy your dinner, Mr. Carson?
Oh, I reckon it did, George. It's mighty fine grub.
Grub? What's grub?
Chuck.
I'm waiting for that surprise, Dan.
Well, it ought to be here in a little while, Louise.
Mr. Carson, I understand you have some oil property in Texas.
Yeah. It was originally my granddaddy's. He got it from some Indians. Swapped them for it.
Swapped them for oil property? What did he give them? Colored beads, bits of cloth, fire water?
No, $650,000.
Did you ever meet an Indian, Mr. Carson?
Yeah, Lizzie. Sorry I did, too.
Oh, did you have trouble with him?
Kinda.
Did you kill him?
Nope.
Did you hurt him?
Kinda.
With a gun?
Nope. Backed over him in a gas station.
Mr. Carson, I understand along with your oil properties, you have quite a ranch, too.
Oh, yeah. Got me a nice big ranch. Ain't it, Louise?
It's really tremendous.
What do you call your ranch, Mr. Carson?
Dallas.
What about my surprise, Dan?
Well, it ought to be here any minute, Louise. Let's see. Well, this is sure going to be a fine wedding. A pretty bride.
And you'll be a rather handsome groom yourself, Dan.
Well, I went to a lot of trouble for the ceremony. Spent all day yesterday at the chiropractor's having my legs straightened out.
You should have kept your pants on. They're still bow-legged.
Tell me, do you have a horse, Mr. Carson?
Oh, now there's something that I like to talk about. You bet I got me a horse. His name is Shotgun.
Shotgun? Do you feed him or load him?
Oh, he's a good old horse. Had him for 18 years. Showing his age a little. Graying around the tail.
Oh, now that's nice. I think a gray tail makes a horse look distinguished.
As I always say, an old horse is just as good as a new horse.
I've never heard you say that, George.
Well, you've never been around while I was talking to an old horse.
Oh.
Why don't we all go out on the porch?
Oh, I reckon that's your surprise now, Louise. Excuse me.
Oh, what do you suppose that silly boy's gotten me?
Mother, you're holding that third finger out too conspicuously.
Well, here's your surprise, Louise. Come on in, Slim.
Greetings from Texas, everybody. Gee-ho.
Slim's my old saddle buddy, Louise. He's gonna be our best man.
Oh?
Dan, you old hornswoggle son of a rattlesnake.
Slim, you old saddle-sore mule buster.
You old leather-eating coyote.
You old thieving noose dodger.
You old horn-toad.
You old siffy cat.
You old prairie dog.
You old...
Dan, he's going to be our best man?
Yeah, some surprise, huh, Lou? Slim, this year is Louise.
So that's her. Well, doggone. Twang my banjo, bust my britches, doggone. Gull dern, ding dong darn. Dan.
Slim says he likes your figure, Lou.
Oh, Mother's always had nice galderns.
Oh. Here's a little galdern something I brung you, Miss Lou, for when you and old Ding-Dong Dan set up galdern housekeeping. Doggone.
Thank you. Towels. How nice. Aren't they, Liz?
Oh, yes. Look, George, a set. Hers and his'n.
I'll be right back, Liz. I think we're going to need some smelling salts.
I heard that. If you don't like my vapor, just open some windows. Doggone, Dan. Who's the strawberry roll?
Oh, this is my daughter, Lizzie.
God darn it, she's pretty. A ding-dong redhead, too. Makes me want to kick off my boots and jump smack dab barefoot into a doggone tub of sow belly. Bust my britches. Bust my britches.
Bend over.
Doggone, Dan, I just can't wait no longer. I got a darn surprise for you outside. Music for your wedding.
Music, Dan?
Yeah, just a minute. Oh, I mean, just a doggone minute.
Oh, Slim, you brought the sons of the singing sagebrush.
You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear, how much I love you. Please don't take my sunshine away.
Whoa!
Howdy, Clem.
Dan, what did Slim say about music for our wedding?
Oh, I know they ain't the best, Miss Lou, but Spade Cooley weren't available.
Oh, there ain't no finer music in the sons of the singing sagebrush.
Sing some of that there wedding music for 'em, sons.
I'm ahead for the last roundup. Whoa, horse, make up your mind.
Dan! Son!
Mr. Carson, have you ever thought that Mrs. Elliott may have other plans for the music at her wedding?
Lou? Why, Lou is loco about the sons, ain't you, Lou?
Well, Dan, they were all right when we went to the barn dance in San Antone, but I had planned on other music for the wedding, and I more or less thought that George could be the best man.
Oh, I'm being the best man. Who's George?
I'm George.
Now, look at here, George.
Shoot him, Slim.
George is going to be the best man, aren't you, George?
I say I'm going to be the best man. What do you say, George?
Well, Liz, I think Slim really has his heart set on it.
Is this going to be a wedding, or is this going to be a wedding?
That's a very good question.
Well, let me hear some more of that wedding music, son.
Oh, promise me that someday you and I will take our love together to some sky.
Wahoo! Son! Oh, shut up!
Shoot him, Slim!
Oh, shotgun sure would love this.
George, where are those smelling salts?
How's your mother, dear?
Doctor says she'll be all right. All she needs is quiet.
Fine. I got a room in town for the surging sons of the screaming sage.
Did they mind leaving?
Yes, I think they were a little hurt. As they walked away, they were singing something called I Don't Think They Like Us Here and I Wish We Were Back in Texas Blues.
Poor Mother. The way she tried to smile when Slim brought in that box of dirt so their marriage could be held on Texas soil.
I can see the write-up of the wedding in the paper. To the soft strains of Beat My Desert Doggie 8 to the Bar, Louise Elliott and Daniel Carson were married. On the altar, campfires blazed brightly.
And the highlight of the affair was when the bride threw her bouquet of cactus and pinned 3 flower girls to the parson.
I won't let your mother go through with it, Liz.
Well, Mother confided in me, George. She doesn't want to go through with it.
She doesn't?
No. But unless Mr. Carson leaves, she'll have to marry him.
Oh, fine. Well, what could possibly make Mr. Carson leave? Who is it?
It's me. It's Dan.
Well, speak of the Carson.
Hello, Liz. George.
Why, Mr. Carson, you look so sad.
Well, I can't help it, Lizzie. It's a terrible thing that's happened. Terrible thing.
Oh, Mother's going to be all right, Mr. Carson. Don't worry.
It ain't your mother. Shotgun's down with a hoof and mouth disease.
Shotgun? You're more worried about your horse than Mrs. Elliott?
Well, I reckon I'd be pretty worried about her, too, if she had hoof and mouth disease. Poor old Shotgun. I just got a phone call about him from a Western Union office. I got to go to Shotgun.
You aren't leaving?
Yeah, reckon so. But I'll always remember Louise. I'm going to keep the picture I got of her. And I'd be obliged if she'd keep my box of dirt.
Well, I'm sure she will, Mr. Carson.
Well, goodbye, Liz. Bye, George.
Goodbye, Mr. Carson. Don't bother to shake. I'll just slam the door on my hand.
Goodbye, and I hope Shotgun gets his hoof out of his mouth.
Liz, he's gone.
And Mother has a box of dirt.
What'll she do with it?
Oh, it'll make nice Christmas presents for people who don't have dirt.
Darling, he's gone, but let's not make light of it. He was a nice old guy. Yeah. You don't have anything against him, do you?
Why, certainly not, George.
I hope his horse will be all right.
It'd be a shame if Shotgun popped off before he got back.
Liz, I can't get over the coincidence of this thing. Here we're sitting in our room, and you're saying how nice it would be if Mr. Carson left. Mm-hmm. In walks Mr. Carson. Had a phone call from Western Union, and he's leaving.
Positively amazing.
Well, I guess we can go break the news to your mother.
She already knows about it.
What?
I made the phone call from her room.
Liz.
Want to send a telegram?
No, dear. I can't sleep.
Why not?
I keep lying here waiting for you to say, George, are you asleep?
Do you love me, George?
Madly.
Would you swim oceans to be at my side?
I'd swim oceans to be at your side.
Would you climb mountains to be at my side?
I'd climb mountains to be at your side.
Would you get up and get me a glass of water?
No.
Why not?
I'm pooped from climbing those mountains and swimming those oceans.
Please get me a glass of water, George.
All right. What smells so good?
I left the top off my taboo.
I thought it was night-blooming jasmine.
Why does jasmine only bloom at night?
Oh, they have a very strong union.
I love you, George.
I love you, too.
Remember, I want cold water. That's the left faucet.
Yes, Liz, the left faucet.
Oh, George, I've changed my mind. I'd like a Coke instead.
Okay. Which faucet is the Coke?
Oh, never mind. You'd have to go downstairs. I don't want you to leave me. I'll take water.
Here you are, darling.
Thanks, little cuddle puddle.
You're welcome, little drip. Good night, honey.
Good night, dear.
What's the matter, Liz? You got a feather leak in your pillow?
No. I was just thinking that I'm pretty clever. Today I figured out a way to make someone not marry someone. And if I wanted to, I could scheme a way to make someone marry someone.
You really think you could?
Mm-hmm. I did it once.
You schemed a way to make someone marry someone?
Yes.
Who?
Good night, George.
Just ahead. ahead, there will be many days that are cloudy and gray. Isn't it very important on such days to have your home bright and cheerful? Your kitchen especially, where you spend so many hours? There's one thing that will brighten your kitchen more than anything else. Gleaming linoleum floors kept fresh and spotless with Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. Glow Coat requires no rubbing or buffing. There's practically no work to it. You just apply Glow Coat, it shines while it dries with no further work from you. It not only keeps your floors beautiful, but it actually makes linoleum last many times longer than an unprotected floor. Glow Coat is safe, easy to use, and sure to please. Try some tomorrow on your floors. Ask for Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat, GLO-COAT.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
From Hollywood, Colgate Tooth Powder presents The Mel Blanc Show with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Hans Conried, Earl Ross, the sportsman, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Yes, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you The Mel Blanc Show with Mel playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
Summer night in Mel Blanc's little town. The spirit of romance is in the air, and the courting Casanovas are buying favors with which to greet their girlfriends. In the florist shop, Sam Brown is saying,
Here's $5. Give me the best orchid in the place.
And in the sweet shop, Henry Jones is saying,
Here's $10. Give me the biggest box of candy you got.
And in another shop, Mel Blanc is saying,
I want some flowers and candy for my girl Betty. Here's my money. Okay. Hey, Joe, give this guy 2 daisies and a jelly bean.
So Mel had it wrapped as a gift and presented it to Betty. Right now we find Mel sitting with Betty in her front parlor, enjoying their favorite pastime, looking at the family album.
Oh, look, Mel, here's a picture of my cousin Dottie when she was 2 years old.
Oh, what a cute little bathing suit.
Yeah. And here's a picture of her taken 17 years later.
Still wearing the same bathing suit.
Isn't it awful how little girls wear these days?
Yeah. Terrible. Dottie sure is...
Mel, turn the page.
Okay.
What are you laughing at?
Oh, Betty, who's that stupid, anemic-looking character you're standing next to?
Darling, that's you.
What a handsome devil.
Oh, here's a picture of my great-grandmother in uniform. You know, she served in the Civil War on the southern side.
What do you know, a Confederate whack? Gosh, look at Dottie. I can't get over
Now,
her.
stop going back to that page. Oh, here's a picture of Uncle George Colby and his wife waving goodbye from the ship before they left for France.
Well, who's that big woman waving back?
That is the Statue of Liberty.
Oh, the Statue of Liberty.
Yeah.
Well.
Now, stop looking at Dottie's picture.
What's the matter, Betty? You're a little cross today.
Well, I don't know how to break this to you, Mel, but Father is moving the family away from here.
Oh, but Betty, what about your father's supermarket?
He's found a buyer from out of town.
But where will you live?
Well, if the deal goes through, Daddy and he will exchange houses.
Oh, Betty, we've got to get married right away.
Mel, you've been saying that for 5 years.
Well, I'll buy the supermarket myself.
But you have no money.
I'll go to the bank and get a loan.
But, Mel, you have no credit.
Then I'll get a GI loan.
Mel Blanc, I refuse to wait another 5 years.
But, Betty, I may never see you again. I won't let your father do it. I'll burn the supermarket.
Oh, look. There's some man coming up the steps. I've never seen him before.
Say, do you suppose it could be the man who's going to buy the supermarket?
Well, Dad and I have never seen him, but he's supposed to be here tomorrow. That's why Father went out for the evening.
Betty, I've got it. If it is the buyer, I'll pretend I'm your father and kill the deal.
Oh, but Mel...
Betty, I've heard your father yell so often, it's a cinch for me to do it. Besides, I'm a natural-born actor. See if I don't sound like your father.
Mel Blanc, I'll break every bone in your body.
But, Father,
Mel... come in.
How do you do? My name is Billings, Percy W. Billings. I'm here on a matter of business. Is Mr. Colby in?
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Billings. I'm Colby, and this is my daughter, Betty.
Your daughter? You look rather young to be the father of this girl.
Why, she's only 12 years old.
12? She's a rather mature girl for 12.
Oh, you think so? You should see her cousin Dottie.
Father, get away from that photograph album.
I know that I was due in tomorrow, Mr. Colby, but my astrologer told me the stars were more advantageous for our meeting tonight. Aquarius was crossing Pisces, and the best sign for supermarkets is Aquarius and Pisces.
Yes, I've seen the sign, A and P.
Oh, a fellow astrologer.
No, I'm much more concerned with the bumps on the head.
Do you use phrenology?
No, Band-Aids. Oh, let's get down to business. Daughter, do you mind leaving the room? Mr. Billings and I have a deal to make.
All right, Father, but be careful.
Oh, daughter, you can leave the album here.
By the way, I hope I didn't inconvenience you by arriving tonight instead of waiting until tomorrow. The stars, you know.
Oh, that's quite all right, Mr. Billings. Too bad you didn't get here a little earlier.
Why?
Oh, you missed a beautiful fire at the supermarket.
Supermarket?
Yes, everybody in town was there, except Joe Moore, Phil Carr, and Mac Brown.
Was it necessary for them to be there?
Yeah. They're the firemen. Oh, but it didn't matter. The fire went on without them.
That must have caused a great deal of damage at the market.
What market?
Oh, this is dreadful. I came here for nothing. Something must have gone wrong with my horoscope. I knew I should have had another meeting with my astrologer before I left.
Oh, hello, everybody. I'm home. Oh, it's you, Mel. Haven't you left yet?
You got home early, didn't you?
Who is this man?
Oh, that's my son.
You've got the oldest children I've ever seen.
Children? Pardon me, sir. Who are you?
My name is Billings, Percy W. Billings.
Oh, I've been waiting for you. My name is Colby.
But this man's name is Colby. In fact, he just told me the supermarket burned down.
Oh, so long, everybody.
Where are you going?
To put out the fire.
Mel Blanc? Wait a minute, Mr. Billings. I'm Colby. This man is Mel Blanc. The market didn't burn. In fact, I'm selling because I don't want my daughter Betty to see this nincompoop again.
Well, I'm confused. There's only one thing for me to do.
What's that?
I must send for my astrologer and consult with him. Where is the telephone?
Oh, right there.
Thank you.
Oh, and Mel, as long as this is your last visit to my house, allow me to show you out personally.
Oh, you don't have to, Mr. Colby.
Oh, yes, I do.
He's so polite. Oh, what a mess. If Mr. Billings consults that astrologer and buys a supermarket, Mr. Colby will move out of town and I'll never see Betty again. Gosh, what'll I do? I wonder if her cousin Dottie has a phone.
Use Colgate tooth powder. Keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
You meet a girl and say, let's dance, but that breath of trouble says no romance. You think you could be guilty of this breath of trouble? I mean, unpleasing breath? It happens to thousands without their knowing. So just do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name, Colgate tooth powder, with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
And now, Victor Miller, the sportsman, and Blue Sky.
Blue skies smiling at me. Nothing but blue skies. Do I see? No, nothing but blue skies with bluebirds singing a song. Nothing but bluebirds all day long.
Never saw the sun shining so bright.
Never saw things that were going so right.
Noticing the days they're hurrying by.
When you're in love, my, they fly high. Blue days, troubles, all of them gone. Nothing but blue skies from now on. Blue skies smile at me. Bluebirds river song. Well, I never saw the sun shining so bright. Never saw things that were going so right. Noticing the days hurrying by when you're really in love. My, they fly high. Blue days, all of them gone. Nothing but blue skies. Blue skies from now on.
Well, it looks like Mr. Colby is going to sell his supermarket and move out of town with Mel's girl, Betty. However, before completing the deal, Mr. Billings has sent for his favorite astrologer and has asked him to hold a meeting at the Colby house. Mel is desperately trying to figure out something to do to stop him. Right now, we find Mel in his fix-it shop talking to Betty's kid brother, Tommy.
Gosh, Tommy, everything happens to me. Do I have to lose my girl? Do I have to do everything wrong? Do I have to be a failure?
You don't have to, Mel. You're just doing what comes naturally.
Gee, Tommy, I wonder why your father hates me so much.
Maybe it's because he tries so hard.
Oh, I just can't understand it. Is it because I have no money? Is it because I'm unsuccessful? Is it because I'm unreliable? Tommy, say something. Don't just stand there nodding.
Look, Mel, it looks like my papa's going to sell the supermarket to Mr. Billings. Now, I like this town and I don't want to leave, so I got an idea. I'm supposed to go down on the train and bring the crystal ball gazer to my house. Now,
wait a second, Tommy. Here comes Mr. Cushing, my lodge president.
Hello, Mel. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
Greetings, mighty potentate. Ugga, ugga, boo, boo, ugga. Oh, pardon my saying so, Mr. Cushing, but you're not looking very well.
Yeah, I know.
Something you ate?
No, someone I married. What an argument we had last night, Mel.
You had an argument with a little woman?
Mel, she may be little, but she's all mouth. Yada-da, yada-da, yada-da. All day long she follows me around yapping at me. You know, Mel, it's almost impossible to concentrate on my housework.
You do the housework? Why don't you put your foot down?
Mel, the only time I put my foot down is to start the vacuum cleaner.
Gosh, your wife sure is tough.
Tough? She's the toughest woman in the world. Mel, when we have an argument, my wife doesn't go home to her mother. She sends me. believe her in a minute if she didn't have all that money. And I don't know why I'm standing here telling you all this. It's just that I don't know who to talk to.
Well, if you think you have troubles, Mr. Cushing, listen to this. Mr. Colby's selling the supermarket, and my girlfriend Betty's moving out of town.
Well, is there no way to stop them?
Well, it all depends on a certain astrologer who's arriving tonight to hold a meeting with a buyer.
Well, Mel, suppose someone sidetracks the astrologer. You take over as the astrologer's assistant, and as such, you advise this buyer not to buy.
Gee, that's a wonderful idea. How did you ever think of it so fast?
My boy, after living with my wife for 25 years, I've developed a criminal mind.
I gotta go now. Oh, where are you going, mighty potentate?
Well, I've got two alternatives. They're showing a Boris Karloff picture at the Bijou, or I can go home and look at my wife. So long, Mel. Ugga-boo, ugga-boo,
Ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo. Ugga. Oh, Tommy.
Yes, Mel.
Hey, do you want to stay in town?
Oh, yeah.
Well, here's how you can do it. Get a hold of my assistant, Zuki, and tell him to meet the astrologer at the train.
Oh, I get it, Mel. But who's going to look into the crystal ball at my house?
Who do you think?
What a disgrace. Whitmore the Mystic 2 hours late. Zuki, can't you get this car started?
Well, don't worry. I'll fix it. Now, you see, you take this wrench here and you tighten the carburetor. You tighten the carburetor. You tighten the carburetor. Come on, Yogi, let's push.
Hello? Oh, Zuki. Oh, Whitmore the Mystic is with you? Well, where's Mel? He'll be here any minute. As the Maharaja? Okay, good. So long. Oh, Father, the Maharaja should be here any minute.
Oh, good, good. Although, Mr. Billings, now that the deal is all set, I can't understand why you want to depend on some fake Maharaja to tell you what to do.
Mr. Colby, my man is no fake. He is a Harvard graduate. His name is Whitmore, and his approach is purely scientific.
Oh, well, that's the way you want it.
Oh, that must be him now. Come in. Hello.
Oh, Yanko, Maharaja, he say, what's up, Doc?
Who are you? I didn't think anyone like you would come.
You were expecting maybe Maharaja Nussbaum.
Where is Whitmore the Mystic?
Oh, Mystic couldn't come. He called Crystal Ball Union. They send me.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
Oh, good for you. You properly suspicious. Maharaja just make jokes. Actually, Maharaja assistant to Whitmore the Mystic.
Well, that's different. Maharaja, this is Mr. Colby.
Greetings. Maharaja can tell Mr. Colby is a seventh son of a seventh son of a seventh son.
Why, nothing of the kind. I'm the fifth son of a second son of an only son.
Well, anyway, you're a son of a son. Now, gentlemen, please darken room. Be seated. I look in crystal ball.
Maharaja, I've called you here to determine whether or not I should buy the Colby supermarket.
Oh, supermarket, tough question to answer. You asked me about bowling parlor. That more up my alley.
Maharaja.
Oh, spirit of other world. Maharaja calls upon you. I see Uncle George Colby and wife. I see grandmother who served in Civil War. And I see,
Who do you see?
Cousin Ducky.
This is preposterous. My family dates back hundreds of years. What about the Colby who served with George Washington?
Me try. Colby, spirit of revolution, come to me. I hear him. Listen, Granny Struga Streptovich Muska.
What's that?
Oh, sorry, wrong revolution. I see him now. He is crossing the Delaware with George Washington. Washington is standing in the boat and Colby is saying something.
Yes, what's he saying?
Down in front!
Just a second, Maharaja. You've done nothing but insult my family. Why, Joshua Colby was in the Fife and Drum Corps in 1776.
Quiet. The spirits are coming closer. Closer, I can hear it now.
You can hear it?
Yes, the spirit of 76. Listen.
Scientific exhibition of crystal gazing.
Mr. Colby, this is preposterous. This assistant has wasted our time completely. The deal for the supermarket will have to wait for a more favorable time. Goodbye.
Oh!
Don't worry, Mr. Colby. Spirit really say don't sell supermarket. Spirit say young man coming into your daughter's life make fortune.
Huh?
His name is Mel Blanc. Oh, very good looking.
What? That ugly nincompoop?
Careful who you're calling out.
Careful, I mean Maharaja.
It's you! Boy, I'm going to break every bone in your body.
Oh, but Mr. Colby,
Mel, darling, how do you feel?
Oh, fine. I stopped you from moving away, and I established a new record.
A new record?
Yeah, that's twice I've been thrown out of your house in one day.
Mel Blanc will be back in just a minute.
Use Colgate tooth powder. Keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Could it be that a breath of trouble, unpleasing breath, has spiked your romance? It's happened to thousands without their knowing. Be on your guard. Night and morning and before every date, brush your teeth with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name, Colgate tooth powder, with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
This is Mel Blanc saying thanks for listening, good night, and
that's all, folks.
This is Bud Houston reminding you that Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather, quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about the future of you and yours for a moment. Do you want to save for a college education for your children, a home of your own business, a nest egg for your old age? Thousands of wage earners are protecting their futures by buying United Savings Bonds through the Payroll Savings Plan. Remember, your United Savings Bonds are the safest investment in the world. The Mel Blanc Show is written by Mac Benoff. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Every one of you undoubtedly has a headache or pain remedy that you swear by. But haven't you noticed that on some occasions it fails you? That there are times it does not seem to work? On these occasions, let me suggest that you try Anacin, for here is a remedy that I'm sure won't fail you. You'll find the fastest and most complete relief in Anacin you have ever experienced. The reason is simple. Anacin contains not one pain-soothing agent alone, but 4, one of which is in all probability the remedy you now customarily take to relieve pain. You can get Anacin at your druggist for a few cents. Your money back if you're not pleased. I'll spell the name. Anacin.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
I was a communist for the FBI.
Starring Dana Andrews in an exciting tale of danger and espionage. I was a communist for the FBI. From the actual records and authentic experiences of Matt Savetic come many of the incidents in this unusual story. Here is our star, Dana Andrews, as Matt Savetic, who for 9 fantastic years lived as a communist for the FBI.
In all these fantastic years, fear was my worst enemy. The average man in the normal course of events comes face to face with fear only a few times in his life. But I faced the terror of fear almost constantly for 9 years as a communist for the FBI.
In a moment, listen to Dana Andrews as Matt Savetic, Undercover Man. Here is Dana Andrews as Matt Savetic, Undercover Man. This story from the confidential file is marked The American Kremlin.
An early spring afternoon in a large Midwestern city. The sun has found its way through the haze that shrouds the downtown business section and is drying the remnants of a morning shower. I decide to walk from my rooming house to the meeting at party headquarters, an unobtrusive address on an undistinguished side street.
Yeah, mister?
No, thanks, Cabby. I'll walk.
I think you better ride, mister. Pin 4-7.
7 is a lucky number.
You're clear. No one following.
Why the emergency contact?
2 top agents the MVD have been smuggled into the country. Their job to close any loopholes in party machinery.
Who are they?
You know who they are, what they look like. But so far they've been efficient. Too efficient. 2 of our New York contacts disappeared. There's a chance these agents are here right now. You see them, we want them. Now don't waste any time calling your contact. Anything to report?
No. Okay, you can let me out. 2 top agents of the MVD here to check on their own party members. They're never sure of themselves or the people who work for them and with them. For how can you really trust a man who's a traitor to his own country? It's still rather early for my meeting, but there before me is the party headquarters. Outwardly, it resembles some of the other faded and forlorn buildings on the street. But there the resemblance ends. For this building is the nerve center of the entire communist network in this section of the country. This is the American Kremlin. Comrade Barstow? Comrade Barstow! The door to Barstow's office is open. I walk in. Barstow? Not here. Beyond this office, the printing presses. I start to call Barstow's name, but the words choke in my throat. There, above me, dangling like a limp cord of an overhead light, hanging and swaying from a pipe which runs across the ceiling, the body of Comrade Barstow. I look around for the box or platform which he used to raise himself off the ground, but there is none. The floor beneath his swaying feet is clear. This isn't suicide. This is murder.
Hello?
Yes?
Is it done?
Yes. I stagger wildly out of the building, gasping for air. Sure, I'm scared. I didn't recognize that voice on the other end of the phone. Let's hope I wasn't recognized either. Why did I answer it? Call it an automatic reaction. The phone rings, you answer it. Just like you see a body swinging from a pipe and you know it's murder. Except in this case, there's a frame attached to it, and I could be the picture inside. I can't understand why the building is empty. The presses should be rolling a symphony of inky lies, and some of my beloved comrades should be at the door. Of course. This is Sunday, and even a communist sometimes takes advantage of a decadent bourgeois custom, like not working. I walk around the block, and then I spot Comrade Cover, the local party leader, entering the building I just left, the American Kremlin. I wait about 2 minutes, and then I walk back in.
Who is there?
Well, it's me, Comrade Svedik.
Quickly, lock the door and come back here.
I had seen only Comrade Kova enter the building, yet...
Comrade Svedik, this is Colonel Polanski, who is here from Moscow.
It is my privilege.
Open the door to the press room, Comrade Kova, so that Comrade Svedik may also see.
Barstow? Who did... Either my eyes are playing tricks on me, or else I didn't get a good look the first time. For there, under the swaying feet of Comrade Barstow, is a box.
Yes, Comrade Svedik. Barstow realized that any weakness in our party structure is dangerous to the entire cause. You may close the door, Comrade Kova.
Comrade Svedik, Colonel Polanski has asked me to recommend a man to take Barstow's place. I have recommended you.
I'm here to serve.
When the revolution comes, our strength will lie in the instrument of the workers, the trade unions. Your first assignment, Comrade Svedik, is the shipbuilders' union in the Brooklyn Navy Yard. There's a train which leaves in exactly 40 minutes. You will be on it. Your contact is the waitress in the King Street Diner. Her name, Millicent Johnson. Comrade Kova here will give you specific instructions. About Barstow. You have seen nothing? You know nothing.
Wait for me, Comrade Svedik. I will accompany you to the station.
Oh, don't bother, Comrade Kova.
No bother, Comrade Svedik. Who knows when I may see you next?
He helps me pack. He helps me find a cab. He's too much of a help. He's right with me as we enter the railroad station. I buy a ticket, look at the clock. There's less than 10 minutes to train time. 10 minutes in which I should get to a phone and tell the FBI that one of the two MVD agents is right here. But how to do it without arousing suspicion on the part of Comrade Cover, who is being most solicitous and most comradely. Comrade Cover, will you watch my bag while I wash my hands?
Sure, go ahead.
Hello? 3 and 4 are 7.
Comrade Svedik, whom are you calling?
Oh, I was just checking the time with Meridian. The last thing I see as the train picks up momentum and speeds out of the station is Comrade Cover standing on the platform and smiling goodbye. I've been cornered, boxed and shipped. 8 hours before the train arrives in New York. 8 hours before I can get to a phone, contact the FBI, and tell them the MVD agents have arrived. 8 hours in which Colonel Polanski and the hatchet woman on the phone could be in Dallas, Chicago, Los Angeles. You pick the spot. Penn Station, a canyon of noise and activity. I disregard the porter with the outstretched hand waiting to take my bag and head for a telephone booth. I call home to my FBI contact and reverse the charges.
Hello? What are you doing in New York?
I'm on my way to the Brooklyn Navy Yard, replacing a local comrade who was killed.
Details?
August Barstow, party courier. Murder made to look like suicide. The body was still hanging in the press room when I left 8 hours ago. Be careful how you check it. I don't think anybody knows except myself, Comrade Cover, and one of the 2 MVD agents you're looking for.
Name?
Colonel Polanski. I think his partner is a woman. What's my Brooklyn contact number?
Your Brooklyn contact number is...
What'll it be, mister?
Hello, Millicent.
Hello yourself.
Brooklyn isn't near Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh isn't near Brooklyn. We've been expecting you. The meeting starts in 30 minutes. I finish here in 10. I'll get you a cup of coffee while you're waiting for me.
What about a place to sleep?
We have a room for you.
Hey, Millie, how about some cybers?
Brooklyn headquarters is an innocuous 3-story brownstone, a couple of blocks from the waterfront. A converted rooming house which boards all the local agents. I'll be under constant surveillance here. Is this by design or accident?
Ah, Comrade Millicent. Come in. And this is...
Comrade Svedik from out of town.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Where is Comrade Ocken?
She's due here any minute.
She, Comrade Smith?
Yes, Comrade Hedvig Ocken, one of our most brilliant party members. Direct from the Stalin Institute.
Are you discussing me?
Ah, Comrade Ocken, this is Comrade Svetik.
Where is Barstow?
I'm taking his place.
Comrade Smith, how did he get here?
Comrade Millicent brought him.
How do we know he's not an FBI spy?
He identified himself correctly.
So, but how do we know?
Well, this is childish. You can check me whenever you please. I'm here to carry out a mission.
Which is?
The Shipbuilders Union.
I'm satisfied. Comrade Millicent, you have contacted one of the union men?
Yes, Hans Martin. He's been a party member for 2 years, and he's anxious to do what he can.
Comrade Svetik, this is an important union. They are at work on some vital naval projects. So far, we have only been able to win over Martin. But one man in there is not enough. He will help you join the union.
When do I meet Comrade Martin?
He comes into the diner every day before his shift, around 3:15. You be at the diner tomorrow, and I'll introduce you.
There are other items on the agenda, so I just sit back and listen. I listen and look and catalog their faces. What is the connection between Hedvig Ocken and Comrade Barstow? Was she the voice on the phone?
There being no further business to discuss, the meeting is adjourned.
Comrade Svetik, may I speak with you alone?
What about?
Alone. Come into the hall.
What's on your mind?
Why did you kill Barstow?
What did you say?
Why did you kill Barstow?
Back to Dana Andrews, starring as Matt Savetic in I Was a Communist for the FBI, and the second act of our story.
This was it. Fear again. Fear projected by the cold, deadly, accusing voice of Comrade Hedvig Ocken. Why did you kill Barstow? I had to stall for time. The best defense is an aggressive offense. I grabbed her arm and replied, What did you say?
Why did you kill Barstow? Let go of my arm. You're hurting me.
Come on.
Let go. Let go.
What is the meaning of this?
Come on, Comrade Ocken. Repeat what you just asked me.
You fool.
I said repeat what you asked me.
I will hear it from you, Comrade Svetik.
She asked me why I killed Barstow.
Comrade Ocken, you place yourself in a very bad position with such a question. How many times have you seen Comrade Barstow? And under what circumstances? Was there a romantic attachment
Comrade
between you?
Smith, you exceed yourself.
Comrade Smith, perhaps Comrade Ocken's suspicions might be alleviated by a long-distance phone call. And you might ask Comrade Cover why Colonel Polanski recommended me.
Colonel Polanski? Comrade Smith, I wish to withdraw my charge against Comrade Svetik. Good night.
The next morning, I use an empty cigarette pack as an excuse to get out of the house and call my Brooklyn contact.
Hello?
3 and 4 are 7.
7 is a lucky number. Have you made contact?
I'm living at local headquarters. Nothing to report as yet. Did you hear from out west?
Party headquarters had a visit from the local building inspector, but everything was in order.
Did they find Barstow's body?
No.
Was Barstow an FBI contact?
No.
Okay, if he were, you wouldn't tell me. Any other contact besides you?
The shoeshine man outside the King Street subway station. Tell him you prefer a red polish. A deep red polish.
Three o'clock, and I'm sitting at a table in the corner of the diner. And over in the opposite corner, a fat, paunchy individual blows the steam off a spoonful of soup. It's during my second cup of coffee that Hans Martin comes over to the table. Sit down.
You're Millie's friend?
And your friend, Hans Martin.
First, we got to get you into the union. There's a meeting of our shift tonight at 11:30. The business agent for the union will be there. You meet me at 11:30, and I'll introduce you as my cousin.
Where is the meeting?
In the warehouse off Pier 9. Don't worry, nobody will stop you. Just walk past Pier 10 and across the cutover, which you can't miss. Meet me at the entrance to the warehouse.
I walk out of the diner with Hans Martin, walk him partway back to the pier. As we pass the King Street subway station, I say goodbye to him.
Shine, mister?
I start to say yes, but as I look up, I see Colonel Polanski coming out of the subway. He looks straight at me, through me, and around me, and walks on.
Shine, mister?
Well, yeah, I prefer a red polish, a deep red polish. Oh, well, my cab driver from home, how come?
I had a feeling out there that you might be heading into something.
I can't get over the feeling. I'm being watched. I sit back in the shine chair and let my eyes wander. Sure enough, across the street is a fat man who had been blowing steam from his soup spoon in the diner.
Anything to report?
Colonel Polanski.
What about him?
Can't talk. Being watched.
Now, there you are, sir. Got the soup, please?
As I walk away from the shoeshine stand, I notice that the fat man has disappeared from the doorway. Rather than walk the 4 blocks back to the party headquarters, I take the trolley. Was the fat man really watching me? Did I do anything to give myself away? Oh, nuts. I'm falling for the old commie trick. But the guilty man will always worry. The innocent man will only be confused. As I start up the stairs to the 3-story brownstone, I turn around and freeze. There, across the street, is the fat man. I shut the door behind me and run up the stairs into the meeting room.
Ah, Comrade Svetik.
Colonel Polanski.
What is it, Comrade Svetik? You look perturbed.
I think I've been followed. He's right across the street.
Who?
The man who's been following me. Look. Polanski and Smith cautiously move across the room, and through a parting, and the drapes get a good look at the fat man standing on the other side of the street.
Comrade Smith, will you leave us alone?
Yes, Colonel.
Well, this is no laughing matter.
Easy, Comrade Svetik, easy.
I watch as Colonel Polanski lowers and raises the window shade twice, and then see the fat man across the street come up the steps and into the brownstone house. A minute later, the door to the room opens again, and he waddles into the room and smiles at me with the lower part of his face. His eyes can never smile.
Commissar Turen, this is Comrade Zverik.
Commissar, I'm honored.
So, it is you who have taken Comrade Bastov's place.
This is the other member of the two-man team from the MVD. This is the voice on the telephone.
I watched you handle your contact in the diner, and I'm very pleased to know that we have such workers in the party.
Good. Comrade Zverik, what have you arranged?
I'm to meet Hans Martin on the pier tonight at 11:30. He's introducing me as his cousin to the business agent of the union. I should have no trouble.
My dear comrade, but the test of a good agent is to always be prepared for trouble. Colonel Polanski will accompany you. In the meantime, I suggest you get some sleep. You look tired.
At exactly 11, Colonel Polanski knocks on the door of my room and takes me down to the car he has rented especially for the occasion. He opens the back door for me, and there is Commissar Turin.
Oh, come in quickly, Comrade Zvetik. The night air is a bit cold. Comrade Zvetik, you wonder why a commissar and the colonel should accompany you on such a routine matter.
My duty is not to wonder, just to obey.
Very convincing, Comrade Zvetik. You should not have run out of the building where you found Bastov's body after you spoke to me on the phone. Oh, yes, do not look startled. It was you. And you should not have entered the building a second time and acted as if it were the first time you had seen the body of Comrade Bastov. And finally, you should not have called the FBI.
This is some sort of joke. I don't get it.
Oh, come now, Comrade Zvetik. Spy, traitor, fascist tool of the FBI. Let us put an end to pretenses.
If, as you say, I am an agent for the FBI, why do you accompany me to my meeting with Hans Martin? Why don't you just kill me now?
You have an appointment with him. If you do not appear, he will ask questions.
Commissar, we are approaching Pier 10.
Turn your lights off.
Why was Comrade Bastov killed?
Let us say he served the cause.
Served the cause?
Yes. To trap any traitors in our ranks. And we did trap you, didn't we? I shall put it all in my report tomorrow. Moscow will be pleased. Bear in mind that Colonel Polanski and I are both armed. Now we shall get out and keep our date with Hans Martin.
The shrill whistle of the tugs, a basso boom of the larger vessels are playing a funeral dirge across the night winds of the Brooklyn waterfront, carrying the coffin to its final resting place. You think you get accustomed to staring death in the face only.
Where's that light coming from?
Drop your guns!
An FBI trap.
This is my cue. I make a dive for shelter behind some piling. I miss my target. Find myself choking. The water drags me down, choking, gasping, fighting my way up. I break for air, and I hear the barking of guns punctuating the stillness of the night. There's an eerie quiet, and then...
Betty! Betty, are you all right?
Just a little wet, that's all.
Here, grab this rope, and I'll pull you out.
Thanks. Where are Turin and Polanski?
We've got them.
Are they dead?
I don't know. The boys will find out.
How did you manage to get here?
We've had a stakeout on local headquarters ever since you arrived. The shoeshine man reported your contact, and when you got on the car tonight, we just followed. Did anybody else know of their suspicion?
I don't think so. But I'm supposed to meet a party member on Pier 9 at 11:30. What time is it?
Well, that's the 11:30 break now.
What do I do?
Tell him you slipped and fell overboard to explain your wetsuit. We'll take care of Polanski and Turin. Well, What are you waiting for?
As I make my way to Pier 9, the calm of the waterfront is as before. As if those gunshots had never been. As if Polanski and Turin had never been. But there will always be more Polanskis and more Turins. For this fight I'm in is a lonely fight. An undercover man who must forsake his friends and family for the false friendship of the comrades in the party. I must continue this fight alone, as I walk alone.
Dana Andrews will return in just a moment.
This is Dana Andrews with the word about the story you've just heard. In this episode, as in all others, names, dates, and places are fictitious to protect innocent people. However, party headquarters, described as the American Kremlin, did exist. And similar places will continue to operate in this country until we won the fight against communism. Next week, another exciting adventure based on Matt Savetic's experience as an undercover man, a communist for the FBI. So join us, won't you?
A mighty swell suggestion.
Kellogg's Pep!
Say, gang, you'll want to spread the news around to all your friends that you're collecting those slick new comic buttons that now come in packages of Kellogg's Pep. Because that's the only way they'll know you can trade duplicates with them. And you wouldn't want to miss out on that fun. You want to be sure you round out your collection of all 18 different buttons. Yep, that's 18 different comic strip characters. Like Smitty and K.O. and Herbie and Superman, of course. And the best part is, you don't have to send in a single penny for these sharp, new comic buttons. Not even a box top. Fact is, you can't buy them anywhere. But you can ask Mom to get you a package of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. Inside each package, there's a thrilling prize. One of these bright new comic buttons or a military insignia or warplane button. Remember, that's P-E-P, Pep. Made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
Is that you, Vance?
Yes, Markham. Well, the district attorney is behind a locked door. Most interesting, Markham. How do I get in?
This way, Vance. Am I unlocking the door? Good evening, Vance.
Hello, Markham. All this secrecy indicates an occasion I should enjoy. Am I correct?
It's quite possible, Vance. Please sit down.
Thank you. Well, you sent for me, Markham. I'm here. Shall we ask your other visitor to come in here from the next room so we can get started?
You knew I had someone waiting next door?
Certainly. You wouldn't lock yourself in, Markham. As long as I've known you, I've never seen you display a single evidence of fear. You locked your door, therefore you are trying to protect someone. Whom?
My only surprise is that you didn't know that, too. It's an informer, Vance, a stool pigeon. Come in, Ricker.
Yeah, D.A., here I am.
Ricker, this is Philo Vance. I want you to tell him what you told me a while ago.
Oh, gee, D.A., what I told you was personal, just between friends.
Please include me among your friends, then, Ricker.
Do I have to tell this guy what I told you, D.A.?
I wish you would.
Okay, then. Okay. Listen, Vance, the D.A. and I has got a deal. When I hear something he ought to know, only nobody'll tell him, I tell him, see?
Nobody will tell him, so you tell him.
Sure. Listen, Vance, there's a dame due to hit this town this week, and she's going to start running things here the same as she ran them in the Midwest. And where she goes, trouble goes, too. Big trouble. Killings, bank holdups, kidnappings, the works. Yeah, that's what I was telling the D.A.
A woman is coming to town, and that means trouble, eh? Well, that's not too strange an association.
Well, I don't know about that. All I know is this town's going to break wide open when she shows up, and that's going to be soon.
Really? Rickard, tell me, who is this woman?
You mean, what's her name? Well, search me, I don't know. All I know is she's tall and dark and terrific looking. And she always wears dresses of one color only. Nobody knows her name. Everybody calls her the Lady in Blue. It would be my suggestion, Danny, not to let the Lady in Blue into this office.
Legal advice or a friendly tip?
A friendly tip, Danny, actuated by the fact that I wish to be retained by you as your lawyer for quite some time yet.
Meaning I may not be around long running things if I let the Lady in Blue in here. Well, we'll see. Davy, let her come in. Out, mouthpiece. That door there. Call me later.
I hope you will be able to answer the phone when I do. Bye.
Davy, I said to send that...
Hello, Danny. Well, aren't you going to ask me to sit down, Danny?
I am as soon as I can breathe normal again. You're the Lady in Blue?
That's what I've been called. You knew I was coming to town?
Everybody knew it. What do you want with me?
I'd like to do business with you, Danny. Things are a little slow where I came from. I need activity. I can find things to do here. Things you're already doing.
All right. I get that. But the way you look, the way you're dressed, the way you talk, what do you want with rackets?
Rackets, Danny? I'm not associated with any rackets. I do things more legitimately. My methods may be a little illegal, but my enterprises aren't. For instance, you're in a racket. I've suddenly decided to be your partner.
Nice deciding. What if I don't like? I know you brought a couple of your boys along, so don't think I'm being tough.
No, you're too smart to play that way, Danny. You have a bodyguard in the next room. I have one of my boys watching him. I don't know about yours, but mine shoots straight. And often. Do we talk business?
Take that hood of yours out of here, lady, and you go with him. We don't have nothing to talk about.
No. Tony.
Don't let him come in, Davy.
You call me, lady? Davy here is giving me some trouble.
Davy. He shot Davy.
Only in his arm. I don't like guys that pull guns. You call me, lady?
Yes, Tony. Just as a protective measure. Danny, we'll drop our business discussion for the day, but we'll meet again.
We'll meet again, lady. I promise you that. I'll find out what your game is.
I'm sure you will. Only, as a glance in the next room will tell you, we're both playing the same game. But the score is 1-0. In my favor.
How do you do, madame? May I help you with your selection?
It's quite possible. You own this shop?
Yes, I am Madame Marie. Madame, you have a beautiful figure, and I have the creation that will set off the blue of your eyes. Please come with me.
We can do business here, Madame Marie. I'm not interested in gowns. I'm interested in working for you.
Working? A woman like you is looking for a position?
Not exactly. Madame Marie, effective today, everything which you purchase from manufacturers here and abroad must go through me, a service for which I charge 10%. Do you understand?
No. No, I do not.
You will. Oh, now there's a beautiful gown, that blue evening model. An import, of course. How much is it?
$400. But I still do not know what you're trying to do. I need no one to buy for me.
You'll change your mind. I'll take that gown. Send it to me at the Ritzmore, Suite 928. Oh, 400, you said? Very well, here you are. Good day, Madame Marie. Oh, you'll be hearing from me.
Oh, dear, what does this mean? Evelyn, I'm not to be disturbed. I'm going into my office. A thing like this cannot happen.
Yeah.
Monsieur Danny?
Never mind the monsieur business. I got trouble enough.
Danny, this is Marie from the dress shop. 6 months ago, I joined your association. You promised me I'd never be disturbed by anyone. Just now, I was disturbed.
By a tall, good-looking doll dressed in blue?
Yes. She didn't know I was already a member of your association, did she? I mean, that must be it. She just didn't know.
She knew all right. Only she told me she's moving in and she's doing it. I'm going to see her. Something tells me she's going to be moving right out again.
Sit down, Danny. We're quite alone, and there's nothing for you to be afraid of. Do you like my new gown? I bought it today.
I like the gown, lady. It's your ideas on doing business I don't like. You're cutting in on Madame Marie, I understand.
Well, as long as you understand, I see no need to discuss it further. Do you like the gown really, Danny?
Listen, lady, I don't like what's going on here. I was doing all right. I was doing fine till you cut yourself in. I'm not taking it, lady. I'm telling you now, I'm not taking it.
But, Danny, there isn't really anything you can do. Look, would you care to take me to the theater tonight? I'll wear this new blue gown. I've some wonderful blue eyeshadow that matches and luminous stardust for my hair. You'll be very proud of me, Danny.
You want me to take you to the theater? Hey, lady, you go for me a little?
Why?
Why? On account of you're only the most terrific dame I've ever seen, that's why. So you want me to take you to the theater?
Is it a date, Danny?
Oh, could be, lady, could be. So you like me a little, huh? Well, I like you a lot, lady. You got what I ain't got. Class.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Lady, come here a minute. I always wanted to know what it would feel like to have a swell dame like you in my arms. Come here, lady, come on.
You want me closer? Real close? Like this?
Oh, lady. Oh, lady, this is living. Hey, what did you clip me for?
I step on ants when they start to crawl, Danny. You affect me the same way.
Oh, I do, huh? You don't want to play then, do you? Except rough. Okay, if that's the way you want it, that's the way you're going to get it. Lady, you're going to be sorry you slapped me in a kisser. Take my word for it.
Really? What are you going to do?
Plenty. I'll fix you for this, lady, beginning now. You know that date we had for the theater? Well, it's off. Fool around with that.
Well, Mr. Markham, we got another murder.
So I see, Sergeant Heath. Danny Claxton, isn't it?
It was. That's the way we found him, lying face up here in his apartment, knife in his heart.
Vance will be interested in that when he gets here, Heath. Oh, incidentally, I had to wake him up. After all, only homicide detectives and district attorneys stay awake all night.
Call him back and tell him to stay away, D.A. We can solve this murder without him. I'll have the guy who knocked off Claxton within a week.
You know, Heath, I was living in hopes that you'd bring Claxton in one of these days so we could send him up the river where he belongs.
Apparently, someone sent him down the river. Hello, Markham.
Well, hello, Vance. Sorry to get you out of bed.
I'm sorry you got out of bed, too.
Good evening, Sergeant Heath. So this is a big-time racketeer's apartment. And that a big-time racketeer's corpse.
We're waiting for some men from the morgue to remove the body, Vance. Sergeant Heath has had the knife that killed Claxton taken to headquarters.
Sure did. It's being checked for fingerprints right now.
I hope you find some. A knife killed Claxton, eh, Markham?
Yes, Vance, a knife. And now we have a corpse, and so far, 3 suspects.
Really? Who are they?
Well, there's the lady in blue whom we were warned about last night, remember, by my personal informer?
Yes, of course.
Then there's a cold-blooded killer named Tony who works for the lady. We got him right away, but he's out on bail.
Wonderful device, that business of bail. Who's the third?
A former attorney who was Danny's business advisor, a man named Smythe.
Also out on bail, I suppose?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Heath.
Yeah, Vance. What can't I do for you?
Find anything in the room that might be a clue?
Not a thing. But maybe you will. You generally do. But look, don't bother me, Vance. I'm busy.
Well, Vance, do you want to look around, or shall we go?
We might just as well go. Apparently, there are no clues to be uncovered. Coming, Sergeant Heath?
Sure, I'm coming. I'll leave a man outside the door to wait for those guys from the morgue. Turn off the light, will you, D.A.?
Certainly.
Holy mackerel, it's dark in here. Open the door, will you, D.A.? It's right next to the switch.
Certainly, I've got it right here.
Don't open that door, Markham.
What?
Don't do it for a second, anyhow.
Oh.
Hey, Vance, what are you staring into a dark room for? You can't see anything. Hey, where'd you go?
I'm over here by the body, Heath. And I did see something. Something very interesting.
In the dark?
Yes. You can open that door now if you like, Markham.
Hey, Vance, what could you possibly see on that corpse in a dark room?
I'll tell you about it sometime, Sergeant Heath. At about the same time that I tell it to the murderer.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Blue Lady murder case developed as a result of the knifing of Danny Claxton, whose reign as Racket King has been challenged by a glamorous woman known as the Lady in Blue. As Vance had anticipated, there were no fingerprints on the knife. Suspects include the lady, her favorite gunman, Tony, and a disbarred lawyer named Smythe, who might well inherit Claxton's racket empire with him dead. Vance found some sort of clue in Claxton's darkened apartment after I'd asked him there, and, since all suspects are out on bail, he phoned to tell me he was going to the Ritzmore Hotel to see the Lady in Blue. He should be there about now.
Please sit down, Mr. Vance. I've been waiting to meet you. And, it's been worth waiting for.
Thank you. You know, if there should be a mental contest between us, one of us must lose. In view of that and my self-confidence, I appreciate your hospitality.
You mean if there is a contest, I won't win? If you knew as much about me as I about you, you might not be so certain. We're very much alike.
I'd hate to believe that. You and Danny Claxton didn't like each other, did you?
Oh, I wouldn't say that exactly. He was quite fond of me.
That's not difficult to understand.
You know, Vance, I'd like you to tell me something. Something about me.
Yes?
What do you think of me?
Are you quite sure you want me to tell you?
Quite.
Well, as a woman, you're perfectly gowned, beautiful, and exciting.
Exciting, Vance?
Very much so. Many men must have fallen in love with you.
Many men? Yes. The one man? No.
Is there something else I might tell you about yourself?
You've told me what I wanted to hear.
There's no question about that. Of course, I could go further. Let's take the surface you. The gown you're wearing is startling, but it's right for you. Your jewelry is exquisite, your hair becoming, fashionable, but too perfectly groomed. Nothing is wrong with you, lady. Therefore, something is wrong with you.
Oh, please don't stop, Vance.
If I were you, I don't think I'd strive so for effect. That hairdo of yours, for instance. What are those little things that glisten on top of it?
Oh, that's stardust. When lights hit it, it has the effect of sparkling.
You couldn't possibly be content to not stand out when there are no lights. A theater, for example.
No, you're quite right. For occasions like that, there's a luminous stardust I use.
Sounds wonderful.
Oh, Vance. Vance, I like you. You're the man I never met in my life. Do you understand what I mean?
I think so. And under other circumstances, something might be done about that.
Not under these?
I'm afraid not. I'm engaged in a murder investigation. Though I must admit that for the last few moments I've neglected it a bit. Will you tell me something?
Anything. Within reason.
Danny Claxton was murdered in his apartment last night. Were you ever in that apartment?
No.
So the contest commences. The gauntlet has been hurled.
And the challenge accepted.
Oh, expecting company?
Not that I know of.
I was just leaving. I'll answer the door. Lady, may I say that this has been one of the most pleasant interviews I've ever had?
Just a moment. I'm glad you said that, Vance. No matter what happens from here in, I'll remember that. You did something to me. I shouldn't like what you did, but I do. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, Mr. Smythe. Go right in.
Yes. Lady, I've got to talk to you. What did Vance want here?
What is it you want here?
Well, lady, I worked for Danny Claxton. I know everything he did, how he operated, who paid him, and whom he paid. I imagine you're taking over here. I could be valuable to you.
My intention in coming here was to take over. Now I'm not so sure.
I beg your pardon?
Nothing. So you want to transfer your allegiance from the dead to the living, Mr. Smythe. You want to serve me.
With Danny out of the way, why not?
Was it you who saw to it that Danny was out of the way?
Did I kill him? Why, lady, what difference does that make? The king is dead. Long live the queen.
Wait a minute, Mr. Markham. Let me go to work on this Tony here. I talk a language you can understand. Tony, sit up in that chair.
Don't bother me. He's all yours, Sergeant Heath. I hope you get something out of him. You have my best wishes, but also my gravest doubts.
He'll talk, D.A. Tony, listen.
You bore me, copper.
I'll bore you. I'll do something to you when you leave me. Look, you worked for the lady in blue. She told you to knock off Danny Claxton, so you knocked him off.
With a knife?
Sure, with a knife. Oh, I know all about how you're a gun-toter. I know your reputation, but you pulled a switch to toss us off. You hoped. You killed Claxton, didn't you? Well, did you or didn't you?
Didn't I? Go away, Heath. Go far away. I guarantee nobody will look for you.
You start talking or nobody will ever find you. Tony, get this.
Hold it, Heath. Who is it?
It's I, Markham. Vance.
Wait a second, Vance. I'll be right out.
Tony, you killed Danny Claxton, and I'm going to prove it.
Hello, Vance.
Glad I found you, Markham.
That sounds like you've got news on the Claxton killing, Vance.
Oh, that. I suspected last night who killed Claxton.
You did?
Certainly. This afternoon, I visited the lady in blue. Just as I was leaving, Claxton's former employee, Mr. Smythe, came in. My appearance there was very fortunate. You see, I thought I'd known who killed Claxton, but now I have proof.
Well, man, don't just stand there as if you told me it looked like it might rain tomorrow. Who killed Claxton?
I know, Markham, but I have no evidence that would satisfy a jury. Ask the lady in blue, her friend Tony, and Mr. Smythe up to my apartment at 9 tonight. You and Heath be there, too. I think I'll supply the proof we need at that time. May I take the liberty of using a moment or two to describe this knife I'm holding?
Come on, Vance. I've wasted enough time getting these three people up to your apartment.
A moment more won't hurt, Heath. Now, please, everyone, look at this knife. It's Arabian. The handle is of ivory, and the blade solid steel. I've selected this knife because it closely resembles the one used to kill Danny Claxton. Now, for the purpose of this experiment, I need an assistant. Someone to pose as the murderer. May I ask the lady in blue?
Why, certainly, Vance. What is it you'd like me to do?
Well, for one thing, I'd like you to look slightly less glamorous. It's completely demoralizing, distracting, and downright inconsiderate.
Really? I was hoping you'd like this gown. That's why I wore it.
Mm-hmm. Will you take this knife, please, lady, and hold it in your right hand?
Like this?
That's fine. Thank you. Markham.
Yes?
Please stand over by the door, next to the light switch, will you?
Of course, I'll be right over here.
Now, Tony, please don't fall asleep. This might be interesting to you.
Yeah, I know.
And Mr. Smythe, I'd like you in particular to watch and see how close I come to showing exactly how Danny Claxton was killed. First, let me ask all three of you. Were any of you ever in Mr. Claxton's apartment?
I never was.
Not me.
Well, I'd been there, but not in the past week.
Very well. Now, my very intriguing lady in blue, you have the knife. I'm going to show everyone what happened the other night. You, lady, will pretend to be the murderer. I'll be Claxton. Now, you slip up behind me. Please get behind me. Throw your left arm around my neck. As you do that, I try to reach back with my hand to seize the knife, like this.
Vance, be careful. You're ruining my hairdo with your hands.
I'm sorry. Markham, will you turn out the lights, please, all of them?
Turn out the lights?
I don't know why either, Heath, but maybe I'd better turn them off.
Okay. Only I don't see a thing. Neither does anybody.
I think you will now. Everybody, please look at my right hand. The hand that just touched the hair of the lady in blue.
Vance, your hand is glowing.
Hey, what have you got on your hand, Vance? Radium?
Not exactly. It's just proof that the lady in blue stabbed Claxton.
You were too clever, Vance. But you'll never live to prove what you think. I'll see to it.
Vance, she's got that knife. Look out. Heath, the lights. Turn on those lights.
Right,
Yes,
DA.
of course. She stabbed Vance. Heath, do something. Do something.
I'll do something, all right, DA. I'll open that door, let my cops in. We'll drag her downtown.
That isn't necessary. You want me at headquarters, I'll go. Mr. Markham.
Yes?
You saw me stab Vance. I killed Claxton the same way. I don't know how Vance figured it, and we'll never know now. But he was right. I'm ready, Mr. Markham. Nothing's very important anymore. I've just killed the only man that ever interested me.
Come in, Markham. Come in.
Hi, Vance. Sleep well?
Wonderfully. Sorry I had to put on that act last night. Did it scare you?
Definitely. Let's see that trick knife of yours, Vance.
Nothing much to it, Markham. Here it is. The blade disappears into the handle when you touch the point. See?
Why, yes, of course. Had me worried for a while last night, though. Well, Vance, I know now that she killed Claxton, but you knew before. Was it whatever you found when we turned out the lights in Claxton's apartment that told you the lady in blue had killed him?
Yes, it was. It was Claxton's right hand, Markham. It glowed in the dark. Because it had touched the hair of the lady in blue, and on her hair was a glamour accessory, a phosphorescent preparation known as stardust.
Oh, I see.
As soon as I found the lady in blue wore stardust, I knew it was she who'd been at Claxton's apartment.
Ah, the lady in blue was a lovely woman, Vance. Lovely to look at.
But hardly delightful to know. Though for a moment at her apartment yesterday afternoon, I was beginning to find it hard to believe that.
Well, Vance, you did it again.
Yes, Markham, I guess this is the end of the Blue Lady murder case. But I wish the lady in blue had had a different beginning.
Friends, you know what happens when you take a fish out of water? Sure, it dies. Well, by Cornelius, the same thing happens when your car's battery runs out of water. It lies right down and quits. No water, no life. So what did the Autolite people do? They made the Autolite Stay Full battery with an extra large liquid reserve. Gave it more room for more water. Result, the Autolite Stay Full battery needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. So friends, be right with Autolite. Switch to an Autolite Stay Full battery tomorrow.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
William Gargan stars as Barry Craig, confidential investigator.
One kind of free lodging that leaves everyone cold, folks, is when it's yours, by courtesy of the city morgue.
The National Broadcasting Company presents William Gargan in another transcribed drama of mystery and adventure with America's #1 detective, Barry Craig, confidential investigator.
Barry Craig speaking. There's one little thing a confidential investigator has in common with a crooner or a tap dancer. Ballyhoo. You can't get enough of it. The right kind of publicity break with pictures matched, and your fees skyrocket. Even better than money, you promote your pick of jobs, scoop off the cream. I wangled me a break like that. A lady reporter, Mona Gale, assigned to follow me around by the True Life Picture magazine. An elegant redhead, lugging a camera and a notebook. She'd been ordered to profile me and get the story of my life from cradle to now. But the assignment had her missed, I could see. I wasn't important enough people for her.
Is there some point to this dreary hike you've got me on, Mr. Craig?
Yeah, there is. Tenement Row, near the dock. America's melting pot. Out of it comes governors, songwriters, bookies. Look around you.
I have looked around me.
Then start taking notes. Garfield Place. I was a kid on this block. That rat trap there. I played stickball off the stoop. Go ahead, sister, make with the pencil.
Must I?
Posterity will want to know.
Are you naturally egotistic, Mr. Craig?
Are you naturally a snob?
I'm tired.
So have a seat. Here, on the stoop. What's better than sitting? Grand view, huh?
Great. Dirty-faced children, pushcarts, squalor. Isn't there some other way of profiling you, Mr. Craig?
Like?
Oh, one of those celebrated cases you perform in so heroically. Couldn't I just watch you at work?
Sure. If I had a case, which right now I haven't. Come on, beautiful. Get the feel of this block. Imagine back to me as a kid. That kid over there, reading the comics. Now, he could be me once upon a time.
How about that weird-looking boy carrying the parrot?
Boy carrying a what?
Parrot.
Well, yes. What do you know? The kid is carrying a parrot.
And coming this way, too. He wants to pose for a before and after picture with you.
Hey, want to buy a parrot, mister, for cheap, mister?
I don't think so, Sonny. He yours?
No, I found him on the docks. Lost. He's sick.
Sick?
Yeah, look at the blood on his foot.
Yeah, it is blood. Bring him closer.
Hey, what you examining him for, like a doctor?
Funny. The parrot hasn't been hurt. Not a scratch on him, I can see.
But the blood?
I'll bet 10. It's human blood.
Human blood, Mr. Craig?
Yeah. Now, figure that.
Oh, if only the parrot could talk.
Hey, talk's good. Watch. Hey, go ahead, you talk. Don't shoot me. Don't shoot me.
Is that the parrot talking, or is the boy a ventriloquist?
Help! Help!
It's the parrot, all right. Yelling bloody murder. Sit tight, sister. You hold on to that parrot.
Where are you going?
The telephone check with Lieutenant Trav Rogers at police headquarters. I want to know what bloody corpse the parrot belongs to. Could be you will be watching me work, after all. Mona got to watch me work. Over the phone, Lieutenant Trav Rogers set up a date for the parrot to be reunited with his master. The setting for the sentimental reunion was the city morgue.
Roll him out, Ernie. The parrot belonged to him, Craig.
Steady, Mona. Who was he, Trav?
Vince Lorimer, according to an identification card in his wallet. He was found on the docks beside an empty bird cage. Shot to death by an unknown assailant.
And?
We traced him to a banana boat. He'd booked passage from Honduras to New York.
Period?
Period. On ship, Lorimer kept to himself, stayed in his cabin. A mystery figure, isn't that how a reporter would headline him, Miss Gale? That parrot you two chanced across was Lorimer's only known companion.
Can I see the cage the parrot came in, Roger?
If you must meddle.
I'm being immortalized by True Life magazine, so please don't louse it up.
This is the cage.
How do you figure the parrot escaped, Fred?
Larimer was shot. He dropped the cage. This padlock broke off in the fall. The cage door flew open, etc., etc.
And the parrot copped a walk, huh? No, Lieutenant, I don't think so.
You don't?
Not enough concussion for a padlock to snap off. Larimer could only be carrying the cage a couple of feet off the ground.
So?
Look at the twist in the wire here, where the padlock was originally secured.
The wire is unusually twisted.
The padlock didn't break off. It was broken off, deliberately.
But why would a killer stop to do that, Craig?
I'm puzzled like you're puzzled. Any other personal belongings found on the late Vince Larimer?
Just this wristwatch, pocket knife, the silver ring.
The silver wedding ring. The end?
The dead end. A corpse, a parrot, a few meaningless trinkets. Where would you go from here, Mr. Holmes?
Oh, you're sure working hard at lousing me up with Mona. But it so happened a detour developed in the dead end. The next morning, while I was sorting my mail over coffee and sinkers in the crosstown diner, and while waiting for the red-headed Mona to show up for her day's grind, the mail was the usual garbage. Bills, all of them stamped final notice, circulars advising me where to get my pan spray, where to buy my geraniums, and one circular I really stopped to read. The Starbright Park Museum of Murder, exhibits in wax. The circular entitles bearer to a 50% admission discount.
Good morning, Mr. Craig.
The ripened friendship we've got, it's time you call me Barry.
With a good morning kiss.
If that's how you like to start your day.
Look, I was assigned to you to play Boswell, Barry, not Madame Bovary. And what, pray, have you in store for me today?
A trip to the Starbright Amusement Park.
Amusement park?
Read the circular.
Bargain rate. So?
Read where it says about the new wax exhibit.
Oh, see, the brutal murder of Vince Larimer. So real it will startle you. Hey, Vince Larimer?
Our corpse of yesterday.
But how...
How could a wax exhibit already be set up for the customers less than 24 hours after the murder happened?
Yes, and circulars printed.
Printed and in the mail. One of them in the mail to me.
You think it was purposely?
I'd be a dope not to think that. I'm not only being invited to get a look at Vince Larimer being shot, but also at who is shooting him. All this in wax.
It's incredible.
I'm in an incredible business, beautiful. In what other business can you get an educated redhead personally assigned to you? Starbright Park was a ramshackle amusement area, a stone's throw off a public highway.
Well, here's your Museum of Murder. Those signs, shocking, sensational, lurid.
And closed. No ticket taker, no open door.
It's boarded up?
There's a bell here. This side door.
What do you want?
A word with the owner, lady.
I'm the owner.
Oh. I'm Barry Craig. This is Miss Gale.
So what?
I got a circular from you in this morning's mail. It's this one.
You and 1,000 other people, mister. Everybody from A to C in the telephone directory.
Oh, and you didn't mean the circular especially for me?
Are you out of your mind?
Often. The circular advertises an exhibit of the murder of a man named Vince Larimer.
You come to prove to me you can read?
And also to see the exhibit.
Another time when we're open.
You're closed?
For safety repairs. The building department found 14 violations.
Oh.
Come again.
Wait. I want in.
You say that like a cop.
Invite us in. Having fun, Moore?
It's gruesome.
Snyder and Ruth Gray in the hot seat. Dillinger bleeding all over Chicago's sidewalk. Why, baby, you're holding hands.
I got affectionate and morbid surroundings.
The Vince Larimer murder's the last one in a row, right after Bluebeard. Here it is.
Some light on the subject, please.
I got no lights to switch on. The power battery's disconnected. Another order of the almighty building department. Here, you can use this flashlight.
Thanks. Hey, quite a likeness.
Barry, The victim does look like Vince Lorimer.
Like Lorimer posed for it. Even the clothes, the pinstripe suit.
And holding a cage with the parrot still in it.
The minutes before the actual murder, the scene's supposed to be. Miss, or is it madam?
It's Dolly. Dolly Flanders.
Dolly, the hooded killer holding the gun. Why the hood?
I don't get your question.
Is there a head, a face under the hood?
Yes, I guess there is.
Model? How?
How?
In the likeness of the killer, I mean.
In the likeness? Well, how could that be?
That's a question I'm saving for later. First, suppose you raise the hood. Get in there and raise it, Dolly.
Don't raise it, Dolly.
Barry!
Voices jump you all the time in my business, Mona. You take it calmly.
Raise as you are, Dolly. Craig?
Yeah?
Drop that flashlight. Try beaming it at me and... Okay, stubborn.
Barry, he shot you!
No. Bullseye on the flashlight. My wrist dead from the concussion.
Get flat on the ground, face down, Craig. And your lady friend. Be smart, Craig. From where I am, you're a clay pigeon.
Get down, Mona. Horizontal in a wax museum. Include that in the piece you're writing.
I'll even include it on my headstone.
You, Dolly.
What?
This box of matches. Pick it up. Now this newspaper. Now roll the newspaper into a torch and light it.
It's lit. What shall I do now?
A wax figure holding the gun. Stick the torch under the hood and hold it there. Let's see how fast it melts.
With the figure melted down, my gun-happy friend took one last precaution.
I hate working over a guy when he's down.
But you will.
So you'll stay put while I leave?
Bomb burst in my head, set off a chain reaction. The last thing I heard before being blown to bits was Mona screaming. I came around. A long night and 100 years later, I came around. There was a face looking down on me. Pretty, with red hair. Red eyes. Red eyes from crying. Crying over me.
Oh, Barry.
And music. Bird music? The music, Mona.
It's a yellow canary singing. You're in Dolly Flanders' office.
Dolly Flanders. Dolly.
I'm not responsible for what happened out there.
Who was he?
I don't know any more than you do, Doc, like it was.
He didn't want me to see the face under the hood.
Because it was his own face, Barry. He's the man who murdered Vince Lorimer.
Yeah, the obvious conclusion. Maybe even too obvious. Dolly.
What?
How come a wax exhibit here dramatizes a murder that happened only yesterday?
You tell me.
Don't you order your own exhibits?
No, I take what's shipped to me on a rental basis. So much a season.
Shipped to you by whom?
A Mr. Scala, Fernando Scala, a wax sculptor.
Where do I find Scala?
He's got a studio in Havemeyer Flats near the railroad yard. Number 179. You through third degree in me?
No. How come you, a woman, run this kind of a business? Your husband, isn't he with you?
How'd you know I had a husband?
The silver wedding ring on your finger.
Oh. Well, coming back to your first question about me and this business.
Yes?
I won't be in it anymore after today.
Why not?
I just sold it, as is, lock, stock, and barrel.
Who to?
Do I have to answer that, too?
Not if it's a secret.
It's no secret. Here's my copy of the bill of sale.
Know ye by these presents that Howard Crump, purchaser, has this day for the sum of...
Mr. Howard Crump thinks he's going to coin a mint running this museum, as it should be run, so he says.
Won't he coin a mint?
He'll starve to death.
That yellow canary of yours, you ever, let it out of its cage?
Why should I do a fool thing like that?
Skip it. Expecting visitors, Dolly?
Crump. He haunts the place to see I don't cart nothing away now that he's bought the place. Come in, Crump.
Dolly? Oh, excuse me.
This is Mr. Craig. With him is Miss Gale.
How do you do?
Congratulations on your purchase, Mr. Crump.
Oh, you know?
Yeah, Dolly was telling us. Dolly said you're convinced there's a profit in murder.
Hmm? Oh. That's a curious way to put it.
Then you put it.
Yes, I believe a wax museum can be run profitably, with, of course, judicious management and promotion. The underlying principle, Mr. Craig, in any business...
Cut. My aching head club. The head I'm taking out of here is already twice the size I came in with. Coming, Mona? Outside the Wax Museum in a drugstore, while Mona calmed her fevered nerves with a double Coke, I got the cracks in my skull glued and an iodine pomade where it lumped. After that, I telephoned police headquarters. Hello, Lieutenant Trav Rogers? Never mind paging him, Buster. A message will do from Barry Craig. Tell him to check Vince Lorimer's fingerprints with police files. Pronto. You're asking more questions than I've got answers. Like Dolly had said, the Havemeyer Flat studio of Fernando Scala, wax sculptor specializing in murder, overlooked the railroad yard. A fight-sized guy, Scala, with the mouth of a mustache and the look of a fox. With those trains, how can you concentrate on your wax modeling, Scala?
Even better with the trains, Mr. Craig. I am filled with a wild rhythm.
Spare me the poetry.
Then, for the lady?
Spare her the poetry, too.
All right. I say only what you want me to say.
No wonder. Where do you keep your crystal ball?
Crystal ball?
You identified the man who murdered Vince Lorimer.
I identified a murder? You are joking.
You model the victim and you model the killer.
Oh, but you are surely mistaken.
Am I surely mistaken?
I modeled the victim, yes, from the newspaper pictures. And from the imagination also. But the killer, him I did not model.
You didn't, huh?
Oh, just a head with no face. A head I cover up with a hood because I cannot know the face.
Who telephoned you in advance of my coming, Scholar? Prime you on how to answer me.
Telephone me? But I swear...
Was it Dolly Flanders, maybe?
Dolly Flanders, the owner of the museum?
Dolly Flanders, the ex-owner of the museum.
Oh, no, she did not telephone to me. Now, if this interview is over...
I'm to scram and take Mona.
My apologies for it, but I have so much work.
You're a shrewd customer, Scholar.
Thank you, Mr. Craig, for the great compliment. There are no, how you say, flies on you either. Oh, excuse me.
He's told all he's going to, Mona, so let's go.
Isn't there some way of compelling the truth?
Yeah, way to butte. But I don't think you could stand watching it.
Mr. Craig.
What?
This is telephone call. It is for you.
Nice job of acting mystified, Scholar, over a prearranged deal. Give me the phone. Hello?
Craig?
You know it's Craig.
Guess who this is?
The guy I've got a date with, that's for sure.
If you live. I won't just shoot a flashlight out of your hand the next time.
Through talking?
About. I'm on your tail, Craig, every minute. I followed you to Dolly's and I followed you to Scholars. You better stop chasing around asking people questions, Craig. You better stop. Or else.
The case began to wrap itself up with a valuable assist credited to the good Lieutenant Trav Rogers. The return message for me, left with Jake, the elevator op, in my office building, suggested that I meet Trav post-haste in the Marble Lawn Cemetery.
But why meet in the cemetery?
A favorite long-lost aunt. Rogers wants me to help dig her up. Oh, taxi! Hey, taxi! Trav, where are you?
Craig, I'm over here, the first footpath.
Greetings, Gould. What do you hear from the beyond?
Read that tombstone in front of you.
In memory of Sam Tracy, born 1910, died 1945. His loving wife, Dolly.
Dolly? Barry, Dolly!
Don't get into the lieutenant's act, beautiful. It's his show. Let him have the fun.
But not here. Somewhere over a hot cup of coffee. That headstone read, Sam Tracy died 1945. He also died in 1951.
The same man died twice.
What Rogers is saying, Mona, is that our Vince Lorimer was also named Sam Tracy once.
Right. We checked Lorimer's fingerprints with police files, as per your request. Larimer's prints correspond to the prints we have of a Sam Tracy, a one-time thief and safecracker.
But there is a Sam Tracy now buried in the Marble Lawn Cemetery.
Mona's yet going to convert from reporter to detective. No, beautiful. Whoever's buried in Marble Lawn is a ringer. Someone's buried as Tracy, as a trick to free the real Sam Tracy. Alias, the late Vince Larimer.
That was my guess, too, Barry.
Great minds run on the same channels. Who said that? What was the original Sam Tracy trying to escape from?
A safe robbery in 1945. Tracy made off with a cash haul of $100,000 belonging to a stockbroker named Rufus Scott. The police gave up when Tracy, the phony Tracy, as it turns out now, died.
Died how?
In a rooming house fire while hiding out.
And the 100 G's?
Went up in smoke. So the police thought, I mean. As did the insurance detective in the case.
Insurance detective?
A certain Sandy Dowell, an eager beaver in his day. Dowell chased Tracy all over North America before the fire burned him out of the case and into retirement. Well, you got something you can contribute, Craig?
This. Sam Tracy, alias the late Vince Larimer, was the husband of Dolly, the ex-owner of the Starbright Park Museum of Murder.
I read the tombstone, too, genius. Besides, it's a matter of record that Dolly Tracy posed as the widow in the phony burial of her so-called husband in 1945.
I guess, Dolly, to be the very late Larimer's widow this morning.
By divination?
By a silver wedding ring on her finger. An exact replica of the one you found on the corpse.
Well, we know a lot and we know nothing. Tracy got away clean with $100,000. Even got out of the country. Why then did he come back posing as a Vince Larimer? Why take that risk?
And get murdered.
And who released the parrot? And why?
Frankly, Mona, I don't know if that's really significant.
Bet on it, it is, Rogers. It's the key to our killer.
All right, where would the key fit?
Seabright Park, I'd say. Trav?
Yes.
Suppose I call the move. Can you bear it?
If it catches a murderer.
Spoken like a good cop. With Trav swallowing his pride enough to backstop me, I stormed the Museum of Murder.
Yes? You.
Close that door, Crump, quick.
You, seem urgent.
Urgent? There's a rifle-happy wild man tagging after me. Where's Dolly?
Packed up and gone. I've taken possession.
Uh-oh. That's my rifle, man. Don't open that door.
Where are you going?
To your office to telephone for help.
Now, look, Craig, I can't get involved in your affairs. Quick!
Hello. Dead. Now the line went dead. Someone cut your wires, Crump.
Craig, you can't stay here. I'm running a business, not a headquarters.
You want me dead?
No, but...
My rifle-happy friend's finding the range.
Craig, get out of here.
I'll be murdered.
That's not my concern. I insist you go.
You want me to walk out at a certain death?
It's certain death anyhow, staying in here, cooped up in here, cornered. Craig, I'll be killed, too. The next bullet might get me.
You're raving, Crump.
When you stay here, the room is a death trap.
You look green, Crump. Sick, as if you're suffocating.
Suffocating? Yes, I am. The room's close. Stifling.
Close and stifling like a cage?
Yes.
And you hate cages, don't you, Crump?
I hate
That's why you let parrots out of cages. You can't stand seeing anything caged.
No, I can't stand.
Even the yellow canary, Dolly's yellow canary. The cage is here, but the canary's gone. You emptied that cage, too, eh, Crump?
Yes. Craig, I can't breathe. I'm suffocating.
Trav and I swapped postmortems and Tony, while Mona took notes. Claustrophobia, the fear of confinement. Crump couldn't stand anything in cages, or being caged or cornered himself, like I made him feel in his office. It even showed in his clothes. Baggy suits, sizes too big. Shirt open at the neck, no necktie.
His clothes gave you the hunch on him.
That and the bill of sale Dolly showed me.
How so?
Crump paid $40,000 for the Museum of Murder. $40,000 for a worthless business.
Blackmail?
It had to be. Dolly knew it was Crump who'd murdered her husband on the docks. She devised a cute way to make Crump pay off.
But why would Crump murder... Oh, wait. I think I know. Crump is really Rufus Scott, the stockbroker Sam Tracy robbed 6 years ago.
Was hired to rob by arrangement. My bet is that Crump invited Tracy to come tap his safe.
I'll buy that, sure. The Scott firm was on the verge of bankruptcy before that robbery. And then Tracy never got to keep the stolen $100,000. He was just a tool.
The patsy. Lucky to escape with his life. That's why he skipped the country.
But, Craig,
But
who staged the rooming house fire and the burial of a bogus Sam Tracy?
somebody who wanted to permanently shut off police interest in Sam Tracy and in the 100G. The men say you were supposed to be Rogers when you stalked me in the Museum of Murder and helped pull Crump apart at the scene.
The beneficiary of the $100,000 was the thug who worked over you, eh?
A thug who could only be one guy. Trav, your retired insurance stick.
Sandy Dow.
Sandy Dow. A guy I've got a date with before you have.
Oh, now, Craig, don't be vindictive.
Don't you be casual, Trav, about my head. Before you put the cuffs on Dowell, I'm handing him his cuffs, and that's for sure.
And before you two stalwarts of the law really go at it in earnest, will you tell me if I've got it down correctly?
Some other time, we'll go into a huddle over your note. Just one footnote to murder. Dolly ordered that wax exhibit from Scholar and invited me to come see it. It was her way of forcing Crump to come across by her museum.
The end?
Almost. All it needs now is the clinch.
The clinch, Barry?
Yeah, to keep your storyline straight. Page 1, boy meets girl. End page, boy gets girl.
Oh.
Trav.
What?
Vamoose, huh?
But,
All of a sudden, Mona's got that certain primitive look in her educated eye.
Oh. Excuse me for being dense.
Yeah, scram, Lieutenant. Please do not louse Craig up with the press.
Good night, folks. See you next week.
You have been listening to William Gargan in another exciting transcribed mystery drama from the adventures of Barry Craig, confidential investigator. Tonight's story, Murder in Wax, was written by John Robert. Next week, it's the strange story of the naughty necklace, about which Barry Craig has this to say.
Next week, I'll tell you how I was hired to buy a string of pearls, which was almost woven into a noose to hang me with. See you next week, folks.
Featured in the role of Mona was Joan Alexander. Barry Craig, starring William Gargan, was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is Don Pardo speaking.
Being a Lux girl, Jean depended on a quick beauty pickup. A refreshing Lux soap beauty bath did the trick, she told me.
Well, now that their beauty soap is in big new bath size, a Lux soap bath is more luxurious than ever.
Well, I can't imagine a nicer bath soap, John. Wonderful creamy lather, even in hard water. And a lovely, delicate fragrance that lasts and lasts.
The Lux soap perfume is an exclusive blend, you know. It combines lily of the valley, lilac, carnation, and other delicate flower fragrances.
I'm sure every woman who tries the big new bath-size Lux toilet soap will love it.
Yes, that generous satin smooth bath cake is a good item to put at the head of your shopping list. Why not try the new bath-size Lux toilet soap tomorrow? It's another fine product of Lever Brothers Company.
HOJO Radio, we're your old-time radio headquarters. Stay tuned.
The National Broadcasting Company presents, transcribes Sir Laurence Olivier in Theatre Royal.
This is Laurence Olivier. Once again, it is my pleasure to introduce to you a guest from the theater who is going to appear in this week's program. Next week, incidentally, I look forward to taking over the leading roles myself in this series. Today's guest will, I feel sure, be already familiar to you through the many films he has made which have enjoyed success in the United States. I refer to such motion pictures as The Golden Salamander, The Third Man, and perhaps best known of all, Brief Encounter. He is, of course, Trevor Howard. He has chosen to play the role of John Farrington in our play, based on a work by Dostoevsky. It's called The Judgment. Here, then, is Trevor Howard as John Farrington in The Judgment.
My name is John Farrington, Dr. John Farrington. If you'd care to sit down for a moment or two, I'll tell you a story. It's a fantastic story. You won't believe it. No one ever believes the truth. Would you like to hear it? Very well, then, but I warn you, this isn't an ordinary story, and you can't listen to it in the ordinary way. You have to pay attention, and you'll have to think. Yes, think. That's a surprisingly difficult thing to do. You don't have to believe that either, do you? Well, consider. Do you think as you go about your normal everyday duties? Are you conscious of thinking when you eat, walk, bathe, or dress? No, of course you're not. You perform 90% of all your actions without actually thinking. How do I know? Well, you see, I'm a psychiatrist. I specialize in the study of the brain. My business is thought. I said I was going to tell you a story. Yes, it's a peculiar kind of story. You see, I only know how it begins. I don't know the ending. However, if you'd like to listen, I'll tell you the beginning. Then perhaps you'll tell me the ending.
Good evening, John.
Carol,
Come in. Jim will be down in a minute.
I'm a bit early, I'm afraid.
No, Jim was late. Held up at the office. Come into the living room.
Real wood fire. New curtains, too, I see.
That's most observant of you, John. Most men don't notice things. Changes about the house, I mean. Sit down in the easy chair. You look tired.
I am, a little.
You've been working too hard again.
Yes, I'm afraid I have.
When are you going to take that vacation you've been talking about?
Oh, one day I'll get around to it. There's so much to be done, Carol. So much I want to learn.
Learn? You? Why, you've practically an international reputation now.
I've only scratched the surface, Carol. The brain is a complex thing. We've got...
Oh, no, you don't. You've promised to come over this evening for dinner and to relax. I refuse to talk about your work.
You're quite right, my dear. You always did know what was right for me. Come to think of it, I always talked about my work when we were together. I never got around to talking about you.
That's right. And it wasn't very pleasing to a girl's vanity.
Well, I was very foolish, Carol. I should never have let you marry Jim.
Why, John, don't tell me you've been a secret admirer all these years.
Would that surprise you?
In a way. I've always thought you were married to your work.
I am, but I love you, Carol. I've always loved you.
Hi there, John. Down there. Hey, what is this? Why are you two staring at each other like that?
Oh, nothing, dear. John has just told me something that was a bit of a shock.
Really? None of your experiments, John? I thought you weren't going to discuss professional matters tonight.
Well, no, I'm sorry, Carol.
How about some wine before dinner?
It's there on the table, dear. I'll serve it.
Yeah, you look a little tired. You're working too hard again?
Yes, Carol mentioned it. I don't suppose you could both be wrong.
How about letting a businessman prescribe for the doctor?
Of course. What's your diagnosis?
Too many clinics, too many patients, too much insanity.
Oh, no, that's not a pleasant word, Jim. We psychiatrists do not recognize what the layman terms insanity. My patients are mentally ill. Mental illness can be cured just the same as physical illness.
I forbid it. I absolutely forbid it. We are not going to talk shop with John tonight. Here's the wine, dear. Hold the glass while I pour.
Thanks.
John?
Thank you.
Oh, John, what's the matter?
I don't know. It's strange. The glass, it slipped from my hand. For a moment, I had no feeling in my fingers. That was the beginning, the first of the incidents. Then other things began to happen, most of them little things, minor slips. I couldn't be sure whether they were noticed or not. People not familiar with psychosis symptoms tend to discount minor changes. They call them idiosyncrasies.
Come in.
Oh, I beg your pardon, nurse, but I seem to have misplaced my treatise on the inner brain. I thought perhaps you might have come across it.
Why, certainly, Doctor. You gave it me to read yesterday.
Oh, of course I did. How stupid of me.
I haven't quite finished it, but if you need it
Oh,
back...
no, that's quite all right. Finish it, by all means.
Thank you. Oh, Doctor.
Yes?
I was a little puzzled by certain statements in the opening paragraph.
Mm-hmm.
It seems to me that, well, if what you say is true, then it's almost impossible to determine whether a person is suffering from mental derangement or not.
Yes, that unfortunately is one of my conclusions, but then my work is not finished. There's so much more we must learn. I'm certain the nurse looked at me strangely as I left the room. And then as the days and weeks went by, I was convinced that my little slips were not being ignored. One day in the hospital, I overheard two of my colleagues talking about it.
How's it going, Carl?
Very well, Brad. I heard some fine things about your last operation. They said it was positively brilliant.
Oh, more luck than anything else, I think. I say, by the way, have you seen much of Farrington lately?
No, not much. I run into him around the wards occasionally. Why?
I'm worried about him. He's been acting very strangely. Yesterday we met on the street and had a long chat. Oh, close to half an hour, I should say. This morning I met him in the corridor, and he seemed to have no recollection of the meeting or the conversation.
Really? That doesn't sound too good. He's working too hard. Perhaps we should ask Thebo to have a look at him. In a subtle way, of course.
Yeah, might not be a bad idea. Farrington has a brilliant mind, and sometimes that kind of mind can...
Yes, I know.
Hello, Carey.
Hello, Brad.
I want to have a word with you.
Anything serious?
I hope not. It's about Farrington.
Uh-huh.
I was talking to Carl yesterday. We both agreed that he's not well.
Overwork, eh?
Precisely.
And, what do you want me to do about it?
Well, you're an old friend of his, and his senior here in the hospital. If you put it to him, tactfully, of course, that his colleagues can't help noticing these lapses, or perhaps I should say symptoms he mustn't ignore.
And suppose he tells me to go to the devil, when he's perfectly capable of doing that.
Well, in that case, we'll have to talk to Dr. Thebo. But first, have a word with him yourself.
Very well. I'll speak to him today.
After that, there was no longer any doubt in my mind. But I kept on. I was in the middle of a great experiment. I dared not stop now. My treatise, The Inner Brain, created great comment, and the local medical society wished to pay its respects to my work. So they gave me a banquet. I suspected that afterward the doctors would broach the subject of arrest, a short leave of absence. Thebo was there, observing me closely.
Gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to present to you our honored guest, Dr. John Farrington.
Gentlemen, friends, and colleagues, I can't begin to tell you how deeply moved I am at this magnificent gesture. We of the medical profession do not seek honor, only knowledge. And all of you here have made contributions to medicine and science. Only the future shall prove just how great those contributions are. As you know, I've chosen the brain. It's a fascinating subject, one that we know so little about. We are like babes in the woods, wandering in a maze of minute, complex circuits, which in their own unknown way cause us to think, to memorize and retain what we've learned, to speak distinctly, walk straight, to balance ourselves on a bicycle or in an airplane. It's not too strange, too difficult to conceive that if but one, just one small part of this complicated machinery ceases to function in the normal way, our entire thought process becomes jumbled and plays tricks on us. For example, if we could only...
What's happening to him?
He's breaking everything in sight. What are you doing? Stop it! The spider, don't you see? Don't get him, someone! Let me go! It's the spider! Kill it! Kill it!
John,
let
wait.
me go! Stop him! He's going that way! Staddington, come back! Come back, man!
What did he say?
He said he had to kill a spider, pounding on the table, breaking everything with his bare fists.
But there was no spider on the table.
No, there wasn't. But how awful!
I ran out of the banquet hall before they could stop me. I didn't take the car. I walked, ran, half stumbled. People stopped and stared at me, but no one approached me. I think they must have been too afraid. Well, finally, I was there. I stopped for a moment outside and looked at the house. They were in there, I knew it. Carol and Jim. I smoothed my hair with my hands and tried to compose myself. And slowly, I walked up to the door. And for a moment, I was struck with panic. Suppose they'd heard. What if one of the doctors had called them from the banquet and warned them? But no. Carol came to the door.
Why, John, I thought you were at the dinner at the...
Yes, I was. May I come in? I must see Jim for a moment. It's urgent.
Why, of course.
Who is it, Carol?
It's John, dear. He wants to see you.
Oh, be right out. Half a minute.
Why, well, sit down, John. You look as white as a sheet.
No, I won't sit down.
Well, what's so important at this hour, John? We don't keep doctor's hours, you know.
John, what are you doing?
In a moment, we continue Theatre Royal with this week's guest, Trevor Howard.
We'd like to preview the fine parade of listening enjoyment tomorrow on NBC. First, though, your host on Father Knows Best reminds you of Sunday's great dramatic entertainment.
This is Robert Young. I've been asked to tell you something about the great new NBC Sunday evening, and nothing could give me more pleasure. It's a big evening, big in drama and big in stars, biggest in rewarding radio listening. I know your family will enjoy real theater on the air as much as mine does, each Sunday evening over the NBC radio network.
And remember the time changes for these favorite dramatic shows tomorrow. Be sure to listen when screen favorite Jimmy Stewart as fast-shooting Britt Ponsett defends an innocent stranger in a small western town on Six Shooter. Then on NBC Star Playhouse, hear Frederick March as he portrays the whaling master in Herman Melville's classic sea tale, Moby Dick. Later, on Stroke of Fate, hear what might have happened if that famous historical spy Benedict Arnold had succeeded in his plot of treason against America during our early struggle for independence. Then enjoy another comedy session of The Marriage, starring that brilliant husband-wife acting team, Hume Cronin and Jessica Tandy, when the ethics of his profession nearly cause a domestic rift on this delightful family drama series. Then for fine musical entertainment, your host, Lawrence Tibbett, brings you recorded memories of famous and beloved artists of the past and present on Golden Voices, followed by great readings of the world's finest poetry with David Ross as your host on Golden Treasury. Then you'll want to hear the latest 2-hour edition of Weekend, NBC's Sunday newspaper of the air, featuring such notables as Merrill Muller, Earl Wilson, and Earl Godwin with the latest news highlights, Tex McCrary with the outstanding personality of the week, and Jinx Falkenberg with features on home and fashion. So remember, for the tops in your Sunday listening entertainment, stay tuned to NBC.
And now we continue Theatre Royal with this week's guest, Trevor Howard.
Yes, I shot and killed Jim Foster. His wife, Carol, just stood there screaming, and then she fainted. What did I do? Let me see if I can remember. I looked at Jim, lying there crumpled at my feet. He was quite dead. He'd almost had to be with 5 bullets in his heart. I walked over and examined Carol, and her pulse was fast but regular. For a moment, I was afraid the shock might have killed her, too. Then I became conscious of a smoking revolver in my hand. I dropped it like a hot coal. And then I sat down. I don't know how long I sat there. That vast mechanism inside the thing we call the brain was working excitedly. Later, some neighbors came in. They found us there. Carol and Jim on the floor and me sitting in a chair mumbling to myself. They took me away. Yes, they took me to the police station. They put me in the psychopathic ward. And the humor of it struck me at the time. That I, John Farrington, the eminent psychiatrist, the one man generally recognized as being an authority on psychosis, locked up in the psychopathic ward of the county jail. And then they sent for Dr. Sebo to examine me. And poor old doddering Sebo. He'd been in a class of mine for postgraduate work. He was the county psychiatrist. The knowledge of what he had to do made him nervous, almost afraid.
Sure you'll be all right, Doctor? He said nothing's a proof cake, you know.
Yes, I'll be all right, thank you. Now, just wait outside.
Okay, sir.
Hello, Farrington.
Oh, Sebo, isn't it?
Yes, that's right. I don't quite know how to begin.
It's all right. They've told me what I did.
You have no recollection of your actions?
None, whatever.
Farrington, there's no use beating about the bush. I'm not half as qualified to diagnose your case as you are yourself. What made you do it?
Well, I don't know. Carol and Jim were my best friends. Well, something went wrong, of course, up here. Only I knew.
Mrs. Foster tells us that a few weeks ago you told her you were in love with her. You remember that?
Well, yes, I've always been in love with Carol. It's not what you think. I wouldn't kill Jim for her.
Many men have killed for love.
Yes, of course, but they were either premeditated murders or killings born of a sudden passion. In my case...
I'm amazed at your cool analysis of this.
Well, it's just that I'm trying to fathom myself. How could I, a man who has always been as sane as normal as it's possible to be, suddenly... How is Carol? She must hate me.
No, I don't think so. You see, Farrington, everyone's convinced that you're ill, that you didn't know what you were doing. They believe you're dangerous to society and yourself. You might suffer another of these attacks.
Oh, yes, of course. Sebo?
Yes?
Do you think Carol will come to see me?
I'll ask her. It might be good if she did.
Well, yes, I'm sure it would. You see, I must explain to her. I must try to make her understand. Ask her, Sebo. Tell her she needn't be afraid to come. I won't harm her.
I'm quite sure of that, Farrington.
Yes, I'll keep a guard in the room, just in case I should, begin to feel strangely.
You won't feel strangely, Farrington.
Well, how can you be sure?
Intuition. I'm not the psychiatrist you are, but I don't quite agree with everyone's opinion about you.
What do you mean?
I mean, I don't believe there's anything wrong with you. You're faking, Farrington. The whole thing's a gigantic plot.
Plot?
You're no more ill than I am.
I wish I could believe you.
I think it's far more important that when you come to trial, the jury believes.
Sebo, the one unknown quantity. The one thing I hadn't counted on. And Sebo, of all people. Oh, he was all right as a doctor. He could take out an appendix and prescribe for backache. But he was a child in psychiatric matters compared to me. Was he going to try to outthink me? His brain against mine? I, who knew more about the working of the human mind than any man alive? Why, I think if I'd tried, really tried, I could have convinced Sebo that he was mentally ill. Nevertheless, he advanced his theory to the district attorney and convinced him that it was worth a try. So they brought me to trial. The witnesses for the state sounded more like the witnesses for the defense.
Your name is Edith Cartwright?
Yes.
You're a nurse at All Saints Hospital?
Yes, I am.
State the type of work you're engaged in.
I handle psychopathic cases.
You know the defendant?
Dr. Farrington, of course. I work with him every day.
In your opinion, is Dr. Farrington a capable psychiatrist?
I would say that he was. He's been badly overworked. His memory began to go back on him several weeks ago. He loaned me his treatise to read, and the following day he came in and asked me if I knew where it was.
Your name, sir?
Dr. Bradley Newmark.
You are on the staff of All Saints Hospital?
I am.
In your opinion, Doctor, did the defendant show signs of mental derangement prior to the night of September 3rd?
In my opinion, Dr. Farrington had worked himself into a psychopathic state and was not responsible for his actions for several weeks prior to the date you mentioned.
But have you any specific examples to give the court?
Several. The first was on an occasion when we met and had a long chat. The next day, Dr. Farrington seemed to have no recollection of it.
Following a conversation with Dr. Newmark in which he suggested that I should try and persuade Dr. Farrington to take it easy, I spoke to him myself. He became quite excited. He told me that he was in the middle of a great experiment.
Did you consider his reaction normal?
His reaction was that of a sick man.
And how did the interview end?
He told me to go to the devil.
My name's Dr. Henley, Carl Henley. In my opinion, this entire trial is a farce, a travesty on justice. John Farrington's ill, terribly ill. If he weren't, he never could have committed this crime. He should be placed in our finest sanatorium and treated. Why, any man who has contributed to the field of science as he has...
Yes, thank you, Doctor. But we're not interested in your personal thoughts regarding the defendant. Have you any reason for your professional opinion?
The Medical Society tendered Dr. Farrington a testimonial dinner on the night of September the 3rd. On that occasion, in the middle of his speech, he suddenly began pounding on...
One by one, they paraded past the witness stand. It was a joke to hear them give their expert opinions. Everything was going exactly according to my plan. Finally, it came to Seabo's turn. I took renewed interest in the proceedings. Would they believe Newmark and Henley and Miss Cartwright? Or would Seabo's testimony make them doubt?
You are Dr. Ralph Seabo.
Yes, sir.
You're the psychiatrist employed by the county.
That's right.
You've examined the defendant.
I have.
In your opinion, then, Doctor, what is the condition of John Farrington's mind?
John Farrington is as sane as you are.
As sane as you are? Well, that's almost a moot question. By the time the end of the trial was reached, I think most of the jurors, the judge, the lawyers, and a good percentage of the spectators were beginning to doubt their own senses. You see, for weeks they'd had so much about psychosis hammered into their minds, they began to think about what goes on inside the brain. It can sometimes be dangerous to think too much about the mind. Finally, at great length, the trial was over, and the jury filed back into the box and prepared to render its verdict.
We, the jury, find that the defendant, John Farrington, did shoot and kill James Foster, but cannot be held responsible by reasons of insanity. We recommend that he be confined in a sanatorium until such time
And so here I am now. It's a nice sanatorium, fine doctors. They use many of my own methods. I think they'll consider it a particularly fitting triumph when they find that they've succeeded in curing me with treatments that I've used and discovered. Now remember, I told you I didn't know the ending of the story. I don't know it, because it's only just now going to happen. I'm ready now to gain my freedom. Little by little, just as I plan my actions to convince them of my illness, I've been planning them now to convince them of my full and complete cure. It hasn't been at all bad here. Just a few months of rest, which I badly needed anyway. A small price to pay for killing a man and for getting a wife who couldn't have become mine any other way. Carol should be here at any moment. She's been coming regularly to see me. She doesn't hate me for killing Jim. As a matter of fact, I believe she's beginning to fall in love with me.
Hello, John.
Carol, you look ravishing. You're more beautiful every time I see you.
You're looking better, too, John. Any attacks lately?
No, none in weeks now. Carol,
Yes?
when they tell me that I'm all right again, do you suppose you could find it in your heart? Oh, it's so difficult for me to put into words.
I understand, John. You know that next to Jim, I always loved you best.
Carol.
I must go now, John. They don't want me to tire you. I'll come again in a few days.
Carol, darling, I'll have to get well quickly so we can be together always.
Yes, John. Just as soon as you're completely well.
Come in.
Well, good morning, John.
Hello, Newmark. Nice of you to drop in.
You seem to be getting on splendidly. I see they put you in a regular room now. No more bars on the door, eh?
No, and I hope to be leaving altogether soon.
I'm sure you will. You're looking better all the time. You've got that old fire back in your eyes. Well, I'll drop down again soon.
Thank you.
Keep up the good work.
Hello, Farrington.
Henry, it's nice to see you.
Good to see you looking so well. They tell me you'll be going home tomorrow.
Yes, can't tell you how grateful I am.
Nothing to be grateful for, Dr. Farrington. After all, it was your treatment that cured you. Now you'll be able to carry on just where you left off.
It will be wonderful to get back to work again.
Well, we're looking forward to it. Oh, by the way, Miss Cartwright sends her greetings.
Oh, thank you. I'll see you at the hospital.
Right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello, Farrington.
Huh?
It's me, Farrington. Sibo. You remember me, don't you?
Oh, yes. Sibo. I'm all right, Sibo. I'm all right. You've got to make them understand. I'm well. I'm not crazy. I'm well. They're going to let me go home. They've taken the bars away, Sibo. Sibo, tell them.
Taken the bars away?
Sibo. I'll tell you a secret. You remember that time you came to see me in the jail?
Yes, of course. Do you remember?
Oh, certainly. I remember. There's nothing wrong with me, I tell you. But, Sibo, you were right. You were. I was faking. I was faking all the time. I wasn't deranged, but I fooled them. Didn't I, Sibo? I fooled them all but you.
Yes, you fooled them, John.
And now I'm going home. They've all told me so. Newmark, Henley, Miss Cartwright, and Carol. Carol comes every day, you know. We're going to be married.
I see. Well, I must be running along now. I'll be back tomorrow.
No, Sibo, don't leave me here. Don't leave me. I'm going home. They said so. Don't leave me, Sibo. I'm all right. There's nothing wrong with me. There's nothing wrong with me.
Well, Sibo, hopeless. Absolutely hopeless. I thought in the beginning he might be faking, but I was wrong. He imagines you visit him, and Henley, and Mrs. Foster. He thinks she comes to see him every day. He thinks he's going home, and he says we've taken the bars off the door.
Sibo! Sibo, I'm going home! I'm going home! No bars on the door! No bars! No bars! Sibo, let me out of here! I'm sane, I tell you. I'm as sane as you are.
I would like to extend my thanks this week to Trevor Howard, whom you have just heard in the role of John Farrington in The Judgment. As usual, too, I'm sure you'd like me to express your appreciation to our excellent supporting cast. In next week's program, I myself shall have the pleasure of appearing for you in a story of my own choice, when I hope to have the pleasure of your company. Until then, au revoir, and thank you.
Sir Laurence Olivier introduced Trevor Howard in this week's transcribed program. The music was under the direction of Sidney Torch. Theatre Royal is an NBC presentation produced and directed by Harry Allen Towers.
I'd like to say a few words about health. Over 50% of all family colds can be traced to uneven heat or overheating in the home. So protect your family's health by burning blue coal, America's finest anthracite. Then you'll be sure of steady, lasting, healthful heat at less cost. The next time you order fuel, ask for blue coal by name. You don't have to get a full supply. Your nearest blue coal dealer will be glad to send you a trial ton. Phone him tomorrow.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
I have moved about this world of ours, and ever in search of the finest of its kind, we bring you the tops in spine chillers. The creaking door. The manufacturers of State Express 3/5 Filter King cigarettes take pleasure in presenting The Creaking Door. Good evening, friends of The Creaking Door. horrible dreams. Get 3 5s. Get the taste. 3 5s by State Express. Get the taste of international success. The taste that's uniquely 3 5s. Only when no expense is spared in its making can a cigarette taste so right, so smooth, so satisfying. 3 5s. Get the taste. The taste that State Express created for you. The taste that has made 3 5s the king-size cigarette of international success. Get 3 5s. Get the taste. In the dim-lit parlor, the old fortune teller and the doctor talk in hushed tones. River noises drift into the room. Dr. Elliot is anxious to leave. His wife waits for him in their car parked outside the squalid house.
The boy will walk again, Doctor.
There's nothing to fear. His leg will mend perfectly.
Oh, thank you, Doctor. Thank you.
Well, I think I'd better go. My wife is waiting for me in the car outside.
Oh, Doctor, perhaps I might read your palm. Such fine, strong hands have mended my grandson's bones. Let me speak the future written in your hands.
Well, all right.
Let's see. We see a fine, strong life. Tells a rich story. For you, the surgery was natural. Yes, when you were young, you mended a bird's broken wing. You grew happy in the strength you gave to others. You were content in the strength of your young hands and your work for a time. Oh, yes, you met someone you loved. Your marriage. Then a great cloud settled over you. This cloud is in your life now. It fills you with fear. Something that you scarcely admit to yourself. Wait. I do not understand it clearly. It is... Oh, now I see it. It is... No.
What is it? Tell me.
I see something terrible.
What are you saying? Tell me what is written in my hand. I must know.
Go, I tell you. You know too well what I see in your hand. Go, and never come here again. There's death in your hands.
At the party. John, what's the matter?
What did she mean? What could she have seen?
What could she have seen?
Marion, I must get some air.
They're expecting us, John. Carl Cherney and all his friends.
Yes, I knew, Marion. Please, just for a few minutes. Let's go over to the water there, near the wharf.
John, you haven't been listening to me. Is something wrong? Was everything all right?
I can't understand what she meant. What did she see?
The gypsy woman. See where, John?
In my hands, she saw something horrible written in my palm. She spoke of my childhood, about meeting you, my love of surgery. Everything she saw was the truth. And then suddenly she screamed. She refused to go on, talk to death.
Oh, John, don't think about it. The woman was half crazed with fear for her grandchild. John, listen to me. Let's go to the party. Carl Cherney's there. I know he can help. He's just back after years of study abroad, working in the occult sciences. Black magic, palmistry. Perhaps he can...
Look at the water, Marion. How tranquil and yet how black it is. Down there. Lean out here. You will see. There.
John, are you listening?
See those lights flashing on and off down there in the water? Luminous. Each with its shining battery.
I don't see anything, John. It must be your imagination. John! John, what are you doing? You're going to push me into the water. I look in your eyes. You might try to push me in to drown me. You will, won't you?
I don't know. I don't understand what's happened. I felt an irresistible urge suddenly, and then you scream. I realized how nearly I pushed you over the edge.
You talk as though you had no control over yourself, as if you were an automaton, a tool in someone's hands.
Someone's hands? Perhaps my own, Marion. Perhaps that's what the gypsy saw, what she wouldn't tell me. Yes, that must be it. Oh, Marion, please try to understand. I don't know what happened just now. I can't even try to explain it. You said before that Carl Cherney was at the party. He's returned here after years of study abroad. Perhaps he could tell me. Perhaps he might know the answer.
Tell you what, John?
You said he was a student of palmistry. Perhaps then he can tell me what is written in my hands.
I see the brilliant hands of a great surgeon. I see skill, certainly. A quick, decisive mind. And I see...
What else do you see?
I see also something tragic.
Tell me what it is, Cherney.
I see also death in your hands.
Death. That's what it is. Death at my hands. That's what she saw, too, the gypsy. That's why she feared for her grandson's life. It is there, written, incised, burnt into my hands. Death! And earlier this evening, at the water's edge, I nearly pushed Marion in. She said it. I was an automaton, a tool in someone's vast scheme greater than all of us, driving me, forcing me to fulfill the prophecy written here in these hands. Death!
Such a terrible headache.
All right, Marion.
Oh, that's better. Thank you, John.
I'm glad we left the party early. Here, sit down in this chair.
Oh.
You're tired. I'll get something for you from my cabinet.
You sure you can find it in the dark?
No, there's no need to put on the lights. I'll find them.
Did you speak to Carl tonight, John?
Yes, I spoke to him.
What did he say?
Nothing, Marion. Nothing at all.
He was very charming tonight, wasn't he? He was reading everyone's palm. He's really very brilliant, John.
Yes, I know.
Do you know what he told me?
What, Marion?
He took my hand and read my palm, and he told me of my meeting you, of our marriage, problems we've had, joys. But then he said something I didn't quite understand. He said he saw your name, John. Your name, written at the end of my lifeline.
My name?
Yes. What do you think he meant? Your name written at the end of my lifeline?
My name? That means that... Oh, it couldn't. No, it means nothing. Nothing. I don't know what it could mean.
Someone said it meant life together, John. You and I, together until the end.
Yes, that must be it. Here, Marion, take this pill. Now, don't think about it. Take this. It'll cure your headache.
What is it, John?
Oh, just an aspirin. Why?
Let me have that bottle. Here. Put the light on. It isn't aspirin. It isn't the aspirin bottle, John. Look at it. It's poison. You were trying to give me poison.
No, Marion, no.
You were. Oh, get away from me. You were trying to kill me. That's it. You are trying to kill me. You You must be mad, John. Twice tonight you've tried to kill me. First down at the wharf, you tried to push me in the water, and now this.
Marion, I swear to you, I didn't know. Listen to me.
Listen to you? No, I'm going. Getting out of here. I've got to get away from you. Anywhere. I'll go away with Carl. He asked me to go with him, but I refused, saying I loved you, wanted to be with you. Be with you? You would murder me. Don't come near me. Don't you dare!
Marion, wait! Don't go! Marion! Oh, Marion. Oh, no. Was I trying to kill her? No, not Marion, my wife. Isn't there any other way? I love her. Maybe it doesn't have to be her. Perhaps my name at the end of her lifeline does mean life together. My hands say death, but not her death. Death. Perhaps there is another way out. Perhaps someone else will serve to fulfill the prophecy. Perhaps if I kill someone else, anyone, then maybe I shall obtain release. Yes, that is my answer. I must kill someone.
Get 3 5s. Get the taste. 3 5s by State Express. Get the taste of international success. The taste that's uniquely 3 5s. Only when no expense is spared in its making can a cigarette taste so right, so smooth, so satisfying. 3 5s. Get the taste. The taste that State Express created for you. The taste that has made 3 5s the king-size cigarette of international success. Get 3 5s. Get the taste.
Poor Dr. Elliot is seated alone in his quiet office in the hospital. He has had no sleep. A thought keeps burning itself into his brain, torturing him.
Can I kill someone else? Not Marion. Can I? Who will notice what I'm about to do? So much death here in the hospital. All that is needed is a simple error, a miscalculation, the merest slip of the scalpel. I'm free, released from the fate that is written here in these hands. But I am a doctor, a physician. I have sworn.
I swear by Apollo the physician, and Aesculapius, and Hygia, and Panacea, and all the gods and goddesses, that according to my ability and judgment as a physician, I will keep this oath forever and this stipulation.
The Hippocratic oath. The oath of a physician to his profession. The oath I swore to uphold. But I cannot listen, I cannot. Marion's death is written in my hand.
This I swear. Into whatsoever house I enter, I will go unto them for the benefit of the sick, and will abstain from every voluntary act of mischief and corruption. This I swear.
Into whatsoever house I enter, I will go unto them for the benefit of the sick, and will abstain from every voluntary act of mischief and corruption. This I swear. This I swear. Nurse, this is Dr. Elliot. Prepare the patient in surgery A immediately for operation.
Dr. Elliot?
Yes?
Brilliantly done, Dr. Elliot. May I congratulate you? That was the most magnificent operation.
Thank you, Lowell. Yes, it was a brilliant and magnificent operation. But with that success, I know I cannot kill another person. I could not bring myself to kill the patient, try as hard as I would. No, I know now that I must. That it must be her, Marion, who dies at my hand. There could be no one else. There could be no other answer. I must write my name at the end of her lifeline. Accidents, emergency, death all around me. And yet hers is the death that must come at my hands. This is what must be.
Calling Dr. Peters. Calling Dr. Peters. Please come to surgery B immediately. Accident, emergency case. Calling Dr. Peters. Calling Dr. Elliot. Calling Dr. Elliot. Please call in surgery C. Calling Dr. Elliot.
Oh, let me alone. Not again, not another.
Dr. Elliot. Calling Dr. Elliot. Urgent in surgery C.
Hello, operator.
Yes, sir.
Get me surgery C.
Going through, Doctor.
Hello? Dr. Elliot speaking. I can't be disturbed. I've just completed the most difficult operation, and I'm frightfully tired.
But this is very serious, Doctor.
I don't care how serious it is.
But, Doctor, it's your wife.
My wife? What's happened?
She was brought into the hospital just as you were leaving the operating room. She and Mr. Carl Cherney were in a terrible automobile accident. Some of them are in the emergency ward now.
What was the diagnosis?
Both with severe internal injuries. Immediate surgery has been ordered. Dr. Peters has already begun operating Mr. Cherney. Dr. Lowe says imperative that you operate on your wife.
I can't. Don't you understand? My hands. My name at the end.
What are you saying, Doctor?
All right. Prepare the patient. I will operate. I must.
Yes, Dr. Lowe. He's going to be in a moment.
Oh, doesn't he realize that this patient's status is most critical?
Well, I told him what you said, Doctor.
Well, where in heaven's name is he? Doesn't he know his wife is dying?
Here I am, Lowe.
This patient needs instant operation, Doctor. This patient, as you call her, is my wife. I know that, Doctor. That's why I couldn't understand. I'm sorry, Doctor. Will you begin now?
Yes.
I will operate. No, you will stay and assist me. Scalpel, nurse. Hemostat, nurse. Clamp off the vessels, Lowell. Wait, Lowell. Wait with the hemostat. Wait. Dr. Elliot, the bleeding is profuse. Lowell, I said wait. I tell you what to do.
Dr. Elliot, the patient's pulse is beginning to fall rapidly.
Dr. Elliot, quiet. I'm in charge here.
I see death at your hands, Dr. Elliot. Death at your hands. Dr. Elliot, the patient's blood pressure has taken a serious fall.
At the end of my lifeline, your name, John. Your name. At the end of my lifeline.
Dr. Elliot? Doctor, hadn't you better use the ligatures? This patient will require transfusion unless that bleeding is stopped. No, Lola. No ligatures yet. It's all right. It's quite all right.
What could it mean, John? Your name, written at the end of my lifeline.
I understand what it means, Marion.
The patient's pulse is very faint, Doctor, almost imperceptible. I see death at your hands. Death at your hands, Dr. Elliot. Death at your hands.
Dr. Elliot. Dr. Elliot, what are you doing standing there staring? I can't do it. I can't. No, take over. I can't go on with this operation. But you must. You can't stop now, Dr. Elliot. Look at me. I'm trembling all over. My hands are shaking. I can't control them. You've got to pull yourself together. It's impossible. No, I can't do it. I tell you, you've got to complete this operation. If I go on, I'll kill her. I'll kill her, do you understand? I'll kill her now. You've got to take over alone. You've got to. Listen to me, Dr. Elliot. There's only one surgeon in the world who can successfully complete this operation. And that man is you.
No, I can't. I won't touch her again.
Dr. Elliot, look at me. I've seen your work before. I know what you're made of. I understand the tension that grips your throat, that tightens your fingers. Remember, Doctor, this woman is not only your wife, she's also your patient.
Yes. Yes, you're right. Yes, she's my patient.
Remember, Doctor, the woman is bleeding to death under your hands. You and you alone can save this patient. Shall I clamp off the vessels, Dr. Elliot?
The vessels. Yes. Clamp off the vessels. That bleeding must be stopped. Nurse. Suture, nurse. Sponge. Cut off the anesthesia. Suture. Sponge, nurse.
Dr. Elliot?
What is it, Lowe?
May I say something? I have had the privilege of working with many great surgeons, but, sir, that operation and your behavior in that room were the most magnificent I've ever witnessed.
Thank you.
I didn't know how true it was that you were the only surgeon in the world who could have pulled through that, but after that grueling operation earlier this afternoon, and the tremendous strain of hearing of your wife's accident, it was no wonder you were overwrought during the operation on your wife. It was absolutely...
Let's not speak of it anymore. Do you mind, Lowe?
Sorry, Dr. Elliot. Dr. Elliot? Dr. Elliot?
Yes. What is it, Lowe?
It's the patient, Mr. Cherney.
What about Cherney?
He was crushed horribly in the accident. Dr. Peters performed the emergency operation, but I'm afraid without success. He was too far gone for man's aid.
Is he dead, Lowe?
No, he's still conscious. He's got a few minutes left. He said he had to talk to you. Oh, I know it's asking a lot, but... Would you mind, Doctor?
That's all right, Lowe. I'll be glad to see him. Where is he?
You wanted to see me, Cherney.
I haven't much time or much strength to speak. You know that I love Marion. I have always loved her. And last night, when I spoke to you, when I read your palm, I said I saw death at your hands. I hoped that would drive you to murder. I wanted you to kill, that Marion would be free to come to me, to be mine.
But you said you saw my name at the end of Marion's lifeline. You knew I would understand. That meant her death at my hands. Why?
I knew you would understand. I spoke to Marion after you left, after I read your palm. I told her I loved her, asked her to come away with me. She refused. She loves you, Elliot. You alone. I knew then that even if you killed and Marion were free, she would still be yours. I would never have her. I've been mad, insanely jealous. I determined that if I could not have her, neither could you, nor anyone else. And when I saw your name at the end of her lifeline, I told her so. I knew you must understand the meaning of those words, that you would kill her.
Then you did see my name at the end of her lifeline. It is true, then, that I must kill her. Am I to have no peace until I've killed her?
No, Elliot. Your name is written at the end of her lifeline, but her lifeline is very long as yours. Both of you have a long life ahead of you. Together.
But the death that is written in my hands, you saw it. The gypsy saw it. Death is written in my hands. You said so.
Yes. Death is written in your hands. Death, 'the constant companion of the great surgeon. is with you always. Death at your elbow at every operation. Death stands by at every stroke of the surgeon's knife. Death is in every line of your hands. But you triumph, Dr. Elliot. You triumph over death. Yours are the hands of a great surgeon, a great healer, winning victory after victory over what it is your destiny to struggle against. Victory over death. After all, what was written in Dr. Elliott's hand came true. His destiny was a struggle against death, the battle of all great doctors. But what about you? What about your hand? What's written there? Do you know? Perhaps you'd better not.
Get 3 5s. Get the taste. 3 5s by State Express. Get the taste of international success. The taste that's uniquely 3 5s. Only when no expense is spared in its making can a cigarette taste so right, so smooth, so satisfying. 3 5s. Get the taste. The taste that State Express created for you. The taste that has made 3 5s the king-size cigarette of international success. Get 3 5s. Get the taste.
Back again. Just a reminder of our rendezvous next week. Where are we going? Through the creaking door, of course.
The manufacturers of State Express 3 5s Filter King cigarettes invite you to listen next Saturday at 9 o'clock. When they will again present The Creaking Door.
If that's the game you're missing because of a mean cold, here's something you should know.
Every second someone takes it for the miseries of a cold. Millions more take bromoquinine. Every second someone takes it for the miseries of a cold. Bromoquinine.
More people have taken more bromoquinine cold tablets for more complete relief than any other cold tablet ever sold. You could take aspirin or other single-action cold remedies all day and not get bromoquinine's more complete relief, even for virus colds. Bromoquinine works to relieve stuffy nose, body aches, fever, irregularity, the blues, and headache. More complete relief, because bromoquinine is the only cold tablet sold with wonder-working quinine and 5 other medicines, health fortified with vitamin C. Remember,
every second someone takes it for the miseries of a cold. Millions more take bromoquinine.
Get bromoquinine brand cold tablets.
HOJO Radio, where the classics come alive.
Resolution 1841.
My name is Laura Cabot. It is January 2nd, 1942, the second day of a new year. As I speak these words, even I myself can't believe that what has happened is true. It began only a few short hours ago, less than 48 to be exact. And yet, it has changed everything for me, even life itself. I must tell someone. And so, I'm telling you. It all began night before last, New Year's Eve. A number of us had braved the deep snow and cold north wind to go out to the old Cabot place, north of Quincy, to see the new year in. There were 4 of us, Ed and Helen Richards, who had just been married a year, and a business friend of Ed's named Duke Toback. We had to leave Ed's car down at the road and walk up the narrow, unused lane leading to the big brick house.
Talk about 1941 leaving with a vengeance.
It's cold, isn't it? The snow's drifting deeper.
Oh, Helen, to the right, dear. The house is over there.
All right, Laura. I didn't know we'd have to walk.
Yeah, it'll be good for us.
I wonder what your friend must think of us. Out like this on New Year's Eve.
Duke? Oh, Duke's a good sport. Besides, dear, haven't we made a practice of spending New Year's Eve in the old Cabot place for the last 3 years?
Yes, Ed, we have.
Besides, Duke wouldn't want to spoil the fun. Anyway, I think that he makes a fine partner for Laura, don't you?
Yes. He's very handsome.
And wealthy. Helen, do you think she likes him?
Well, the way she's hanging on to him and laughing, I wouldn't exactly say she hates him.
Oh, Mr. Toback, you certainly must think that we're idiots.
I wish you'd call me Duke. I've been calling you Laura all evening.
Well, I guess it's because I'm so fascinated by your last name that I used it. Tell me, how do you spell it?
Just like it sounds. T-O-B-A-C.
Duke.
Yes, Laura?
Spell your last name backwards. Toback, spelled backwards, is Cabot. My name.
I say, you're right.
Well, that's the most unusual thing I've ever heard of.
Well, I'm an unusual person.
Are you?
Don't you think so, Laura?
I really haven't had time to decide yet. But I'm awfully glad you came along with Helen and Ed tonight. We do this every year, you know.
Yes, so Richard's told me.
Oh, this old house has been in my family for more than a century. It was just 3 years ago that I discovered it belonged to me.
That's so?
Oh, there were back taxes galore on the place. But I paid them up. And every New Year since then, the Richards and I have spent New Year's Eve
A
here.
charming custom. You know, I rather think I'm going to enjoy being let in on it.
I hope so, Duke. Really, I do. I want this to be the best New Year's Eve we've ever enjoyed. Helen, you and Ed wait up, or you'll have to stand at the door till we catch up with you.
All right.
Duke, what's wrong?
Laura, wait.
What is it?
Is that the house?
Why, yes. Why?
I don't know. It seems so familiar looking. I've seen it before. Someplace.
Well, if you've seen it, it's been right here.
Come on, Laura. Unlock the door.
Oh, all right. Here's the key.
Here, I'll open it. There. In you go, Laura.
Ooh, for heaven's sake, Ed, come in and close that door.
Yeah.
Hurry, dear. Snow's blowing into the place.
Here, old man, let me give you a hand with that door.
Thanks. There. Quite a wintry blast.
Here, stomp off the rug on this rag, the snow on this rag rug. That's what it's for.
Good to know.
Oh, boy.
Oh, it's nice and warm in here.
Yes, I'm surprised. You been out here earlier today?
No. Oh, Mr. Johnson owns the farm across the way. He always comes over on the last day of December and builds a fire for us.
You see, he expects us.
The place seems so strange tonight.
Strange? What do you mean, Laura?
I don't know. Does it really feel warm to you folks?
Well, it certainly does.
Of course it does, dear.
It's fine. Boy, it sure makes it handy to come here and have the place all heated for us.
Yes, but it doesn't seem the same in here as it always has before.
Well, personally, I think it's very homey.
Well, so do I. It's a pity no one lives here. It's such a nice place. I've tried to convince Laura she should stay here instead of renting in town.
I've had this feeling before. It's so strange. Almost weird.
Weird? Why, this place is far from being weird.
Oh, of course. Oh, I'm just being silly. Come on, Helen. Let's take our coats into the other room and see what condition the kitchen's in.
All right. Ed, you'd better throw a log on the fire.
How about some refreshments all around, huh?
Oh, you just leave that to us, gentlemen. There are plenty of refreshments in the kitchen.
Yes, indeed. Laura and I had them sent out yesterday.
Smoke, Duke?
No, thanks.
Well, how do you like her?
Laura?
Mm-hmm.
Charming.
Oh, now, Duke, is that all you've got to say for her?
Well, I haven't known her but a few hours. And yet...
Yes, Duke?
Yet, it seems that I have known her before. Somewhere. Sometime.
What makes you think that?
I can't say. Something about her. The way she acts. The way she talks, possibly. I don't know.
Well, have you asked Laura if she'd met you before?
Oh, I thought that rather a silly thing to say. Besides, that's what men always say to women when they're trying to make conversation. And, well, Laura's very easy to talk to. She talks so comfortably with me. And, well, it's as though she'd known me someplace before, too.
Yeah, I know how you feel, Duke. I felt the same way about folks I'd just been introduced to.
Sensations like that are hard to explain.
Yeah, they're generally not explained. Look here, Duke. This is your first trip to Quincy, isn't it?
Not only my first trip to Quincy, it's my first trip to Massachusetts.
Well, now, Laura's lived here all her life. She's been away a summer or two on vacation, though. Possibly you met her then.
Yes, that could be the answer. But it does seem we've been acquainted before. And the strangest part of it all is, it seems that we were once very close to each other. Very close.
Oh, Helen, will you juice these oranges for me, please?
How many?
Oh, half a dozen to begin with, I guess. Oh, come on over here on the small table.
Oh, all right. Laura?
Yes?
What do you think of Duke?
Oh, I don't know. Give me a little more time.
He seems to be attracted to you.
Does he?
Does he indeed? I caught him 3 times staring at you like, well, with a sort of fascination. Like he couldn't get used to you.
Well, perhaps you're right. Maybe he can't get used to me.
No, I didn't mean that way. I mean, well, he stared at you like he was trying to remember something.
Yes, I noticed that.
And I caught you staring the same way at him.
Yes.
What is it, Laura?
I don't know.
You like him all right, don't you?
That's just it. I feel that suddenly I like him too much.
Oh, now, you needn't fall in love with him right off the handle.
Oh, no, it isn't that. It's a different kind of a feeling. An affection, but not the kind a woman has for a man. It's different from that.
I don't understand what you mean, Laura.
I wonder if I understand what I mean myself. It's something that seems to draw me very close to him.
Oh, love at first sight. I've always believed in it.
No, not that. Something else. Something different. Something greater.
He hasn't made love to you already, has he?
Helen, will you please stop talking about love? Love has nothing to do with it.
Laura, you need a lift. Come on, let me fix you one.
No, not now. You know, Helen, I'm positive I've never met Duke Toback before. And yet it seems that I did know him once a long, long time ago.
Well, it couldn't be very long ago. You're only 23.
No. I mean, farther back than that, even.
Hey, wait a minute.
His name. It's so strange. Toback. It's so very strange.
$11:30.
No, just 30 more minutes, then it's goodbye 1941.
I can't wait. I've had enough of the past 365 days. I want a brand new year to start out everything with a clean slate.
Now you're talking, Laura. Here's to 1942.
Yes, here's to the new year.
Well, hey, I'm in on that.
May all our troubles disappear like bubbles of champagne.
Especially as quickly as the bubbles in any champagne that might be left around our place.
Would you pardon me now? I want to go upstairs for a moment.
I'll go with you.
Oh, no, dear. It's cold up there, and besides, I won't be but a moment.
Helen, you've got work to do in the kitchen. Well, I'll be right back.
Yes, I'll only be a moment. Make yourselves at home.
She seems strange tonight, doesn't she, Ed?
Yeah. You know, she was right enough when we left town. You know, the minute she stepped into this house tonight, something came over her.
I think she's quite attractive.
Duke, had you ever met her before tonight?
Well, no, at least I don't think I have.
Well, that's what she said about you.
She did?
Yes. She acted so strangely, too. She said that you attracted her in a strange sort of way.
Now, that's a pretty compliment.
Oh, Ed. What I mean, Duke, is Laura told me she seems to have known you before somewhere.
You know, that's odd. Duke just said the same thing about Laura, not more than 30 minutes ago.
Duke, you mean that...
Yes. It's so strange. I'm trying hard to remember.
Well, now, I wouldn't worry about it. You know, I've had the same thing happen to me. Just some trick in nature. You meet a person, for a moment you'd swear you'd met him before.
But isn't it strange that Laura should have the same feeling about Duke?
Yes, I was about to forget the whole affair, but now... Well, I wonder.
Well, now, my advice is that you two get together a little more. Talk over the places you've visited, places you've been. Now, I'll wager one of my Christmas ties you met at the seashore. Or at Santa Anita, or maybe on some dude ranch.
Possibly, Ed. But it doesn't seem that way. You know, I haven't said this before, but even this old house seems familiar to me.
It does?
Yes. When I first saw it outside, I stopped dead in my tracks. Something seemed to stop me, and... Well, I'd have sworn I'd walked up that same lane out there dozens and dozens of times.
Well, that's incredible.
This room, with its high ceiling and huge fireplace. These pine walls, the heavy oak floors, the decorations. They all seem so vaguely familiar.
But why should they? You've never been here before.
No, I haven't. Don't you two think it's getting chilly in here?
Yes, a little.
Oh, there are no more logs. I guess I'd better go fetch a couple.
No, Ed, I'll do it.
Now, there's no reason for both of you to go out in the cold. Ed, you go.
Isn't that just like a wife? No, Ed, you stay here. I know exactly where the logs are. I saw them when I came in. I'll be right back with a couple.
Better put a coat on, old man.
No, I won't be out long enough. The wood's just around the corner of the house.
Oh, Laura, I didn't see you come back.
Oh, he's gone to get some logs for the fire. Insisted on going alone.
Laura, what a beautiful dress.
Hey, those aren't the clothes you wore out here.
Wherever did you find such a quaint outfit, darling?
It's a dress my mother used to treasure. It's been in my family for almost a century.
Oh, it's beautiful.
I thought it would be fun to put it on tonight. I found it upstairs in an old trunk.
Just wait until Duke sees you in that dress. Maybe that'll help him remember where he knew you before.
He thinks he's known me before.
And Helen says you feel that you've met him before, too.
Well, yes. I do feel that way, but... Oh, I don't know what to think. I'm so upset tonight.
Laura, what is wrong tonight? Ed and I've both noticed it.
You know what's wrong, Laura?
Oh, I didn't want to mention it, but...
There. Something is wrong.
Well, can we help you?
No, I couldn't ask you to. Well, you two know how very fond I've grown of this old house and the property.
Yeah. You certainly spent a lot of money putting it into shape. I still don't see why you don't live here.
Oh, it's the memories and more than anything. And the fact that my grandmother and her grandmother and hers lived here for so many years.
Oh, Laura, you don't mean you're going to lose the place?
I'm afraid so.
Oh.
You see, it's heavily mortgaged. I'm in debt more than $3,000. I can't meet that debt.
Well, that's a little more money than we've got right now.
Yes, quite a bit more. Oh, what's that?
Duke.
Oh, Ed, see what's wrong. For heaven's sake, don't just stand there. Hurry.
Duke, Lord, man, your head. What happened? Speak to me, Duke. Are you all right? Here now, take it easy. I'll carry you into the house. Come on now. Arm around my neck. That's it.
Is he all right, do you think?
Yeah. There's quite a pile of wood out there. Picked up a piece near the bottom, and the lot slid down on him. Just knocked him out, that's all.
Oh, he looks so pale. Here, loosen his collar. There. You better take his tie. That's it.
Oh.
Duke?
Oh.
Duke? Are you all right?
Feeling better now, old man?
What? Is something wrong?
You had an accident, Duke. Do you feel all right now?
Lauren.
Yes, Duke?
Lauren. Why'd you call me that, Lauren? Who are these people?
Duke, why, you'll be all right.
Who are these people? Why am I lying here? Where is your mother, Lauren?
You'll be all right now. Just lie still.
Why do you speak like that? Why do you look at me like that, daughter?
Daughter?
But what's the trouble here? Suddenly you're so strange.
It's you who are strange.
What? You call your father strange? You call me, Jeremiah Cabot, strange?
Jeremiah Cabot?
Of course, Jeremiah Cabot. Don't tell me I have to remind you who I am.
But Jeremiah Cabot was my mother's great-great-grandfather.
Duke, for heaven's sakes, what's the matter with you?
This is so strange. I'm afraid I don't know your friends, Lauren, and you, young lady, or you, sir.
Oh, now, Duke, cut the kidding.
Just a moment, Ed. I think I'm beginning to understand.
Oh. For a moment, child, I thought you were my daughter. Now I know the truth.
Yes, that must be it.
What, Laura? What on earth?
Just a moment, Helen. Jeremiah Cabot. He built this house. His daughter was named Laurelyn. The name has been in the family for a century.
Laurelyn. She looked so much like you.
I still don't get this.
Ed, wait, I think I can explain, at least partially. There's an old legend in our family that one New Year's Eve, Jeremiah Cabot was asked by his family to join them in making New Year's resolutions. In the spirit of jest, Jeremiah resolved one thing: to return to this earth 100 years from the night he made the resolution.
That's it. Yes, of course, the resolution. The brick in the fireplace. The brick.
What does he mean?
I remember now. Here, I'll show you. This brick. This one behind the others. See? It's loose. You can remove it.
But what are you trying to tell us?
Here. You see? A hiding place behind the brick. This is where the papers are hidden. And the money.
Will somebody please tell me what's going on around here?
Ed. That's real money.
$10,000. You see, It has been hidden here for years. And here, pictures in the original deed to the Cabot property.
What? This is most amazing.
And this is what I was looking for. Here, Laurelyn, read this. Go ahead, child. Read it.
What did it say, Laura?
Do you want me to read it?
No. Just a moment. It's quite faded. The ink is almost gone. It says, I, Jeremiah Cabot, being in my right and sane mind, do solemnly resolve this night to return to earth again. Exactly 100 years from now, if it be within the realm of power. Signed, Jeremiah Cabot, December 31st, 1841.
What happened? Is something wrong? What am I doing here? Oh, my head.
Duke.
Why are you all looking at me like that? Oh, I remember now, the logs. Ooh, cold in here.
Duke, where are you going?
No, Ed, you stay here. I know exactly where the logs are. Saw them when we came in. I'll be right back.
Resolution 1841. Tonight's tale of dark fantasy, written by Scott Bishop. Charles Carshon played Duke Toback. Minnie Jo Curtis was Laura Cabot. Eleanor Naylor Corrin was Helen Richards. And Ben Morris played Ed Richards. Next Friday night at this same time, the National Broadcasting Company will bring you the 8th in this series of stories of the supernatural and the unusual, created for you by Scott Bishop. Listen for the weird and haunting The Curse of the Neanderthal, the story of a grave 40,000 years old, and the awesome secret that it contained. Dark Fantasy originates each Friday night in the studios of WKY, Oklahoma City. Tom Paxton speaking. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The kitchens of today can be more beautiful in 1949 because this year there's a better, brighter, self-polishing floor wax. It's 1949 Glow Coat. Yes, bright as it's always been, this year Glow Coat is brighter than ever, better than any. Try 1949 Glow Coat on your linoleum this week.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
Boys and girls, here's Dick Tracy.
Presenting Detective Inspector Dick Tracy, protector of law and order. When the theft of a large order of industrial diamonds was discovered, Dick's only clue was an ordinary-looking lapel pin in the shape of two intertwined hearts. When noticing the same design and the tattoo on a dead man's shoulder, Dick soon learned through the Federal Bureau that the theft was the work of Nazi fifth columnists. And Tess Trueheart recognized the lapel pin as the badge of an apparently harmless social club about which she once wrote a feature article. She agreed with Dick that the club was probably a false front for Nazi activities. But
When Dick had verified this, he learned that Tess had disappeared. Actually, she's the unwilling guest of the Nazi ringleader, Brinker von Ludwig. But Dick doesn't know that. While he frantically searches for Tess, von Ludwig and his hatchet-faced female assistant, Hedwig, are huddled over a secret shortwave radio.
There, Brinker. Is that not our ship?
Mine, Hedwig. It's a long wavelength.
You should let Dolman do this. He is a radio expert.
He's also extremely curious. I can manage.
Jawohl. But the less we use this radio, the better.
Wait, I think... No, it's just a routine weather report.
Suppose something has happened to the ship.
Now, what could happen to it, Hedwig?
Suppose the Atlantic Patrol has challenged it. Suppose they learn it is not a Swedish merchantman.
Why do you always imagine the worst?
Because in this way, one is prepared for the worst.
But we've already prepared for that. The ship's papers will be in perfect order. Forged, of course, but the Amerikaners will not suspect that.
Do not underrate the Americans, Brinker.
They make progress for an inch and talk like they've traveled a mile.
But they have listening posts. If they intercept their ship's message to you...
Let them. The message will be harmless enough. Meaningless, in fact.
I wish there was some other way of getting those diamonds back to Germany.
This is the best way, I tell you.
You say that because it is your way.
And may I ask, Fräulein, what is the matter with my way?
Matter with it? Do you think Gundel will go to prison for a forgery he did not commit?
Gundel is a Dummkopf. He'll never connect the theft of the diamonds with his membership in our club.
You are so sure of everything, aren't you? What about this Dick Tracy? Will he not connect it?
Let him. I have a sure way of dealing with Inspector Dick Tracy.
You mean the girl in there, that reporter?
Miss Trueheart, yes. Once he knows her safety depends on it, he will be reasonable, don't worry.
You said Fritz Hoffman would be reasonable.
Well, how did I know Fritz would be a greedy pig? Imagine demanding $1,000 merely for acquiring diamonds with that forged receipt. And they threatened me. Imagine.
I prefer not to when I remember what happened to Fritz.
See that you do remember it. See that the same thing doesn't happen to you, Hedwig.
They will never find me floating in the river. You need me too much.
And stop questioning my judgment, please.
I only question keeping the girl here.
What else am I to do with her?
You got rid of Fritz Hoffman.
You mean to... No, Hedwig.
The girl will cause trouble, Brinker.
Well, how can she locked up in there?
She is clever. And so is her friend Dick Tracy.
And so am I.
If you were really clever, you would take your chances with her. The river is nearby.
No, I tell you. As long as we do her no harm, Tracy's hands will be tied.
But suppose someone made a mistake. Suppose something did happen to her. Accidentally, of course.
Meaning you?
I am not infallible like you. I am up to make a mistake anytime.
Hedwig, if anything happens to Miss Trueheart, I will hold you personally responsible.
Oh, I do not mind. I will be responsible.
You will be turned over to the American police on a charge of murder.
And suppose I should tell them everything.
No, you would never do that. You're too good a Nazi.
Yes, but I could.
The girl is younger than you, prettier than you. You're jealous, Hedwig, eh?
See that you give me no cause to be jealous, Brinker.
You know that I do.
What is all that?
Quiet. I think this is our man.
How can you make any sense?
Listen, it is our kid, all right. Get a pencil with this.
Right by your hand.
Yes.
Well, are you sure?
Positive.
What did they say?
Here. Rather heavy. Expect reports early.
Rather heavy. But this means nothing, Brinker.
You think so, eh? Good. Now I will reply.
This is crazy, I tell you. All you said was clouds indicated towards you.
Patience, you will see.
All right, they're answering.
Will you be quiet? Will head east now. So, good. Write this down to Hedwig.
no sense.
It is not supposed to. I take a reply.
I have it, Brinker. Have overlooked rest.
Yes. Now form over till we sign off. Good enough. Everything exactly as I planned it.
Brinker, you must either explain to me or provide me with a straitjacket.
Oh, poor Hedrick. It is so simple when one knows.
Simple? Their first message said, weather heavy, expect report early. You replied, clouds indicated towards you.
And then they said, we'll head east now.
Yes. It is crazy.
Oh, no. You simply take the first letter of every word. The words themselves mean nothing. Only the first letters.
Oh, I see. Then weather heavy, expect reports early means W-H-E-R-E. Where?
Exactly. And my reply, clouds indicated towards you. C-I-T-Y.
City.
What's the next one?
They said, will head east now. W-H-E-N.
You see? Where? City. Then? All right.
You said no obstacles on north. N-O-O. Noon.
Then you said have overlooked west.
H-O-W. How?
And my last message told them. Weather abating in time.
W-A-I-T.
Now, you see how simple it is? You read their messages and I'll give you my answer.
All right, where?
City.
When?
Noon.
How?
Wait.
Very clever of you, Brinker. And the beauty of it is, it sounds so harmless to anyone else.
I will send Felix in a speedboat to fetch the ship's captain at noon tomorrow.
And when he comes?
I will deliver the diamonds, and we will celebrate the handsome profit. So, what do you think of my way now, eh?
I will show you at the dance tonight. You haven't forgotten the annual, I hope.
Don't worry. You know, I think this social club has just about served its purpose, Hedrick. After tonight's dance, I think we will disband it. I find that lately it is more of a hindrance than a help. And especially with Gundel around. I think it would be better if we simply dropped out of the side.
Now, Junior, you were the last person to see Tess before she disappeared.
Gee whiz, Dick, I did my darndest to find out what was on her mind. Because you know women.
Yeah, sometimes I wonder. She didn't say a thing, huh?
Yeah, she was flying all over the place, getting her suitcase packed.
Did you help her do that?
Yeah, some.
What'd she pack?
Oh, the usual junk girls travel with. Lipstick,
Oh, what clothes, I mean?
Well, she was wearing...
I know what she was wearing. I talked to her in her office. What did she pack?
Well, she took that blue thing. You know, the one with all that lacy stuff
An
on it.
evening dress, you mean?
Oh, if that's what you call it. The one she wore when you took her to the United Nations ball.
Well, go on. She took an evening gown.
Yeah. And, oh, sure, the satin slippers that go with it.
Mm-hmm. Did she say anything about that lapel pin, the 2 hearts?
Gee, Dick, I don't think so. All she kept saying was, boy, what a break. What a story. What a break.
Yeah, when I talked to her earlier, she showed me the article she wrote about this phony social club. Then she comes home and packs a party dress and... Why, sure, that's got to be it.
What?
Let me get out that phone.
Now, you've gone haywire.
Not me, Junior. Tess was heading for that club. They're holding their annual dance tonight, and that's why she took a party dress. Why, it's got to be.
Hello?
Excuse, please. About what time is the dance tonight, Fräulein?
It will begin at 10 o'clock.
Dankeschön. Thank you. Should I wear my tuxedo, please?
If you expect to get in, you had better.
Jawohl, Fräulein.
Gee, Dick, I didn't know you could spout German.
Yeah, don't look now, Junior, but I can. Now, let's see. By the time I get hold of Pat Patton and get home and change into my tuxedo...
Why, she going to wear a monkey suit?
Well, got to, Junior.
And Pat, too?
Well, sure. They won't let us into the dance without them.
Boy, I'd like to be there to see that.
Well, just so Tess is there to see it is all I care about.
Well, boy, the things a cop has to go through.
You're not kidding, Junior.
You're at least getting dressed up to meet Tess, but poor Pat hasn't even got a date.
No, you're wrong. Pat's got the same date I have.
You mean with Tess?
Nope. The two of us have a very heavy date, Junior, with a killer. Now, hand me that phone again so I can call Pat and break the news to him.
I am worried, Brinker.
What? Again? Now what is it?
This dance tonight. It's open to the general public.
Of course. What of it?
The general public might include Dick Tracy.
Let him come. If he's looking for Miss Trueheart, he won't find her. But he'll find a great deal more than he is looking for. If he thinks he knows what trouble is now, wait until he crosses my...
Detective Inspector Dick Tracy will be back tomorrow, same time, same station, with more exciting adventures. Be sure to listen.
This is Don Gardner speaking.
Now, here's just one parting word to you folks. Next time you go to the store, get yourself some Lifebuoy, because you're going to like Lifebuoy's rich, purifying leather the first time you use it. And after you've used it a week, you'll never be without it. That's right. Now stick to Lifebuoy a while, and you'll be joining in with our gang here when you hear them sing,
The name of the soap is Lifebuoy. You gotta keep fresh with Lifebuoy. So always insist on Lifebuoy, for Lifebuoy really stops B.O. Yes, Lifebuoy really stops
B.O. Thank you, and good night, folks.
Truth is stranger than fiction. And this is the proof. This is Ripley's Believe It or Not.
There was a shoe worn by the ancient Egyptians with the outline of an enemy on its sole, so that the wearer could stamp on his enemy with each step he took. Believe it or not. In a moment, I'll tell you the story of a very remarkable man. Billy Marshall, a tinker of Kirkcudbright, Scotland, was truly a most remarkable man. In his earlier years, he enlisted in the Army and the Navy 10 times. Each time he enlisted, he deserted without ever being caught. He outlived 17 wives, and he became the father of 4 children after he was 100 years of age. He finally died in the year 1792 at the age of 120 years. Believe it or not.
Thanks for listening to HOJO Radio. We'll be back again very soon.